fighting expert.
Because we are live.
I haven't experienced what you have, but I can totally relate to that feel. That shit sucks.
So, Replica didn't hear Lupus. Welcome
Guys,
to our
we
30th
are here.
episode of
We're
the
live.
Crypt Coroners. And we're doing a video on The Last Jedi. And apparently we're wrong about it.
We were debating about if we should do this or not, and at the last second we decided yes. We're gonna make up
Yes.
for what happened. And YouTube, if you take this down, what do we do? Say it.
We'll call them.
Michael!
We'll file
Hello?
a formal complaint calling them gay.
Yes.
Oh, hi.
We're gonna go on a crusade. This fucking fighting expert will lead it.
Oh, hi.
I don't fucking know, man. YouTube, they just seem to do these things at random at this point, and I don't even know how. Like, we're just gonna have to hope that this won't suffer the same fate. So the 7-second rule. Don't slow down. Don't stop before 7 seconds of copyrighted footage has come up.
Oh, and I think this is going to be perfect. I just wanted to say Mahatma Rice, unite.
All of a sudden, Michael is here. Wait, he's gone. Oh, he left when I say what the fuck. All right. Michael, come back, for God's sake. Damn it. I didn't want to chase him off, but it did.
The New England brought him in. He was in the practice squad, too.
Okay. All right. Jesus. Professionalism percent minus 50. Okay. Well, anyway, Stein, where did you get this video from?
I literally just typed The Last Jedi, and that's the first thing I found.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask it again.
Michael
This
is
time,
annoying. He plays NFL music all the time, but he's not.
Oh,
Hello,
no.
Michael.
I'm
Listen.
going to deafen you for like half a second, Replica, and if you trust me, just trust me. And I have you. Okay.
White shit.
You just
yeah,
did
that really
on
happened,
stream.
by the way. The fighting expert.
I
We were in a
have
podcast.
banned grooming
Michael
from the
breaks
server.
in.
Listen.
I
He
thought-
mutes
I
me,
thought
and then he
making you
starts
deaf
playing
would
fucking
actually
NFL
work.
music. Oh god,
Mm.
this stupid shit that happens in this podcast, man. Well, at least you can't see our names, so that's good. Let's start this stupid fucking video before I die from an aneurysm. Lupus, unmute yourself.
You're not Plinkett.
Yeah, but I'll become like him if this goes on. Move on. Start.
Kill it. If you have to. That's the only way to become what you were meant to be.
Oh, pretentious piano essay with the flashy music and everything. It's okay.
Oh,
Ask
yeah.
yourself, why is failure so important?
It's
Oh,
really-
Well, usually when something fails, it means that it didn't accomplish its purpose. And in the Last Jedi's case, it was to be good. And I don't know why
Also
that
the
was
fact
important.
that if you want, read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. You will learn why failure is important.
No, watch The Last Jedi. It's very deep and teaches failure.
quite deep themes
Deep
that you
themes.
learn in 3rd grade. It's okay to fail.
Yep, it's one of the first things I was learned. Is when I wanted to look.
Guys, but The Last Jedi just dives so deep into it with its
It's so
metatextual recontextualization of the Star Wars franchise.
With all this time,
Guys, don't you? It's a masterpiece.
with
okay?
all this time to think about it, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think failure was just something we didn't need to be taught about. I feel like it's something that comes with life itself so naturally that it doesn't really need to be. It's like it was a theme of The Empire Strikes Back and the Episode 6, but because George Lucas is not fucking loser. It's something as simple as that would not become the whole focus of the damn movie, but it did, which is rather annoying.
I would say the overall arcing story of Empire Strikes Back, while the overall arcing theme is how to deal with failure. What do you do afterwards?
Yes, definitely.
Avengers Infinity War also had a lot to say about failure. It was about dealing with the inevitability of failure.
Yeah.
And it was really good because of it. I like Infinity War. It's a good film.
Oh yes, it's amazing.
Let's let this guy talk.
Without failure, there can be no progress because, as with Kylo Ren and Rey in The Last Jedi, they're flip sides of the same coin.
What?
That was such a non sequitur.
Continue. Let him talk.
No, seriously. I want to. He's just like, there can be no learning without failure. Similar to how Kylo Ren and Rey are mirrors of each other. Those things aren't related at all.
That makes no sense, and I doubt
it's like, oh yes, that vacuum over there is very dust consuming, similar to my golf clubs, which hit balls.
Yes,
That
Airborne,
sentence
we know
make
you
no
play
sense.
golf.
This is
Yes, I
so.
play golf.
This is so weird.
Come on. I really don't want to make any assumptions, but this just sounds like another pretentious video essay.
I believe it. I mean, like he says that Rey and Kylo are the same side of the coin. Sorry, but Kylo, for all his retarded character writing, has way more of a personality than Rey.
That is true. Yes, he does.
Yeah, he actually is a character. A really terrible character.
Poorly constructed character, but a character.
But a character. At least he has like traits and flaws and like does stuff that isn't just the right thing to do and stuff. I mean, sure, all of those are retarded, but it's there. It's something.
Yeah. Many of those whose biggest gripe with Rian Johnson's film is that it breaks with the past, ironically fail to recognise the importance of fallible characters to the future of the Star Wars universe.
That's not the complaint.
What?
That's not the complaint, guys. The actual complaint is that it's not that it tries to break off from the past, it's that it tries to destroy the achievements of the past.
And it does so with the grace of an elephant on roller skates.
Yeah. And so what it ends up doing is that it paints Luke into this sort of like very like uber nihilistic, sort of just tired old man who just wants to drink space titty milk.
Also, are we gonna pretend that like Luke wasn't a fallible character in the OT? Like this is the first time he was ever like, oh, he's deep and realistic.
He was deep and realistic in the OT.
No, no. According to all these people, he's not. He was just some stupid fantasy character.
Yeah, right.
With gay hair.
Yeah, well, that.
Luke looks like a lesbian.
Yeah, look at what happened when Biggs got shot down, and he watches his friend.
He just like he can't do anything about it. Just like he's powerless to watch his friend die.
Yeah, that look that he makes is so heartbreaking.
I really wish they kept that deleted scene with them in. It was really heartwarming.
Yeah, but it's just that you watch his friend die, and then Luke is just like, what did I just get myself into? I messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he should have just done what he was supposed to do.
Something he's got to live with for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I mean that's
But no, this Luke is deep because he's I don't know.
Seems
Because he's grumpy and grumpy characters are cool.
And likes jacking off space sea cows. I guess.
Even Cinema Wins can't defend that scene.
That's how you know you fucked up.
Luckily, Star Wars films aren't made by fan fiction writers, they're made by actual storytellers.
Wait, what did he say?
Let's rewind that.
The Last Jedi isn't written by fan fiction writers, it's written by
future of the
actual
Star Wars
writers.
universe. Luckily, Star Wars films aren't made by fan fiction writers, they're made by actual storytellers.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay. No, I wouldn't call these fan fictions because that would imply some sort of respect and adoration for the series.
Or at
I don't-
least searching up the source material.
Do you think that do these seem like things that fans would make? Like,
No,
like turning Luke into this grumpy loser and shanking Han and making Leia this like useless blob.
Trust me when I say this is that fans are more focused on making good lightsaber duels, and trust me, they are spectacular. They're not focused on making garbage.
Yeah, like the fans would be all about like the cool fan service and the action and all the world building and stuff. Like
For example, one of the best fan fiction writers I know today is Star Wars Theory.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It's actually really good.
Yeah, it's actually a really good example because of the Vader fan episode thing.
Oh no.
Like that was actually really good.
This
like,
is
it was pretty good.
This is embarrassing.
What?
What?
Well, just the whole. Oh, we're not dealing with fan fiction writers. We're dealing with serious people.
These are actual
Ryan Roundhead.
storytellers, like
I
George.
I want to play the "can't win," like fighting what you hate line as he says that. Like
yeah, exactly. Like
holy
an actual story writer said that and decided to leave that in the edit.
Fuck that. Just the fact that instantly the people she loves get fucked in the background. Like, because of her.
Yeah. Also, the fact that, like, Ryan Johnson had no respect for the fans whatsoever.
I mean, I don't really care if he doesn't really care about the fans. I just want him to make good stuff.
Literally said that he can't get excited about the world building part of a story.
He doesn't care about making a universe.
I mean, the least he could do is, like, if he's gonna fuck up a story, at least respect the people who watch your fuck up, or at least acknowledge your fuck up. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
neither JJ
if
or
Ryan
Ryan
Johnson, the day after The Last Jedi, said, "Oh, guys, I kind of made a bad film. I'm sorry about that." But like, okay, yeah, it's still a really bad film.
Yeah.
But, like, okay,
yeah,
I forgive you, man.
I would respect Ryan Johnson so much more if he did that. If he admits that he made a mistake.
Instead of just being like, "Oh yeah, guys, this wasn't my best work. I'm sorry." He was just like, there's not a single valid complaint.
Racist and sexist.
There isn't a single valid complaint I have heard about my film. All of the haters are man babies.
It's not my fault your theory was awful.
Your Snoke theory sucks. Well, at least we had something.
And what I have to say is, like, yes, I have an issue with J.J. Abrams, but at least he's been going like, okay, guys, like, you made your point, I hear you. He is admitting that, he
I'm
messed
pretty sure,
up.
like, from what he said, it seems like he hates Rise of Skywalker. He says, if you hate it, that's fine, and if you love it, I'm thankful but dubious of your taste.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
at
which
least
is
I can
actually-
respect JJ. Even though he messed up Star Wars, he at least admits that he messed up Star Wars.
Yeah,
Even though technically he is a plagiarist.
Yeah, like the most Ryan said as an apology was, "I am sorry if my vision of Star Wars didn't fit your vision of Star Wars." As if we're all just like contributing ideas, and none are invalid and none are valid.
Yeah.
All right, now that is almost essentially what George Lucas said one time, but there's a different context to this.
George is the
because he was
creator of the
getting shit on
franchise,
for
and
no
the movies that
reason.
he makes are actually good.
Yeah, so I mean, he has
George Lucas can do whatever he wants because it's his creation.
Yeah, like if Ryan
It's just
Johnson made a
fuck up
genuinely
like
good
anomaly
movie.
often says.
Like if Ryan Johnson Jr. made a good movie, I mean, and he told people like to fuck off, like yeah, it's still kind of mean, but he's justified.
Yeah, I mean, because at least he would have made an effort.
Yeah, but it's not a good film. It's really really bad.
Yes.
I want to hear what you guys to say.
That goes without saying.
Well, I will admit it, like, I defended The Last Jedi for, like, after the first time I saw it, I defended it. The second time I saw it, I'm just like, oh, wow, this is a garbage movie.
Yeah.
I defended The Last Jedi for, like, 2 weeks. Maybe
Same,
3 weeks,
actually.
and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Something's wrong.
Hold up.
Something's wrong here. The fuck?
I had seen the movie and I was just, everyone liked this movie? What the hell? It was awful.
Well, you know,
absolute dog shit.
What's going on here?
As you guys know, I was already off the train with TFA. I never even gave that film a chance because of the murdering of the expanded universe. But
I wasn't even aware of that before TFA came out, which is Jesus.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I never gave I was already off the train before that. In fact, you can honestly say that I avoided the train crash altogether, and I'm just sort of looking back at the wreckage that is Star Wars. But basically, like, it's funny because like you wouldn't think that could be possible, but I was actually really surprised with just how bad The Last Jedi was. Like the Last Jedi is how bad I wanted TFA to be, because what I was afraid of was that for the next 10 years of my life or something, you know, everybody was going to defend TFA 1, 2, and 3, and going to be like, oh, they're better than the fucking prequels, and all of them are so. These films are so good, and it would be as if the John Wick, as if all three of them would be like John Wick, like just these well-made films that I personally hate for, you know, like stuff.
To be fair, The Force Awakens was not a well-made film.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But,
it definitely wasn't.
It would just be horrific if that was like, you know, just if because like we all know
the films were all John Wick 1 quality, like 6 or 7 out of 10. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but it would still be annoying.
That would definitely not be the worst thing in the world. They're a bad example. I guess a better example would be if they're like Transformers or something, and they also have terrible political bullshit in them. Because you know that if it was just TFA, there would be people who would actually think they're amazing. Like prequel haters would think they're amazing.
Yeah.
You know, like
if it were just TFA 1, 2, and 3, it'd be like a lot of people would like think that they were incredible at first, and over time they'd be like, yeah, they're not amazing, but they're still pretty good and better than those prequels.
Yeah, and that
out of all the sequels, I prefer to watch The Force Awakens.
Yeah, no, I actually kind of have a soft spot for The Force Awakens just because the trailer was really, really good.
Same, actually. Yeah. It was like...
I like the editing in The Force Awakens as well. It's well done. I like the music.
Saw The Force Awakens about 5 times in theaters.
I mean, I still hate it. I just can't really, like, fully... I can't fully ignore the impact it had on me when I first saw it.
It gave you warm, fuzzy feelings, and therefore, you just simply can't hate it.
It gave me good tisms. Even back when I defended The Last Jedi, I was like, the film was not fun to watch.
I mean, my first Terminator movie was Genesis, so I can't hate that movie, even if it's really bad.
Same.
I feel so bad for you.
Yeah,
it was better than Dark Fate, so there's that.
Well, true.
Everything is better than Dark Fate, man.
Yeah, even Terminator 4.
Like, it's a movie you can watch, Genesis. Like, Dark Fate, you will need to vomit every 5 seconds. Like it's every 5 seconds.
I think vomiting would be more fun than watching Dark Fate. That's the thing.
It's like, oh, like how's my
The
vomit?
way
Not
I
now.
see it is Genesis is a good turn your brain off movie.
Yeah,
Yes.
kind of.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's a really good turn your brain out movie. In fact, when I saw Genesis that night, like I would say at 1 a.m., you know, that amount of time, I watched the original. Like I could not let it go. I was like, "This is so awesome! The Terminator is so cool! I'm gonna go watch the first one." And I just had the time of my life watching that movie. It was awesome.
And, the first Terminator movie I ever watched was Terminator 2.
Good one to start.
I'm sorry. The one.
Oh shit, guys, we're covering a video. I almost forgot.
Oh shit! Yeah,
I was probably going. Okay, so
Let's rewind back a couple of years. The Force Awakens aimed to revitalize the franchise and welcome fans back to a comfortable, recognizable galaxy upon its release in 2015. J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, that was a really terrible idea. I have no idea why they did that.
Sorry, I tried turning up the volume.
Alright, let's try this.
J.J. Abrams was incredibly concerned with what his audience believed Star Wars to be, and at the time, a bit of nostalgia was necessary given the hate directed at the prequels.
No.
But in making us question everything we believe about Star Wars in Episode 8, Rian Johnson asks us to quite literally burn the past to the ground. Not our.
So I know Last Jedi defenders are really conflicted on this. Like, some people say, well, The Last Jedi isn't about killing the past, it's about actually killing the past is bad. And then other people are like, yeah, kill the past. It's not really a consensus on why The Last Jedi has deep themes. Just that
Also,
it
the
does.
fact
It
that
has these very
if
deep themes, man.
haven't these people taken history and the #1 motto of history, more you know about the past, better prepared you are for the future?
Those who are not aware of their past are condemned to repeat it.
Yes, which is why Ryan would post such a, dare I say, demonic message to kill your history, to forget.
Because but you know why he's gonna do it, right? Because he's gonna reboot the OT.
What he's trying to do. He's trying to make.
No, he's actually he
somehow.
actually said that his trilogy is going to be like a spin on the OT, like a twist.
Oh, I can't.
And
so-
I am just so excited for Ryan's
I'm so
dumpster
Have you
dive
guys
for
ever
the
heard
week.
of the Star Wars Legacy comics?
Oh no!
I've heard of them, but I have not read them.
Oh, I hated them.
Some of the Legacy comics do have interesting stories, but the rest of them are garbage.
Oh, I hated those comics. I couldn't stand them.
It's probably
Pretty
because
much
Stephen Jordan was
it's
the main
a
character.
spin-off. Like,
It's basically one of them is just The Last Jedi, but you know, even worse because it's incredibly
Really?
stupid.
Yeah,
There's
so-
something worse than The Last Jedi.
Yeah, so pretty much takes Star Wars, but it takes place in like a different timeline in reality. That's Star Wars Legacy for you.
What the fuck?
Because there's a Sith Lord that Obi-Wan chooses not to kill, and so he wipes out Luke's Jedi Order.
Oh,
I hate
wow,
it
that sounds
so
terrible.
much.
Oh no!
It's funny because like I keep it's just a meme, but that idea that Rian Johnson like comes out and says like Last Jedi Part 2, I feel like this is what 2020 needs right now.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I remember seeing that meme like January. Like January you had World War II. February you had like forest fires. March Last Jedi Part 2.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah,
I know it's a meme,
exactly
but
what I
honestly, like I kind of want that. Like I really want that. Like I want to see how much Mahler can take before he like just quits YouTube. Like
Now, I know I want Ryan Johnson to like make a film specifically tailored for Mauler, just to make him angry. It's like the worst editing possible, the most broken script possible, terrible
characters walk through
directing.
walls.
Characters
We'd have a fucking dude. We'd have a 24-hour unbridled rage just on that movie.
Characters
I
just like
can't
start
wait.
levitating through space to board ships without like shifting gear.
The ending happens off screen.
Better yet, the whole movie happens off screen.
No. What happens is like we open with a space battle between like the Republic and the Separatists. It's like an anthology film.
Oh no.
And then for like 2/3 of the film, we're just like then we go to Canto Bight. We spend like an hour and 15 minutes there. And then we go back and check on how the Republic versus Separatist battle is going.
Yeah, we definitely need that. We definitely need something like that, dude. Just to
Oh my
piss
God.
everyone off.
And the end is just Ray is standing in a corner. And she's like, "Here's what happened."
Ray just starts breaking the fourth wall to tell the audience what happened in the meantime.
And then it's,
And
and
then
then they
she's just
use
like,
then they
by
then
the
they,
way,
then they depict what actually happened with the same artist who made Gotham High's art.
oh no. And then she would just be like,
And
by the
then
way,
the third act is now just like an animated film.
Or like the holiday special.
Yes, like the holiday special combined with Star Wars Resistance.
Oh god, that sounds both awful and perfect at the same time.
Yes.
That would be like the most perfect amount of cringe I could possibly watch. Oh fuck. Okay.
Mahler would
let's
just kill.
continue.
Mahler would just murder Ryan Johnson at that point.
He probably would. All right, let's continue. Oh shit.
Out of hatred for Star Wars, but quite the opposite. Out of loving it enough to grant the franchise the new lease of life it needs to remain relevant for years to come.
Remain relevant for years to come.
That statement did not age well.
Yeah, it's no longer relevant to
It's
who
very
it should be.
Yeah,
it's not relevant to
very-
anything. Like it's not relevant to. Well, I suppose it's sort of relevant to modern politics, but it doesn't. You know, it's not. It's not clever like the prequels at all.
I mean, it's relevant to like trendy people or SJWs, but that's really it.
Or to the hardcore fans such as myself.
I mean, like the Star Wars prequels, they did a lot of things with history, but because history repeats itself, like it is still relevant to what we live today. But the thing is, it's going to be relevant 50 years from now because it's timeless. It's a message and a story that is appealing to people from old times. That's what's so great about it. This, I swear to Christ, these movies are only going to get worse. By I swear to God, like 5 years from now, you're gonna like pop this in. You know, I'm gonna pop this in when I'm 25, and I'm just gonna be flabbergasted with how horrifically bad it is. Like it's like just imagine watching this like 10 years from now, and the political spectrum has changed entirely.
Yes.
You know,
now everybody is libertarian, and we all support pedophilia.
And
Oh,
Scotland. Okay, well, in that case, I'd be dead because I would never do that.
God.
But,
Well, to make sure that we don't get taken down due to TOS, I'm just going to throw this in, then we hit play. But people, if you're watching this, support the good creators of Star Wars like Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Support the Mandalorian.
They're
and what
bad,
they
man.
create.
You're not allowed to like them.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
reason
You're not
why
allowed to love
is
them
because
Dave
even if
Filoni
you
is
don't
bad.
like these people, they listen to George Lucas. So it's better to have useful idiots listening to the actual creator than having identitarian people doing whatever they want. That's it.
Yes.
I agree with that statement.
100%
Yeah, I can-
agreement.
I can respect that.
Love
Alright,
letter to the trilogy. The Last Jedi is a fond farewell. It isn't the Star
But it's
Gone
not the end of
farewell.
the franchise.
What?
You can't just abandon everything that makes Star Wars halfway through a trilogy.
How is this a fond farewell? They literally said, forget the past. Kill it if you have to.
They burned the entire structure of Star Wars to the ground.
There's a
Oh, bye-bye. I'll miss you.
there is a tree
exactly.
in this fucking movie that represents the Jedi from before and all their knowledge, and it gets burned to the fucking ground.
But
By Yoda,
like,
nonetheless.
replica. It was a cool shot.
It was
Oh,
a
yeah.
cool shot there.
Yeah,
it was a cool shot.
It was a cool. It was a cool shot how they raped my childhood.
Please don't say that. Please don't
But
say
replica. But it was a cool shot.
But replica, how did it make you feel?
Ryan Johnson.
How does it?
Like Johnson, right? All right. Let's get some traction on this bitch.
Star Wars film that every fan wanted, but it's the Star Wars film the franchise needed to survive.
No.
I'm the movie this franchise needs, but not the one it deserves.
My reaction to what he said is Daisy Ridley here.
Yeah.
This is what we needed.
Oh, by the way, the desert urchin girl knows how to swim, and she somehow gets out of this cave even though it's a 20-foot drop.
Don't worry, man. She's a woman, all right?
Yeah,
Stop
exactly.
being so
She's
sexist.
whamming, bro. Stop being sexist towards
I'm
whamming.
a woman.
She's strong whamming. That means that she's.
I didn't
good at
learn
everything.
how to swim until 5 years ago. That shit's not easy.
It is not easy.
Wow. I didn't learn it. I was a really terrible swimmer when I was like a baby. I was like 5, 6 years old. But now I'm really
I was
good.
just never taught it.
But
I was
like,
just never taught it. Like now I'm pretty good. Yeah.
yeah, if you I mean, like, how does she get out of that 20-foot cave? It's 20 feet deep.
Yeah.
It was this giant hole. How do you get out?
She borrowed Ray from the future's power of levitation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
exactly.
so,
Which
like
means
in my
that she knows
experience,
another force power no one else knows.
in my experience, even with how good I am now, like the further down you go, the harder the pressure becomes, and
That is true.
And with my lungs and my asthmatic condition, like I can only go like 2 meters before I start freaking out because the pressure is starting to fuck my lungs up. But
And also, I
You're
do
asthmatic too?
snorkeling as well. So going that deep, if you don't know how to swim, you're screwed.
Yeah, like that's how you drown. Like you don't drown by just not being able to stay up. Anyone can stay up at least a little bit. It's when you get dragged by a current or something like that, and you're forced underwater, and the pressure is keeping you down.
Yeah, and if you don't know like that, that's what causes you to drown. But since it was like it seems like a pretty flat pool of water, I can get why Ray can like pull her way up to the top. I just don't get like I don't know.
It wasn't a challenge. It's like Mahler said. It could have been this interest. Like it's like Mahler said. It could have been this interesting segment where, she has challenge and adversity. She's like she's gonna drown or whatever, and she has to like get through it by focusing and clearing her mind. But no. Like just like anything else, like Mahler said, she just gets through it without any kind of trouble.
Yeah,
because it's just something that they don't think. Well, they probably think about it, but they. Let's be honest,
it's possible that like somebody was like, "Hey, Ray can't swim," and then Ryan was like, "Oh, okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's a small moment. Nobody will really care." Okay,
just enjoy the movie, man.
Yeah. Why do you hate the women?
Yeah, bro. Just consume, bro. Just do it.
Everything is wrong with these movies.
The biggest theme of The Last Jedi is summed up in Kylo Ren's quote, "Let the past die."
No.
After The Force Awakens and Rogue One, there were grumblings that Star Wars had become too reliant on callbacks and nostalgia for cheap thrills.
I mean
kind of true.
That's correct, but The Last Jedi does the same thing.
Yeah, and also
Come
the
on,
fact that
they
Rogue
had a
One
planet.
actually had something to show.
They had a not Hoth.
Yeah, that's true. They ate a
I
Naha.
mean, to be fair, The Force Awakens had not Tatooine, but like Takodana was pretty original, and yes, I don't know,
Bait
it had a
was
castle.
also kind of original, which actually I couldn't.
Cancel
agree
Bite's
with.
literally
Actually,
just
no, because the
Bite's
castle
literally
is
just
clearly a
Las Vegas.
knockoff of
Hold on, everyone's
Yavin
talking at the
4.
same time. Wait, what?
Oh,
Takodana?
Yeah.
I suppose. I don't know.
But
I don't
put a
really.
casino on there. I don't. Okay, fine.
He's talking about Takodana. Canto Bite, that's just Las Vegas.
Well, true. I mean, it's basically Space Vegas, but fuck it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's really not that original.
I mean, it's better than having another not Tatooine in the Rise of
Oh
Skywalker.
my god! We could have just gotten like not Coruscant with Canto Bite, like something.
Well, see, we already got not Coruscant. It was one of
My
the
God!
Oh yeah, right.
Prime.
Oh yeah, right. We got Hosnian Prime or not Coruscant.
Yeah.
But like we just saw like 5 seconds of it.
Yeah,
I will give props to Cantabite. Like it's a lot of it's like a real set, like an actual like kind of town place.
Yeah, that's so fantastic. That totally helps that fucking sequence.
Oh yeah, I mean it's still a dumpster fire of epic proportions. Don't get me wrong.
I get what you mean, Airborne, but I mean, like, it's just like The Force Awakens. It's like, oh yeah, practical effects, wow.
Yeah, and then it has barely any.
Yeah, Ryan Johnson used CGI.
Imagine if you're like the owner of that fucking town, and you're just like, hey, The Last Jedi was filmed here.
It's not something to be proud of.
I'm sure they like demolished the building and they've gotten rid of like the front of the.
Just burn that shit.
There's like this plaque that says the Last Jedi was filmed here, and then like somebody like paints like spray paint over it to make sure nobody knows.
The town has a sign outside it nowadays saying The Last Jedi was not filmed here.
Wrong town.
Alright, that's continued.
Go Jedi business. Go back to your drink.
And that can go so long before audiences switch.
Wow, cool shot. Everybody clap.
I will admit, I want a poster of that.
So pointless, though.
It's fine. I guess. I don't know.
I can draw a better one.
It's
off.
good.
So Ryan Johnson calls into question the binary morality of the original trilogy and the...
Oh, hey, look at another cool shot. Everyone clap. Okay, anyway.
Binary morality of the original trilogy? Are you what?
I'm without words. Fuck me.
Yeah,
I don't think the morality of the OT is binary.
No,
Yeah,
because you have Luke realizing, oh yeah, the person he was trained to kill is his father. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Mahler put this pretty well when Cosmonaut said, OT is just about being good and evil. And he says, surely what it means to be good or evil isn't a simple and stupid question, is it?
Yeah, that is true.
No, it's a moral question. It's like, how do you define good and evil?
I really don't like
massive.
Rebels. I really don't like Rebels, but his video on Rebels is so bad. He's just like, oh yeah, Rebels is dumb because its only theme is being good and bad.
I actually
is a Mary
What
careful,
the
you
fuck?
almost said.
Okay,
Rebels isn't as bad as everyone makes it out to be.
I haven't seen it in a while. I'm not like the most educated person on it, but I really don't like it.
This is so fucking insane. What the hell? So, the OT is good versus evil. It's nice and simple. And Star Wars Rebel is bad because it's good versus evil. What the fuck?
Yeah, Cosmonaut's not one to stick to. I remember Mahler bringing it up in his TFA view. He hates that the stormtroopers and rebels are super incompetent. Yet
the stormtroopers
he excuses the First Order stormtroopers for being incompetent because it's called Star Wars.
Yeah, and also what I would like to say is there's a quote from C.S. Lewis that says, since it's so likely that children will meet cruel enemies, let them at least have heard of brave knights and heroic courage.
What did you mean? Hold up, could you say that again? What did you mean with that?
Okay, so C.S. Lewis has a quote which speaks so true, but it's since it's so likely that children will meet cruel enemies, let them at least have heard of brave knights and heroic courage.
That is a fantastic quote.
Derp.
Yeah, for serious.
I need to fucking finish my reading of C.S. Lewis books. I started reading that like a few years ago and then stopped. Fantastic man. Absolute fucking legend. Way better than any of these fucking clowns today. He's the guy who wrote Narnia, and after Narnia is like one of the most secretly Christian movies I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, C.S. Lewis.
I mean, it's just a retelling of Jesus's sacrifice. On the
Yeah,
cross.
but I like literally missed all of that. It's hilarious when I watched it with my uncle. I was like, wait, what?
Wow.
Yeah, I grew up like I'm Christian, so I grew up in a very Christian home. Like I was encouraged to read Chronicles of Narnia because C.S. Lewis is a heavy Christian. Also, Lord of the Rings, because not many people know this, but Tolkien, he himself is a Christian and was also great friends with C.S. Lewis.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm a Christian too. I know I don't sound like it all that often, but I am.
You mostly sound very like melancholic. Like, not gonna lie.
No, I'm not. Like, I'm actually probably one of the more extreme ones you'll find, but let's just say that I've basically made a promise to myself that I may be rough around the edges really hard nowadays, but I'll definitely fix that at some point once I've gotten control over myself. But anyway, let's continue the video.
All right, let's get on with the boring part of this
And
discussion.
the infallibility of our heroes, tearing the chosen one trope to shreds in the process.
That's what the chosen one trope was in general.
Literally,
the prophecy of the chosen one in the prequels is a deconstruction of the chosen one prophecy in storytelling.
Because
it's basically what he is. It's a
the
misreading.
idea of the chosen
My
one
God.
trope is that good always wins.
But
in the
that's not what happens
prequels,
in the prequels.
evil wins.
Yeah,
Not for
and
good
that's
lack of trying, mind you.
Oh yeah.
No,
Because
no.
he's
You see, the Jedi allowed Darth Sidious to win.
Oh,
You
I'm
see,
only saying
because-
that because fucking confused Matthew will just
You see,
talk about it
you
like
see,
it's
replica. In an extended cut of Revenge of the Sith, Kit Fisto was about to kill not Mace Windu, Palpatine, but then Mace Windu cuts Kit Fisto's hand off and says, "Kit, it's not about fighting what we hate; it's about saving what we love."
Oh
Christ,
my
that line
god.
is stupid.
Okay, I didn't expect that.
It works
didn't
in no
expect that.
context whatsoever. It does not work at all.
Well, congratulations, Airborne. You have officially subverted my expectations. Well done.
I
Now
hereby
you are-
award you the title of Subverted Expectations.
Now you are the
You may
best.
join Ryan in his seat.
Yeah,
It's
I am
Seems
just
subversive.
as good as Ryan now. That is an accomplishment of epic proportions.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Because
no,
everyone
only
wants
the
to be like
master
Ryan
can-
Johnson.
only the master can do that shit, Airborne. Don't forget that.
Oh look, there's the good shot of the binary sunset. Yes. I still cannot. You know what? We'll talk about it once he brings up the fact that Luke dies in the binary sunset because I don't want to waste I don't want to waste a lot of time.
Also, here's the thing: like they totally messed up the meaning of the binary sunset. If you look at like the commentaries, what the binary sunset actually means is that there is hope on the horizon.
Well, that's what George's Sunset means in general. Like in all of his films, THX, American Graffiti, and the Star Wars saga.
Yeah, well, I've talked about it many times. Fighting expert, it's it is abhorrent that Luke Skywalker's death skybox is literally the hope of a future he doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean, even the Clone Wars movie, like you had like the really piercing binary sunset shot in that film, and then but because Anakin and Ahsoka are like on Tatooine, which is both representative of Anakin's past, but also because Anakin's taking on this new journey with Ahsoka, it's also representative of his future.
Yeah. And for what people say, like, you gotta give Rebels credit, they actually did the binary sunset correctly.
They did, you're right.
Yep.
They actually used it to good effect, especially in the Twin Suns episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually interesting.
I mean, the suns looked like just two circles because the animation style of Rebels is horrendous, but the themes were there.
The themes, man.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, we need
more
themes.
Yeah.
I mean, they were themes used right though.
True.
It was despite Twin Suns being boring for 20 minutes, the ending's really amazing.
All right. Anyway,
The ending's like-
let's keep going.
Do you have
I
any
actually
particular
like
fighting expert? Do you have any particular reason for like why you think it's underrated?
Well, what's underrated?
Rebels.
Oh, fighting expert. Fighting expert thinks it's underrated, not me.
Yeah, I was asking him, but he's not here right now. So let's just continue for now.
Let's just continue.
Yeah.
Important to recognize is that people, no matter their age or their reputation,
Can
never
change.
stop evolving and making mistakes.
What? You mean?
Okay.
What a monumental mistake to make Kylo Ren a fucking warlord.
What are you
That's all I'm
talking
saying.
about?
Oh my
It's not
god.
about the fucking.
We don't.
That's just like
We don't care that Luke makes mistakes. Is that they contradict his character arcs?
This is like my whole problem with Ryan. It's like he makes the whole fucking
Hello,
story.
can you
about
hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, the call just dropped randomly for me.
Okay. Yeah, so like this is like one of my big problems with Ryan is that he just fucking like he pretends like it's not about like making mistakes. It's not about it has nothing to fucking do with fucking so fighting expert. You really got me off track there. It has nothing to do with falling down. It is about getting up. Ryan makes it as though it's all about falling down. Like, it's not the mistake, it's learning for your fucking mistakes is important. This fucking twisting of words, man, I can't fucking take it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And that goes for our childhood heroes too. If they cease to fail, then they cease to be dynamic personalities.
They all fucking died.
By the time of the events featured in The Last Jedi, it's been 30 years since episode 6.
Well, it's like the current year thing.
Yeah,
Come on, man. It's
fucking
34 ABY. Get with the times. It's current year.
You gotta like
Can't believe this.
get with the times, man. Like,
Come on, it's current year. It's 34 years. Oh my god, did you hear that they changed the timeline? For Star Wars, where instead of being measured based off of the Battle of Yavin,
No,
it's
it
based
was
off of
actually a
Dark Order base
misconception.
spread.
They're still doing ABY and BBY.
Oh, thank God.
hey, poop dealer.
You see, we should really gauge it off of the birth of Obi-Wan Kenobi because he's Jesus.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
mean, of course he's Jesus.
But
like,
the
for real.
reason why is because there was a misprint in like a couple hundred books.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
Okay, fair enough.
I was about to be really mad.
Circumstances change.
Oh my god, such a good shot.
It is quite a good film. It's very, very
It
good.
could have
actually.
just ended here, and then we'd get like some, just like the weird show about Mandalorian and his kids, like some DLC. Then it could be done.
DLC. Fucking DLC for movies
Last
and
Jedi.
TV shows.
Paid DLC.
Paid DLC.
Paid DLC.
Hey,
Yeah,
if you don't want it, don't pay
Last
for it.
Jedi is a movie.
There's such a
Hey
contrast
guys, man, you
between
want them
cinematography
fucking like
from
microtransactions?
the George movies
Yes.
and the sequel trilogy movies, because they're not just
George
you know
Lucas is a
look
hack.
pretty picture. There's just a lot into the picture. It's very good.
Yes.
People
Yes.
change.
I mean, actually, I guess to elaborate that, I think like one thing I don't really love about George's films is that they're not really like multicolored. It's like kind of like one very dominant color per shot. Kind of like that's probably like the one thing I don't love about it. But other than that, cinematography is pretty much perfect.
Eat Luke Skywalker. The Last Jedi doesn't care if you can't separate your feelings about original trilogy favorites like Luke, Leia, and
Oh my fucking god.
Oh
It's
my
not
god!
about how we
wow.
feel about the character, it's about
It's
character.
how does it make you feel?
Stupid fuck.
Character got absolutely fucked. There's no denying that. Like all
Yeah.
three, like he just talked about like the character, the original trilogy characters' flaws. They all died. They did more than fail. They fucking went out of history.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Especially Leia at the end.
It's not about how it makes you feel, it's about the logical course of the character.
No. But you see, these people don't think that there is such thing as like logical consistency or like objectivity in film.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as objectivity in film. There's only subjectivity. Anyway.
The film was subject. The film was subjective.
Art is subjective, and if you don't think that, then you have lost the true meaning of film.
Yeah, see,
No,
everything
because
is
Goldman,
subjective
because
in its own
Goldman
way.
said that because The Last Jedi exists, it destroyed objectivity.
The Last
Goldman
Jedi
said it.
destroyed objectivity with facts and logic.
That's how delusional the Last Jedi fans are. That's how
from their
delusional.
incarnations in the sequel trilogy.
Oh, that.
From the very beginning of the film, when Luke tosses his old lightsaber aside, Johnson sets out his intent to challenge every preconception you were left with after the
But it's not just his
No,
old
like,
lightsaber.
Why did these frame it like
Expectations.
this? Like some like preconception. Like, oh yes, we believe that Luke is gonna be consistent with his character from Return of the Jedi. How dare we?
Yeah, how dare we think that Luke Skywalker was going to be a wise person?
How dare we want Luke Skywalker to be Luke Skywalker? That's asking too much of Ryan.
Yeah, that's asking way too much of someone so
That's
fucking stupid and
yeah.
idiotic.
That's giving Ryan too much credit.
Yeah, well, no, it's like it'd be too hard for him to make Luke Skywalker be Luke Skywalker. Okay, you know what? Just be nice to the guy. Okay, look at that.
It'd be hard
smile.
for him to make a
And
good
also,
Star
what I
Wars
have to
film.
say is that a lot of these people praising The Last Jedi, I have to say that they are too far up with philosophy, where they don't really understand just like how bad something truly is, because they always have to think about the philosophy of things.
I think a lot of philosophy, but I also have the the ability to discern when something is just straight up terrible.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of films that I think like try to be deep. Some things, films I think that are kind of deep. Something I don't think are very good.
Revenge of the Sith.
Well, no, I think Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, but what I have to say is like, I know one of my friends, massive fan of The Last of Us. He didn't look at the leaks of Last of Us 2 for a long time. Then he did, and he's just like, man, hearing the leaks, I'm going to hate the game. He plays the game, and he's like, oh yeah, I kind of like it, but I'm just like, dude, you don't understand.
Well,
God, I hated Last of Us 2 so much. It sucked the life out of me.
The only
never
thing,
played
the only
the
good
game,
thing
but
about The Last of Us 2 is anything but the story.
I was barely.
No, I don't.
Anything
I
that's
think
not the
that there
story.
are. I mean, like this, like the story is like the worst thing. Honestly, I don't think the gameplay is very good either.
Well, the gameplay
very-
is very average and repetitive.
It's very like choppy and mediocre.
It has
Six
good.
The
No,
graphics
The
are
game
really
has good still shots. That's about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
It's one of those, you know. Okay, Airborne. I'm not allowed to say modern games or movies. So, what is the modern bad game
Fuck me
then?
with Cookman.
What is the term for bad modern video games? You could just say bad
Shit.
modern video games.
Yeah.
Just say that
Yeah, well,
shit.
it's just what the
Garbage,
gameplay is.
trash,
Just one of those
terrible.
bad modern video games.
It's just as bad. It's just as bad as Return of the Jedi.
Exactly.
Poop dealer.
It's weak. It was more
Fuck
about
Mark
the story, and I was never really that interested in the story because the first game, everything was just so. I don't believe the whole humans will just kill each other by the truckloads and become distrustful idiots. So I'm not really invested in the story like that because I don't find that very believable.
Yeah.
After the Force
Humans were
Awakens,
together in times of peril.
Shut up.
Okay, I kind of want to know what this technique is, where you have the camera spin really hard along the background, but really soft in the foreground.
literal
yeah, that looks
cliffhanger on
horrible.
Act 2.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I want to know what it is, just so I never do it in my film.
I mean, honestly,
If I ever make a film of any kind, I'm sorry, this looks terrible.
I've seen it done tastefully in
He
some
did the
films.
same
actually
thing in he did the same thing in Rise of Skywalker when the Knights of Ren just like stood on the hill and
Yeah.
did nothing.
What the fuck?
Like the background mountains were spinning really fast, and like the little plateau that they were standing on was like not moving at all.
I'm gonna have to go now, unfortunately.
No.
I'm sorry.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Airborne, because from my let's just say from my experience, you don't do that shit on accident. Like that's just like shaky cam, for instance. That is purely just bad movie makers hiding the fact that they can't make a fight scene for shit. Like
Yeah, so they try to make it more intense by shaking the goddamn
Good
camera.
luck with this video,
every
guys. I'm gonna have to go now.
Sorry you can't stay.
Like generally,
Why are
if
you
you have
apologizing to him for not staying for this piece of trash?
Just
generally if
That's
you
true.
keep your brain cells intact. Farewell.
generally if you have good taste, Airborne, you will make something that's just good. So you don't have to worry about that.
All right.
See your video.
All right, yeah, let's continue.
Not only that, but to challenge everything you thought you knew about Star Wars itself. Luke had to hit rock bottom to ascend to new heights, as with any truly dynamic character.
Why?
No.
Why did he have to hit
No.
rock bottom though? Like he was already at rock bottom when
He was at rock bottom before the story even started.
He was at rock.
But see, like here's the thing.
He was at rock
I
bottom.
think like
in Empire
Anomaly said
Strikes
it best
Back,
how
I
they
would
think
say.
because they think you need to have expectations for the movie to be good, so it can be subverted. Not every good movie needs you to have expectations.
Like Luke in Empire Strikes Back, he makes this huge mistake by going to fight Vader. He gets his arm chopped off, and
loses
in
a
a very split-second decision, he decides to kill himself rather than join his father. He gets thrown down like an air shaft, and then gets plopped out onto a thin wire at the very bottom of Cloud City. He is beaten,
He also
bruised,
basically
mutilated,
loses his friend.
and on the edge of death. He cries out for his Force Ghost friends to come and help him, and he gets no response. Nothing. And so he has to have his friends
those are what I call deep themes right there.
Yeah, that is Luke's rock bottom right there.
You don't need to go any lower than that because that is where the bottom was supposed to be.
You actually, that's a really
the only way
good
for him
point.
to go
actually.
even further, than rock bottom is becoming a Sith Lord. Like that was the only way he could have possibly went that would have went more than rock bottom.
Lawrence Kasdan was gonna try and do that for episode 6.
Oh
Thank
wow!
God
No
he
wonder.
didn't.
No wonder that guy is a retard.
Fuck Kazan though. Kazan is a rat. Fuck him.
Kasdan's a rat. That's true.
Yeah.
I hate Kasdan.
Like
And
fucking little.
early hit rock.
Like his job in episodes 5 and 6 was to be a script doctor. He just talked too much. Really.
And then he just literally left. I can see why Lucas didn't like him back in whenever Empire Strikes Back was being made.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
And
like
I
him
lost
either.
I lost any smidgen of respect I probably had for him when he wrote episode 7.
Wait, he wrote Lawrence Kasdan wrote episode 7.
I thought
he
wrote
helped
Solo.
Ryan John. I mean JJ.
Yeah,
he
him and
helped
JJ.
JJ with episode 7.
Irvin Kushner.
7 was so bad.
Then that really makes sense, doesn't it? Why it's so terrible.
Yeah,
It
a lot
shows
of
that
people.
Kazan is nothing without Lucas's help.
Yep. Nobody's anything without Lucas's help.
Yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't say that.
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the ones that think they are something without his help are the ones that are nothing without his help.
People like
Oh, yeah, the
people
ones
were
like, oh,
OT
yeah.
purists
I mean,
for
I'm
purpose.
like, if what everybody says is true, and it was like, oh yeah, Dave just did Clone Wars by himself, I'm like, okay, then Dave's pretty good. Dave did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
I don't think I should have to defend Star Wars: The Clone Wars by saying, yeah, it was actually George's idea. But that's basically what it comes to because they value George's input more than the actual quality of the Clone Wars.
Yep.
Yeah, which is actually pretty. Yeah.
No offense to the people who hate me for liking the Clone Wars and watching this.
I love the Clone
yeah.
Wars.
I.e. the AI core.
Yeah, well,
Guys just like it, okay? You know, it's just enjoy it.
Look. You just have to understand that they were told that it fixed the prequels for like half their life. So don't blame them for hating it on instinct.
Yeah.
No, but the problem is, bro, they'll say that it sucks because it doesn't fit in the EU. I mean, it doesn't. That's my only problem with it is that it doesn't fit in the EU.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about it too much here.
Yeah, let's
continue.
Let's save that for another time.
Yes, continue.
Bottom. Luke exemplifies the theme of failure in episode 8, and it's easy to see why Mark Hamill expressed his disillusionment with the direction Rian Johnson took the character.
Oh god, the glowy lightsabers. Ew.
What the hell? What the?
You're using glowing lightsabers. Is it that hard to use CGI? Is it that hard?
God, yeah, God.
Well,
Just use green
If
screen
they were able to
still.
get it to work in episode 7,
hold on.
The original trilogy used CGI for that. What the hell?
No, it did. No, it didn't.
exactly.
Well,
it
used back then.
Well, it didn't use CGI, but it used effects.
It was
used what you.
rotoscoping.
The CGI at that time. I mean, just this like what CGI replaced basically.
Luke exemplifies the theme of failure in episode 8, and it's
It's a pretty convincing explosion for practical. I'm not gonna lie.
And
I don't
also,
remember. I don't remember this being a shot in the film though.
Look, I just want to go on record as saying that there's nothing wrong with those glowing lightsabers on set. All right, there's nothing wrong with those.
But the ones in the
If they
originals
were like
and prequels
really
still
light
look a lot
lightsabers,
better.
but you see the thing is like those glowing lightsabers, what they do is that makes them really heavy, and that like ruins the fights.
Yeah, the only good fights with the glowing lightsabers would be Finn versus
That's the
Kylo
reason.
Ren.
I don't think
the originals are better.
I mean, Finn versus Kylo Ren is all right, I guess. But it just like the fact that lightsabers have just become heavier for no reason So just kind of a contradiction.
No,
they
like
also
Finn
became
versus
lighter.
Kylo Ren is actually a really good fight in the sequel trilogy.
It's all right.
Concept. Look,
Are you talking about Rey versus Kylo?
No, Finn versus Kylo.
Finn.
Yeah, Finn versus Kylo.
I think how Finn fought was kind of interesting because it's like he's
I
not
think the
very
reason
trained with
why the
it, but
ones
he's
in the
trained
prequels
enough.
look better.
I just don't
It's
know
'cause
why
they have these
Kylo
little-
just can't instantly murk Finn. Like that just kind of seems like something he could do really easily.
No. A better question: where's the blood at? I don't care if it's PG-13. There should
What do you
be more
mean?
blood.
Where's the blood?
Yeah,
Lightsabers
fucking-
don't cause
No, but
blood.
he got his spine cut though. He literally got his spine cut.
He bleeds like a tiny bit. I know it's pathetic.
At least some of his back should have been soaking blood because he had his spine
No,
cut.
because it cauterizes the wound.
Yeah, I mean, I always found it weird that in A New Hope there was blood, but I don't know. I can explain that as like it cut his arm in just the right
Well,
way.
lightsabers were a new idea during that time.
Yeah, like
Yeah, they
I
did
get
were
it,
a new
like the
idea at that
lightsaber like
time.
just cut it in the exact right way.
But yeah, like
to not cauterize the wound. But in
Like,
that
not-
scenario, it should not have there should not have been blood.
Like not to defend the sequels, but in the same way that that lightsabers became heavier, they also became lighter in the OT. Like in the first movie, they were heavy. In the second movie, they were light. All of a sudden, like that.
Well, I would say in the first one, it kind of makes sense because like one of them's an old man and the other one's like
it makes sense.
A robot dude. So it's
And
like
Vader,
you
we
couldn't
gotta
really
remember
tell
this
that
is
they
how
were
many years
heavy.
since Vader.
Well, it makes sense because we only saw two people fight one time, and they were old men. Well, I mean, Vader
Yeah.
is. Well, you know, we all know that Vader went easy on him in that fight, but shit! Sorry,
What?
I was playing a game and I was playing Left 4 Dead and a tank is in front of me. I'm running. Oh god!
He's multitasking. What
Yeah,
the fuck is happening?
They say only women can do it, but I totally can do it. Anyway, continue video.
What the fuck?
Let's continue.
Okay,
Let's
whatever.
continue.
Yeah.
See why Mark Hamill expressed his disillusionment with the direction Rian Johnson took the character when he first read the script. But you know, Mark Hamill thought this was a good idea, so the farm boy turned
What?
The thing is, if you watch
don't
that clip of
care
him
what
saying
Mark
that, it really
Hamill
sounds like he
said.
was just saying that to be silent. So I know I'm just
It
saying
honestly just
that
kind of
clip of him
honestly just
saying
kind of
it.
seems like after he was like, oh yeah, I liked the movie. It was like, yeah, that's just him trying to be a nice guy.
Yeah.
Either that or he was sound like he was being
comments
precious so he
about
couldn't
he
lose.
probably thought that like his comments about his character during the interviews before the film were kind of unwarranted. Just like he kind of felt that he was being a dickhead, so he was like, yeah, the film's
But
good.
I'm
Guys.
saying
Okay.
if you watch that clip where he says that he likes what he did, he sounds very like he was forced to do it, or else he's gonna lose his job or something.
Yeah, and also a person that there's a YouTube video where a person who is has a degree in reading body language, they showed like Mark Hamill during the interviews, and it's so sad because he's uncomfortable saying the things he's saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I didn't need body language to understand that one. Like his face says it all. Like he does not want to be there, and he does not like what is going on with.
But like, where's that picture of him? Where's that picture of him and Ryan? Like his face.
Oh yeah,
he has unbridled hatred.
Selfless war hero and Jedi master had become a shell of a man, broken by the belief that everything he fought for was in vain. And that hurts to accept as the fans. It hurts because previous Star Wars films,
the power of imagination.
Oh,
imagination.
This is so bad. He's just like, oh yes, it hurts to accept the fact that Luke is now this. It's like, no. This is not Luke Skywalker. This is just like, it's not just sad because Luke is now sad and that makes us sad. It's just because this makes no sense.
Yep.
Yeah, his character consistency is officially fucked.
Blatant
Imagine going.
assassination.
Jake,
What basically happened?
it's all
is-
Jake now.
What basically happened is we went on a coma for 10 years, and now we find out that our best friend and father and mother are dead, and it's just like, what happened? You know, like it just, and nobody will tell you anything. Like it's basically that level of just
Of like absolute confusion.
yeah. It's just sad things happen. I don't know why, and nobody. I can't get any closure or anything. Like it just. It's just bad, and everything sucks now.
Yeah, basically.
I wasn't even around to like do anything about it. Like, these movies are such fucking cancer. Oh,
They are. They're
I mean, like I said, the people who think that The Last Jedi is complex are delusional.
Oh, it's complex in how bad it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of an interesting case study on how terrible you can make a film.
Yep.
How to get like
Also, there's a
absolutely
professor
right.
who teaches
How to utterly fuck up
filmmaking.
your, yeah.
He uses The Last Jedi as an example on how not to make a film.
Yeah. There's also just the fact that even worse, just like the film just like announces all of its themes as loudly as it can.
Yeah.
I mean, the Clone Wars has the fortune cookie messages, but at least it's not like trying to be really deep and introspective. It's just like, hey, here's some lessons for you. Okay.
The Clone Wars themes are really easy to understand.
4 and 5,
it doesn't need to like
by seasons 4 and 5, the fortune cookie messages aren't really like all that like important to what you need to know about the episode. Just like maybe it'll like come up once or twice, but there's a lot more going on than just those little messages. With Last Jedi, it literally is just, oh yes, failure bad, or no, failure good.
It's not like that. It's not like those were
Some
trying
people
to.
say failure good, some people say failure bad.
It's not like those weren't themes in the original trilogy. No way.
Nope, not.
Hamill expressed his.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
But The Last Jedi asks us to question those assumptions and the characters we've adored for decades, just as Luke questions his own decades-old assumptions about the Jedi Order. Those acting like Luke wouldn't give up seem to have forgotten that Yoda and Obi-Wan did the exact same thing.
No.
They failed him,
No.
just as Luke questions his own decades-old
Who
assumptions
says that
about
Luke wouldn't give up?
Jedi Order.
Also, Obi-Wan and Yoda didn't give up. They had you go into exile.
Literally,
They had to
everybody
hide.
knows that Luke gave up. Even even everybody knows Luke did give up in the end of Empire Strikes Back.
No, he didn't.
Like everyone said. Well, in that scene when he in the "I am your father" scene.
No.
What
Luke was doing was choosing to sacrifice himself over joining his father in like a split-second decision. Like he'd rather die than join the dark side because he's so entrenched in his belief system at that point. Wasn't giving up. And actually, I would say it is a blatant character contradiction for Luke to give up in Last Jedi. Absolutely. Even if you construe Yoda and Obi-Wan as giving up, they're very different characters from Luke. Very, very different characters. Like just going off of the original trilogy, you can tell that they had very different upbringings than Luke Skywalker. But like even without the prequels, that can be very much applied and discovered. They're more cynical. They're more jaded. They're willing to train Luke just to get him to kill Vader. Luke Skywalker is not that person.
Yep.
Let's just say, oh yes, old people gave up in OT, therefore Luke can give up. It's just like that's not how that works.
Let's look at this. So, what was Obi-Wan doing on Tatooine the entire time? He was watching out.
He was watching
Luke.
after Luke.
No, it's because he gave up.
Yeah, because
what
he's a
did
coward.
Yoda do? He put himself in exile because he knew that the Emperor would be hunting him. So he's like, well, to make sure that everyone stays safe, I'm going to go hide because I have no choice.
Yoda kind of did the
Guys,
same
it's
thing.
actually
as well.
crazy. I was like comparing Luke Skywalker, Yoda, and Obi-Wan Kenobi, some of my favorite Star Wars characters of all time. But oh yeah, they gave up. Therefore, this perversion of Luke's character
Is valid now.
can give up.
God, so
Good lord.
Luke wouldn't give
So
up. Seems to have
idiotic.
forgotten that Yoda and Obi-Wan did the exact same thing. But anyway, Luke's old X-Wing hidden below the waves is a metaphor for his broken character in the last...
What?
No, it's not. No,
How?
it's not. No, it is not.
It's not even
Are you
broken,
dreaming?
though.
How though?
Oh
How
my
is that
God.
a metaphor for his broken
Guys,
character?
My
guys,
head.
Luke's character is
The
actually
power of
because
imagination.
metaphor.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Oh
that's
my
not
God.
even a metaphor. I bet they just did that for fan service.
Yeah, like
that's
we're just
literally
like,
all
oh
they
yeah,
did
look,
that
it's
for.
Luke's X-wing, haha.
It's like, haha, look, it's his X-Wing. It's all drowned in the fucking water, man.
Yeah, oh my God, how do you do that?
How do you
Like, oh
just go
yeah,
screw it
okay,
that
so
horribly?
like, in like his, I mean, just like again, just like two very unrelated points. Like, oh yes, Obi-Wan and Yoda gave up anyway. Here's a metaphor.
Last Jedi.
Okay.
But just as Yoda salvaged his X-Wing from the swamps of Dagobah, so Luke's inherent goodness could be salvaged by Rey. It's
What?
important...
How?
What?
Wait, what?
What?
What did she do? What did she do to salvage that exactly?
She didn't even do anything. Like, it was actually Yoda that
She did nothing. All she did is just somehow go into spectator mode, take a peek, and then got scared. And
yeah,
it was
she did
actually
nothing.
Yoda who did like some sort of stupid speech to get him out of his little
Oh,
bubble.
oh, guys, you forget. And then Mark and Ray fought each other. That's right. They fought each other.
You just call
that
Luke
fight is
which means it's good.
That
So,
fight is unfair. It's unfair.
Well, it's either calling him Mark or Jake Skywalker.
Fake.
I'm
No.
calling-
We're calling him Fake Skywalker.
Yeah, it's Jake Skywalker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. That was bad on my part.
important to recognize that much of what Luke tells Rey in The Last Jedi is also directed at us, the audience.
Oh my God, guys! Okay,
Very much
somebody-
in your
okay, I
face.
want to go on a bit of a tangent here. Somebody said that like Revenge of the Sith had bad cinematography because the camera didn't use focus very much.
Wait,
He used focused
And
so
it's
much.
and I'm just like, look at all these like shots of like these like close-up shots in the last shot. I'm just like, what about these shots being close-ups makes them better?
yeah, that.
What
doesn't
about
make
like all
that
of the
better at
shots
all.
in Revenge of the Sith that were close-ups? Like, why would you have a close-up? Why would you have like the focus on Anakin's face if it's like a wide shot of him on a landscape?
But I guess it just goes to show that.
Like, who's back?
But there are different types of focus as well. You have landscape focus, you have wide focus, you have zoomed in focus. Like,
Well, like landscape focus, that's like deep focus, and that's what George uses most of the time. Either a deep focus or a medium focus. Just
Yeah.
because Revenge of the Sith is mostly comprised of wide and medium shots. It's just like Last Jedi is good because it uses close-ups. It's just like, okay.
No, The Last Jedi is good because it subverts expectations. Because it subverts your expectations, it can't be criticized.
Yeah. Cool story, bro.
I just don't get why people say Last Jedi is good.
It's because
good cinematography.
George Lucas' style. You know, like we know why it's amazing, but like
the subversion wasn't good though. Like the subversion has to be good, and I could see the subversion a mile away.
But Dealer's like arguing with himself.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, do you have a twin?
Like I thought that the movie would be so dumb that Rey would do some type of Starkiller repulse to let Snoke let her go.
Oh God.
That would just be the. I think I would actually.
I mean, who says that? Who says that Ryan wouldn't do it though? Because he would do it.
No, I wouldn't put it past him. Though I doubt he knows who Starkiller is.
Yeah.
Audience. He's telling us that Star Wars by its very nature is imperfect, that much like in our own world, good intentions.
Well, no, I mean, if he's referring to the quality of the films, I don't think that they're perfect. They all got problems.
Nothing in Star Wars is perfect. Nothing.
Well, the music.
Because nothing in Star Wars will ever be perfect. There will always be
Actually,
at
I
least
can't
one
even call the music
inconsistency.
perfect because they used Discovery on Camino too much in Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, that is true. They kind of use that.
But other than that, it's perfect.
Well, what does?
Like they used Discovery on Camino like 500 times in Attack of the Clones, even though it's really only serviceable like twice.
Actually, I'd say that Revenge of the Sith has a perfect soundtrack. But hey, that's just me.
But hey,
yeah, well,
that's just me.
Well, hey, bro, that's not just you, bro.
Yeah,
it's not just you. All right, let's
Intentions
continue.
don't always bear positive results. His characterization in the film deliberately contrasts with that of Han in The Force Awakens, who, despite losing his son and marriage, remained a nerf-herding, risk-running smuggler at heart.
What the fuck? This is like saying that your dad.
Force Awakens, who, despite
Holy
losing his
shit!
son and
Okay.
marriage, remained.
He's also, I mean, he's not really saying anything right now. He's just like
literally,
Luke is
it's
the
crazy because
opposite
they
of
first
Han.
assassinated Han's character, then they assassinated Luke's character, and then in The Rise of Skywalker, they assassinated Leia's character.
They just assassinated Leia. They didn't even bother with her
Just give her a
character.
very unceremonious death.
They just killed her.
This is unironically like saying that it's good for a person, like it's good writing for a character to, upon like the loss of it, or like death or loss of his son to evil, started to go relive his younger days when he was. What is this shit? Like, what do you mean? He's not
he's not really saying anything of value. He's just being like, Luke is the opposite of Han. Clap.
Look, I know we never got to see Han Solo before he became a smuggler, but I'm pretty sure it's his heart of goldness thing that he is at heart. Like, it's
Well,
not
he was known to be a smuggler. Everyone in
remember?
If he was a smuggler at heart, he'd be probably an antagonist. If we're gonna be honest.
No, remember we saw him in Solo. He was the good guy.
Well, yeah, and then he was a bad guy, and then he
Solo doesn't count because Solo is trash.
And then he was a bad guy. And then he was a good guy. And then he was a bad guy.
Herding, risk-running smuggler at heart.
I like this thing.
That characterization.
What's that got to do with smuggling? It's just liking using a crossbow gun. What about liking to use a crossbow gun is smuggling?
He's using random lines for no reason.
Is he smuggling the crossbow?
Does that have like the space drugs in it? Does it have death sticks inside the fucking
You
gun?
want to buy some death sticks?
From the crossbow gun, we'll shoot it into your mouth.
Death sticks in the Dick Trilogy is bad because there aren't any death sticks in it. No mentions of death sticks, so it's bad.
You want to buy some death sticks?
What about the OT?
Yeah, I was about to say they don't have any death sticks in it.
Well,
either,
I mean,
so
they're like
bad.
smoking a lot of things.
The OT has people who are high.
Remember in the cantina, they're all like smoking something. I'm sure one of them had death sticks.
Here's a question for you guys.
Death sticks, so they're good.
Yeah, that is true.
Question for you. How good is my impersonation? Sarah, you want to buy some death sticks?
You don't want to buy me death sticks.
Yeah, I don't want to buy you some death sticks.
You mean sell? You don't
You want to go home and rethink your life.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
That's pretty good.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Oh God. That is so dopey.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir, but I think you'd be
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Right, so if I get good at the death sticks, guys, do you think me and Noms could do a video? He could do
Yes.
Watto and I could be the death sticks guy.
Yes.
Oh god.
Welcome to my shop. I am the Watto. Welcome to
no.
Tatooine.
I guess I'll play.
Buy something or get out of my shop. No Republic credits. I need something more real.
I can imagine
Yeah,
many
I'll
people.
gladly take
Let's continue.
Republic credits if you want to buy some death
Force
sticks.
Awakens seems completely out of place in its subsequent chapter. So Rian Johnson deliberately inverts the nostalgic trope of an old master teaching a pupil the forgotten knowledge of old. It's
what?
The forgotten knowledge.
What?
The forgotten knowledge.
What?
I really don't know. I really don't
Could
know.
you
why it would be
rewind that?
forgotten knowledge.
What
when
is he
all this happened,
saying?
Like 30 years ago.
The forgotten knowledge of old, which is in the past, which we should kill.
Yeah.
The forgotten knowledge of he's like, oh, we're subverting
What?
that. Like
But
they're no
no,
longer.
the question is, what forgotten knowledge?
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Like,
Didn't
it's
this
all
all,
in the
didn't everything that he's telling like happen within the timeline?
Plus, no. And plus, everything in the Secret Trilogy banks off nostalgia. So,
like
there's not even any forgotten knowledge in that.
I mean, well, no, because this one right here, it doesn't have nostalgia. Clearly,
I mean,
this one's fully original. It does not poach a single idea from
Name me something that's original in The Last Jedi. Name something that The Last Jedi made that's new.
Well, you see,
an asshole. That's original.
yeah, that's true.
No, those AT-ATs don't count. There's already AT-ATs in The Empire Strikes Back. We also already see what is it called?
Let's actually they're not like I know that there's like new AT-ATs on crate.
There's already one calamari cruises in the original
so like there's like new AT-ATs on crate, like the Gorilla Walkers. But then they go ahead and there's like actual like AT-ATs there too, like in the background.
The only thing that changed with the AT-ATs is the feet in the face. That's all.
They literally have they literally have both not AT-ATs and actual AT-ATs on not Hoth.
Yeah, I'm convinced Rian motherfucking Johnson put the AT-ATs in there just to make fun of George Lucas.
He probably did.
Haha, look at my big boy.
Ryan will never be as good as George Lucas or Irvin Kershner or Spielberg.
Also, like, I mean, it's not even fair. Those AT-ATs were like painstakingly crafted with stop motion and like primitive effects. And then the walkers and then in the prequels are like made using like primitive CGI. They gotta stretch their budget to the best of their ability.
Like even the AT-ATs in the prequels are original.
I could have had
they're
like 50 more AT-ATs, and like Crate could have been like an acid trip planet, and they'd still have enough. They still have enough in the budget for another hour of shooting.
Like literally, Crate is basically Hoth, but instead the bottom of it is salt. It's red salt. That's all. It's no different from Hoth. It's still cold. Also, why do those troopers get into the barracks even though the First Order takes out TIE fighters?
Because
as soon as they realize that they're not being helpful, they should just retreat into the bunkers or into the base. Yeah. Also,
not even those bunkers because they blow up those bunkers.
There's also the problem that if the First Order were to launch an invasion force, they could just enter in through the trenches into the base, and the door would be useless.
Yeah. So why did they?
So instead of just barricading the trench doors and like creating multiple choke points within the base, they decided to like do this weird thing where they try to take out the cannon, even though it wasn't going to be very useful in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, the cannon. I'm pretty sure the cannon wasn't even operative. Like it wasn't on, and it can't be fixed. They don't have any engineers either. All the
why didn't they just use those turrets that they had to blow up? They had like little turrets. Why did they just use those turrets?
Those turrets don't work, and they don't have any fusion cutters to fix it.
Fucking engineers that they had for the cannon that's needed for the Super Death Star 2.0.
The old ways didn't work.
A little Battlefront 2 engineer could fix Han's ship better.
That is true. What?
Wait, I want to see this.
Wait.
No. This is the part I hate the most. Just watch it.
Of an old master teaching a pupil the forgotten knowledge of old. as clearly the old ways didn't work.
What?
Oh.
Okay, so you're
This,
gonna.
Am I allowed
this
to
is what I mean.
swear?
So you're
He's
gonna
saying the old ways didn't work because these
Oh, oh my
specific
God.
Jedi
Go
died.
ahead. Go
Even
ahead. Fucking
it's
swear. This is
completely unfair
ridiculous.
because Palpatine.
So you're gonna
It's unfair
cherry pick,
since
Okay, people,
so this guy's
stop
gonna
talking over each other. Stop talking over each other.
So
this
what
guy's
I have
gonna,
to
like,
say.
this guy's gonna.
Oh
Okay.
my fucking god.
So this guy is gonna cherry pick a mediocre moment in a of direction in Revenge of the Sith and be like, oh yes, the Jedi were bad.
Yeah.
Airborne.
No,
Airborne,
it's
Airborne,
the fact that he cherry picks a specific scene instead of choosing other scenes. But Prick was
Airborne.
bad.
You
Sick
are
was good.
missing the fucking. You're missing the greater point of retardation by a country motherfucking mile. In this scene, the Jedi go out to try and fucking stop Palpatine.
No,
that guy
but
that
he-
dies. That
it
guy
was
that
worse.
dies.
Also,
Yeah. Go ahead.
what I have
It's
to
not
say
even fair
is the
since
reason
Palpatine
why
is
most of the
incredibly
Jedi.
Let him talk. Let fighting guy talk.
The reason why most of the Jedi died to Palpatine is because they were caught off guard. They didn't expect an old guy to move so fast and with the Sith scream. Like, no matter how skilled you are with a lightsaber or with a sword, if someone does that, you're kind of freaked out and you're kind of stunned for a few seconds.
No, but
think a
it's
lot of
also the
people
fact
forget.
that in that specific battle, Palpatine is using force speed. He's also the most powerful one in the room, so of course they would lose. He could, choose a scene of Anakin killing Dooku, but nah, Prick was bad.
Yeah, exactly.
So ridiculous. This is like showing a picture of like a cop getting shot by a robber and being like, clearly the police don't work.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Like, quite honestly.
Man, that's like wow.
Oh god, no.
Anakin was there. He chopped off Mace Windu's arm.
No.
Yeah, he's taking it out of context.
I'm gonna shoot myself.
He's taking all that shit out of context, which is amazing to me.
Darkness rose again in the galaxy following the events of Return
Luke's
of the Jedi.
X-wing in the water represents him failing.
Dude.
It'd be pointless then to rehash them again. Episode
Yes,
8
because having
proposes
500 Jedi is not. That's not the way to go, bro.
Yeah, it's totally not the way to go.
The oh my god, this film rehashes so much, it's insane, and you're just like, oh yeah, rehashing's bad.
Yeah. And you rehashes Empire Strikes Back almost to a fucking T.
This film, like, I mean, yeah, like Mara put it correct. People say this film is good because it's original, yet it apes off of the tropes of the OT and even the prequels to a very, very tiny extent in spades. And then people say, oh yes, but it's not a beat for beat remake of the plot. It's just like, okay,
Yeah, that basically means nothing at that point.
Yeah, and it still rips off plot points, just not like the entirety of the plots. Wow, you didn't literally rip off an entire plot from a film. Good job.
Oh wow. Good job reusing Darth Vader's
sorry.
redeeming plot point. That was totally never been done before. What the fuck?
I'm sorry. Like, if Ryan Johnson's biggest compliment is doing something slightly original, then he was not the right guy for the job.
He's never been the right guy for the job.
Yeah,
he was.
I don't know. I hear all these things like saying like, "Oh, you guys expect too much of Ryan." It's like, okay, then they should have hired a new writer for the job.
Imagine if Jon Favreau had full creative control of the sequel trilogy.
Oh man,
it would be all right. It'd be pretty good.
Well, the reason why Jon Favreau joined Lucasfilms is because that he says straight up in an interview and in stuff leaked that he said, "I want to save Star Wars."
Did he say that?
Yes.
Wow.
Like
he saw
actually
how bad
cared.
Star Wars was. So that's why he decided to do The Mandalorian, because that's his goal, to save Star Wars.
I mean, I don't think Mandalorian's all that. You know, it's decent. It's all right.
But he
Okay.
does have noble intentions, clearly.
But it's
so.
it's way better than whatever the sequel trilogy was.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see a Jon Favreau cut of the sequel trilogy. Honest to
John
God.
Favreau cut. I don't think there's a John Favreau cut.
Well,
I'm saying that if he would ever to make one.
Yeah.
Oh God.
All right, let's continue.
Moving on.
Is that rather than tweaking and amending the ancient ways of doing things, which have become convoluted and hypocritical, a new generation.
God, fuck you.
Which
Fuck
have
you.
become combo. Okay, well, yeah, the Jedi weren't all that perfect in the prequels.
They were dogmatic.
They're pretty arrogant.
He was referring to the midichlorians with those shots. That's what he was referring to.
Oh,
The
yeah,
reason
now
why the-
Star Wars is simple again.
Yeah. The reason why the Jedi failed in the prequels is because they were more dogmatic about the rules instead of actually following the Force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is essentially why they failed.
Which is why a lot of other groups today will fail for various reasons, if you catch my drift.
I don't.
That's very political, so I'm not going to talk about it. Anyway, yes, this is all very correct. I'm sorry, I'm just sort of... There's just so much wrong with these kinds of videos that you just sometimes just have to just... it's terrible. Continue on the video, guys. Guys?
Of personalities burn them down, kill the past, and become
Yeah, I'm
their
here.
own
I'm just
hope.
muting because noisy neighbor.
Oh my God!
Sorry
that
about that.
lightsaber
Sorry.
blinded me.
Sorry about that.
Jesus!
What happened?
Like the lightsaber just blinded me. It hit me in the face like a. This is terrible.
Oh shit! Wait, really?
Hypocritical. A new generation of personalities burn them down, kill the past, and become their own.
God, look at that!
God.
Look at that!
God, that is bright, actually. What the fuck?
Hope.
Like, actually, bro.
This is shown in its most literal sense in The Last Jedi's tree burning scene between Yoda and Luke. Luke's beliefs helped him turn Vader back to the light side, but they also blinded him to Ben Solo's inner darkness.
No!
When is it? When is it ever established?
It was never. It was. Oh my God! I can't actually explain that in a proper way without actually going full.
Also, I like how Kylo Scar got moved from his.
Really? They even fucked that up? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they moved his scar because they didn't think it would look cool.
Oh my God!
They failed him.
You were
and they
right,
failed
Ryan. It doesn't look cool.
Hey guys, I
It's
gotta
natural then to-
go.
Oh.
Okay. All right. We'll see you.
All right. Cool. See you later. Your crackhead Star Wars guy voice is excellent.
Yeah, thanks.
Have fun with that.
Jesus.
To assume that they'll
Okay,
fell
bye.
Rey and the Resistance all the same. Luke arrives at the tree burning scene from a place of regret, while Yoda ows from a place of wisdom and introspection.
Yeah, the
They both
wisdom and
agree that
introspection from the
hopelessly-
past that we must kill.
You know, also I must say that I like how Luke was actually wiser than Yoda in Return of the Jedi. Well, not wiser, just
That
like
was great.
he made the correct decision. And now just like, oh yes, it turns out Yoda was smart, Luke is dumb.
Even though the capacity to be killed, which is what Yoda represents.
Attempting to recapture their life's work and impose it on a new generation of characters is a pointless exercise.
How is it a pointless
Evil
exercise?
flourished when
I mean,
is there really not such a thing as having done it wrong the first time?
Well, I mean,
yeah, I
there
mean,
is,
you could just like, I mean, I don't know. This is just kind of seems like Ahsoka Tano, her arc in Star Wars: The Clone Wars is like becoming disillusioned by, not really disillusioned, just like kind of coming to the like growing mature enough to leave the Jedi Order because it's not what she agrees with. She even in the scene between her and Barra, she's like, "Oh, you might find my master's thoughts on the Jedi and peace a bit radical," and like that's kind of her being like, "Oh yeah, I don't know, all that stuff about the Jedi not being perfect that my master occasionally says. I don't know about that, I'm not sure." But then over the course of the show, he's like, maybe he has a point. Maybe I don't like the Jedi. It's just like, oh, maybe like Ahsoka leaving isn't just like, oh yes, the Jedi are like dead forever. Maybe the reason Ahsoka left is because she wants to find a way to improve herself and the things that she taught herself about the Jedi and the things the Jedi taught her. Maybe it's not like she just left because, oh yes, the past must die.
yeah, she didn't leave it for that
Maybe
reason.
she just wanted to improve herself and the person that she was.
I mean, one thing I used to think the reason why Ahsoka left the Jedi Order was because she had foresaw the Order 66 was going to happen. But now I think if that was the case, she would have told the Jedi.
That's definitely not. That's stupid.
when Jedi were at their strongest in the prequels, and evil re-emerged following the events of the original trilogy. So what chance do young Force users have in the sequel trilogy's darker times if they...
Well, Rey
had
doesn't have a chance of being. So it's not really. I think it's unfair for the First Order. Actually, they don't even have a snowball's chance in hell.
They don't. The First Order doesn't have any ranks. They don't have any, like, how the Empire had special ranks and types of troopers, like dark troopers and all that. The First Order doesn't have any of that.
Well, they got like those flame troopers, and they got the snow troopers, and they got the red troopers.
But what do the red troopers do? They were marketed so much in the Rise of Skywalker. They're just as incompetent as regular First Order troopers.
They look cool.
That's all. They look cool. That's all.
They look cool.
I don't care if they look cool. What do they do?
Man.
What do they do?
They look cool.
I 100% agreement with you, crap dealer. That is like one of the banes of my of my existence when it comes to movies. It's like, yeah, you look cool, but you died in like 2 hits. So, yeah,
Dude,
it's actually insane how much they marketed them like they were in Fortnite McDonald's. Yet when you watch the movie, they show up for less than 2 minutes.
Replica poop dealer, you gotta understand something. They look cool.
I don't care.
They look cool, and that's literally all that matters. We all know this.
Real cool transcends everything. That's why 2003 Clone Wars is the best content of all time.
No, I disagree. I give it that. It looks cool. But
no, it's not.
I like how you say that a joke is not true. Thank you.
Yes.
Still better than
I mean, to be fair, you said a lot of very nice things about 03, so it's hard to tell when you're being serious about it or not.
Yeah, says the man who keeps saying nice things about 2008 Clone Wars.
Shut up so
but
we
I've
can
never said
continue.
it's the best thing of all time. And I've never said, like, oh, yes, it's fantastic.
Don't put words in my mouth. That was a joke, you little shit.
Replica, literally the first thing you said to me when I got into this podcast was, yeah, you said some nice things about 08, but we'll still like you because you ate the sequel trilogy.
That was because everybody else in the podcast hated it.
What's wrong with those people?
Oh, good question.
I mean, 03 is good, but it doesn't compare to TCW, is what I'll say. Because TCW has a
Doesn't
lot
compare.
more
Man,
good.
I think that they're kind of like it's kind of like a grass is greener kind of thing.
But
Where
I
it's
mean,
like 03
the
has
Clone Wars
problems
has
that
a lot.
08 doesn't have, and 08 has problems that 03
08
doesn't
has
have.
problems, but it has a lot more good than 03.
I don't know. I think they're pretty similar in quality. I think like 08's like a 7.5, 03 is like a 6.5.
I mean, 03, I'd say 03 fits
That's what I would say. I know
03
everybody's gonna hate
fits
me for that.
easier without you having thinking too much.
03 has cyberspace tracking. But we didn't talk about
For The
that.
Last Jedi.
Luke and Yoda. Let's analyze my favorite quote from our little green friend and why.
It better not be what I think it is.
Oh my no! Please,
It's so
please!
central
I
to
think
the
I know
film's
he's finna
themes.
pull.
In telling Luke, we are what they grow beyond, that is the burden of all masters.
I'm gonna
Backwards ass idiotic piece of shit is that?
Okay. How would Luke not know this? This is basic, like, biology. Yes, the next generation
The
will
question
have
is, how
more
does he?
knowledge than we will. The
How
fact
does Luke
that
not
he
know
needs
this
to
when he's
learn
went through
this.
this entire arc during the original trilogy? He went through
fact
this
that an
entire
adult
arc in the original trilogy.
the fact that an adult who already had the responsibility of taking on the entire Jedi Order after his old masters died would need to learn this is just insane and shows the
This would
complete
basically
lack of
imply that
understanding
Luke.
of Luke's character.
This would basically imply that Luke is less fit to helm the Jedi Order than Ryan Johnson is to make a Star Wars movie.
I mean, remember he subverted our expectations, so it can't be criticized.
That is true. That's very true.
I'm not letting this fucking shit go, man. I'm not letting this fucking kill the past shit go when this motherfucker appeals to the past and how important it is. This is ridiculous.
I'll be right back. Continue without me. Okay.
All right. Crab
Galvanizes
dealer,
the
click
film's
play.
core aim of pivoting Star Wars away from its past, while at the same time justifying the very existence of the prequel trilogy as a lesson in failure.
What?
In doing so, Yoda's words connect the franchise like never.
What? Whoa!
What? What? My head. My head.
You do not need to justify the prequels. That oh my god!
This is the same thing as when Noms had covered that The Last Jedi saves the prequels.
God, why?
It doesn't. How can you be this disillusioned? How they think that The Last Jedi, this movie right here, The Last Jedi, fixed the prequels. The prequels are already great or good, great, whatever. I'd say the best thing about The Last Jedi is that it made people go back and appreciate the prequels and show them how actually good they are.
They had to,
That's the
because
best thing that
otherwise
The Last Jedi did.
They had to, because otherwise they would be lying to themselves on a degree that is basically, like it's basically liberal.
This is why I will never understand why Cosmonaut thinks that the sequels. No, you got to remember the sequels have The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. How is that better than Revenge of the Sith and Attack of the Clones and The Phantom Menace?
I don't know.
Oh, you there?
It's hard to say with Cosmonaut because he rarely explains himself beyond the surface level.
Airborne. You have to listen to this. It's fucking insane. Listen.
At the same time, justifying the very existence of the prequel trilogy as a lesson in failure. In doing
This is how delusional The Last Jedi fans are. This is how delusional.
The prequels need justification for their heinous act of telling their story.
No, you gotta remember that this movie right here that's called The Last Jedi. This movie does not justify the prequels in no shape or form. It doesn't even reference the prequels, not at all. That's the thing. The sequels never reference the prequels. It's always the originals because it needs to bring up that nostalgia because nostalgia makes money.
I am staggered by that take. That is insane. That is insane. The prequels need justification. They require it, otherwise
No, they don't.
Bad. That's wow. That's earth shattering, mind boggling.
Literally saying The Last Jedi justifies the prequels is like saying Attack of the Clones justifies the original trilogy. Literally.
But he's not only saying that, he's like saying that the prequels, if they don't get justified by something else, then they're bad.
They didn't need justification. The prequels justified themselves. It's like how the prequels redeemed themselves. They justified their existence. The entire trilogy justifies its existence. Even the name says it itself. The name justifies.
No, this is the same thing as the same thing as Star Wars: The Clone Wars made the prequels good or something like that.
It's
exactly,
same argument.
Exactly.
It's like that quote from that guy who watched The Force Awakens, who was like, "I feel like this movie justified it like redeemed the prequels."
It's just like how Cosmonaut said that The Force Awakens is a reaction to the prequels. The Force Awakens is nothing of a reaction to the prequels. If The Force Awakens was a reaction, then it would have at least one reference to the prequels, and it doesn't.
The worst part about that fucking movie is it's so detached from everything that's Star Wars.
Star Wars away from its past.
It's so unimportant and just
defining
boring,
existence
bland, unimportant, and boring.
As a lesson in failure.
Wait, if the prequels are a lesson in failure, then The Last Jedi is obsolete.
Yeah.
Well, no, The Last Jedi was already made obsolete by the Return of the Jedi and Empire Strikes Back.
Lesson in failure. And The Last Jedi is obsolete.
Literally any of this, literally Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, make Last Jedi useless, because that's like those two films, in most part, detail the story of Luke's failure and redemption, and dealing with like the journey back from hell is what I would call it.
Yep.
Poop the please stop.
That's not me. That's not me. I had to mute him.
Kaiser, sorry.
Kaiser's here?
Yeah. I just got back.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, we're gonna show this again to you. 1 second. I have to go on a break in Left 4 Dead 2.
Okay.
Let the AI play, as it were. All right.
All right.
So here, take a look at this. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. It's insane.
And why?
Hold on.
This is gonna make you go insane.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, that's something different. All right. Anyway, press play.
Film's themes. In telling Luke, we are what they grow beyond. That is the burden of all masters.
Wait
Yoda
for it.
galvanizes the film's core aim of pivoting Star Wars away from its
The
past.
Last Jedi
while at the same
justifies the
time,
prequels.
Listen to this. It's not done yet.
Justifying the very existence of the prequel trilogy as a lesson in failure.
Justifying the very existence of the prequel.
Oh my god!
To quote Mahler, because they were just so bad now, weren't they?
Oh my god! Okay, hold on.
Is that your Mahler accent?
No, this is just me a generic English accent.
So bad now.
Okay.
I can't do the bloody fucking Mahler voice.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mahler.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be sick. Hold up.
He's like a really American British person because they would just so bad now.
Wait. Whose mic is more crispier? Metal Gear Mando's or Mauler's mic? Who's more crispy?
Definitely Mauler. Mauler's insanely good mic quality.
Yeah, my microphone is the best. You're right.
No, but I mean, Mando has a good mic too. I'd say Mando has the most crispy microphone.
What about my microphone?
No, your microphone's trash.
And it sounds like Xbox microphone.
That would be
mine's just trash. Like,
yeah, go up close to your microphone and say something.
He left for some reason.
Right, it's just
it'd be paying.
Anyway, there's like this really good mic at my that my friend got, and it sounds really good, and it's only like $50.
Okay, cool story, bro.
My mic was really $6 and it works really good.
No. Fucking goddamn it!
Stop swearing, retard. So shut up, black guy. So
fuck up, Africa.
Negative. Hold position. Yeah, your microphone is like an Xbox computer thing, right?
You're talking about like right now?
So yeah, what did you think about that caved-in head take?
I wasn't around there for that part. I was puking.
No, I mean the whole prequels justified by the sequels bullshit.
Oh, no, they had a right to exist before the sequels even were actually like made. Before the very idea.
The prequels redeemed the prequels. The prequels justified the prequels. I mean, the name says that itself. Why it's justified.
The prequels justify themselves. They don't need to be justified.
Just like how the original trilogy justified itself.
Yeah.
No. He's basically saying that the Last Jedi, like, it required basically like the prequels didn't have the right to exist.
Yeah, which is actually pretty fucking stupid once you think about it, because George wanted to tell the story.
Yeah, that's definitely him. That's definitely him.
In doing so, Yoda's words connect the franchise like never before, and that can only be a good thing for Star Wars.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm done.
Yoda, there are so many lines that have deeper meaning than what Yoda has said. So many. There are so many. In the original trilogy, in the prequel trilogy, in 03 Clone Wars, and even in TCW. There are so...
Oh god, yeah, there are so many good lines. In Star Wars Clone Wars, the OG6, 03, even Rebels has good lines, like some really introspective lines.
Which is interesting, considering the past track record of Disney.
Just Rebels is a downgrade, but it still was able to have some
Rebels good. Has good stuff somewhere in there, and then you got the sequels. It's like
I said, the best line in Rebels is where Kanan gets knighted. That's the best line in Rebels.
The best line in Rebels is where Ahsoka says, "I won't leave you, not this time," and then Darth Vader says, "Then you will die."
Yes. That is the definitive best one.
That is honestly like one of the best moments in Rebels, if not the best moment in Rebels.
Probably the best moment. Yeah, it's probably the best moment in Rebels right there.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the Obi-Wan and Darth Maul duel. I mean, that's just my opinion, though.
That one's great too. Like Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Like Obi-Wan. Like when Maul asks, "Is he the chosen one?" and Obi-Wan says he is. And
even Rebels is kind of bad. I'd say that is almost up there as up there with the best scenes in Star Wars. Almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Almost.
say like Darth Maul versus Obi-Wan and Ahsoka realizing that Darth Vader is Anakin. Like those are like both in my top 30.
Yeah.
Which it shows that we still have some good Star Wars under Disney, but that's the best praise I can give them. Back to not shitting on Disney.
It's some of it is good. There you go.
There you go. You did something.
Some of it is okay.
Have you even watched Rebels Replica?
I haven't watched anything Disney whatsoever.
I had saw Rebels when it premiered on Disney XD.
And honestly, I've barely seen the Clone Wars too, so it's just
I'd watch it at some point. It's worth it.
Breaking with assumptions about Star Wars is that many of them came into the film asking the wrong questions, and in turn, answers they weren't willing to hear.
No, this is
on the identity.
What were the questions that we were
This is my
asking?
problem. Like I said before,
and what
I
were
think
the ones
people
you
like this
didn't want to
guy.
hear?
People like this guy think that you need to have expectations for a film to be good or bad. No, you don't. You can have like the smallest expectations, and that movie could succeed those expectations. So
in droves.
Like you don't need expectations for a movie to be good. I'm saying it's.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's bad to have expectations. You should always have expectations, but it's you don't need them to be for a movie to be good.
To have your dramatic tension rely on audience expectations based on the meta of Star Wars is a really terrible idea, because that means that you're sacrificing the actual internal storytelling for, the fans will be really mad at me for this. Haha, got him.
And especially when you're talking about Star Wars. When you're talking about Star Wars, that doesn't fit
With
work
any franchise,
at all. It doesn't.
really. I mean, if it was like Twilight, was it? I think there's like been like 3 Twilight films.
God.
I think. And it's like then they make a 4th Twilight film, and it's like it sets up all these mystery boxes, and then Twilight 5: The Last Vampire, directed by Brian Ronson.
Please stop! You're gonna.
Let me explain. And he like all those mystery box questions are. He's like, haha, get trolled. I'd still be like, oh, that's really stupid.
Yeah.
And the origins of Supreme Leader Snoke. But that simply isn't the right way to experience the middle chapter of a trilogy.
Just enjoy
Set up a character.
I also
Set
wish
up a
Ryan
character
Johnson
who has
never made the Last Jedi.
Set up a character who has a direct link with the original trilogy and could explain all of the plot holes that the Force Awakens brought up. Oh yeah, just don't worry about that. That's not how you. That's not how you're supposed to experience the middle film of the trilogy.
Just just watch it. Just enjoy it.
The plot holes that The Force Awakens makes is honestly insane. Like, is it? I would almost go as far as to say it's the most flawed in the sequels.
They just want you to be a consumer. Just consume. Okay.
Consume.
Yeah, basically, I can't even turn my brain off because each scene that people love in The Force Awakens are the most terrible, jarring, lore-breaking, inconsistent scenes in this saga. It's just so bad.
Matter. Better questions are, what will Rey and Kylo become, and how can legacy characters such as Luke affect their change?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
don't ask the questions that The Force Awakens set up. Just worry about the themes, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the questions you are asking should be connected between the movies that are in that trilogy. I think.
He's also just telling. He's also telling people how to consume their media, which is just kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I will never be able to
keeping on how to consume products. This is
I kind of like how he's trying to.
I swear, I'm not a gatekeeper, but I swear, sequel trilogy fans are the worst type of Star Wars fans because they're the ones who
just,
gatekeep.
like specifically Raylos, those are the worst.
Yeah, Raylos in particular, like the cancer of the earth.
Like,
and I want to eradicate
you guys
it.
remember when I was talking in AI?
It sort of makes me want to pull a fucking like Zamazu and just do like a Zero sequel trilogy fans a plan or something like that. And just fucking get rid of all of them.
If you guys remember when I was talking about the Star Wars fact, you probably remember. Well, he's a literal gatekeeper, saying that if you don't like Revenge of the Sith, then you're not a Star Wars fan, or if you don't like TFA, you're not a real Star Wars fan.
Yeah, that's just absolute gatekeeping at its worst.
It seems a worryingly large section of the fan base invested in the pasts of the protagonists rather than their futures. So,
Wait, The Force Awakens set up a ton of mystery, but what the? What? It's a bit.
It's set up a ton of mystery, but
let me go. Okay, so this guy seems to be like really out of the loop on Star Wars fans. Okay, so if you watched TFA behind Star Wars, it kind of seems like you didn't watch TFA, but you see there was a scene that you're actually showing a clip of right now, where they establish some sort of backstory that's important to Rey in some form. And honestly,
the Rise of Skywalker, but
she gets right over it like 5 seconds later. So it's like, okay, so The Force Awakens set up a mystery, but I just kind of chose to ignore it. So Last Jedi had two options: resurface the mystery in some sort of contrived way, or drop the mystery entirely and make The Force Awakens look like a waste of time.
Which is exactly what they did.
The Last Jedi does both of these things, and so it wastes even more time, and it makes The Force Awakens look contrived. So,
well, even more contrived than it actually was. Let's be clear.
That's what I said.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that correctly then.
You're a funny guy.
Not only does it make Rey's character from Force Awakens: The Last Jedi inconsistent, but it just invents a cave that gives people answers for stuff just so that Rey can get interested in her parents again.
Also, one thing I want to ask you guys: people talk about how The Last Jedi, it was so new. It's something that's new. Tell me any also world building that actually mattered to the story and plot to make the conclusion feel good. The conclusion good. Tell me any ounce of world building The Last Jedi does.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think there's
stopped using droids and now resort to child slaves for labor. That's interesting world building.
That's not world building. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, the fuck, it's not.
Well, it's really bad world building because why would you use children over robots?
Think back to the final scene of Episode 7.
Why would you use anyone over robots?
I bypassed the compressor. 1 second later, ship goes boom.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
God, we just had a conversation like this on AI Core about the fucking compressor and how that was preventing the engines from blowing the fuck up. Which explains shit. What is it? Millennium Falcon go boom. So anyway,
like really, I'm not just saying this because I play Battlefront a lot. A clone engineer or stormtrooper engineer could fix that shit better than she does. How did she bypass it by ripping it up? When you have to use some type of tool like a fusion cutter to fix it.
Like really quickly.
She doesn't fix it.
Yeah, she does.
That's not bypassing the compressor. Bypassing it, she would have to do something other than destroying something because she did basically destroy a part of the ship.
No, literally just rip it out. That's it.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't she have to at least try and get another compressor for that? Like, it seems a bit weird to just rip it out and have no fucking replacement parts. You absolute tool.
I'm not
bypassing.
That's the thing.
Listen here. She ripped the thing out and it fixed the ship. What more do you need? Okay. Enjoy
I'm not an engineer by trade or anywhere near that. However, I do know that typically if you bypass a system, you get ultra summum, you get into the system and you change a whole bunch of values or whatever, and you have to like make sure some shit. It's sort of like making a program that does one specific task, except you're like the one doing the task by just getting past whatever thing is preventing you from doing whatever. She rips it out and basically destroys the fucking thing to get past it. That's not bypassing. That's basically just blowing up your fucking car tires or something to get over bumpy road. Like, it's just fucking...
That's not even that, because like it's basically ripping out your fucking like
no,
car's
it's
engine or
literally
something.
just removing your tires.
Well, yeah, except removing the tires doesn't make your fucking car blow up.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be like, hey, something's wrong with the engine. Okay, let me just take out the engine. That'll solve it. I bypassed the engine.
God, that's just so bad. All right, anyway, let's continue
Character
before I
found
lose
him
my
or
sanity.
herself by that moment. What subsequent experience would challenge them the most? What adversity could they face that would shake them to their core? Rian Johnson set out his intent.
Well, you see, because JJ is a lazy hack,
And Rian Johnson is even more of a lazy hack.
True, but JJ is still a lazy hack.
True.
Basically,
I'd say JJ's right. JJ hasn't made no.
Talking over each
JJ
other.
hasn't made.
Well, Poop Dealer is interrupting me actually, so he can shut up.
Right, calm down. We're having character drama right now.
So basically, Rian Johnson has to answer all of JJ's questions, and okay, yeah, that's kind of a scummy thing for JJ to do. Just make Ryan do all the work. But Ryan just chooses to do nothing. He's just like, oh yeah, Snoke's nobody, Rey's nobody, Luke's nobody, Soul Thing's nobody. Nothing happened. In between those 30 years, things just kind of happen. Kylo's backstory is not important. Let's not delve into Finn's backstory. That would just require too much work.
Ryan is more of an
I
asshole.
was just put like a throwaway line in there or something like that. I don't know. It's just so lazy.
Ryan Johnson
Ryan's more of an asshole.
lazy.
God, Brian,
I think JJ is just so dumb. He's so unknowingly dumb.
Last Jedi is like the most couldn't be bothered type script in the entire universe.
Oh, he can be bothered. He can be bothered when he makes his horrific fucking BC-17 Star Fortress bullshit. I'm gonna be honest with you. That design, I think while they were making it, one guy said, "Well, we really can't make this work because you're gonna have dropping the bombs and shit. It's gonna have to be all, there's not gonna be enough bombs, Ryan." And they said, "Oh, just make the lower part like 10 times lower to the ground." Okay.
Yeah, and then just like have all your bombs just sort of drop down in whatever kind of domino effect he has that almost guarantees that the bombers will blow up.
When I first saw the film, the bomb just like kind of like dropped. Like they didn't get flung out of the ship. They just like dropped as if they were in normal Earth gravity for some reason. You see these bombers in Empire Strikes Back, and they're dropping bombs too. But one, they're more like clumps of like laser than actual bombs. And two, they make like this little noise when they get launched. So it kind of seems like the bombs are like getting launched out of the ship and moving towards the ground. But in Last Jedi, they just like fall.
Yep.
I remember Mahler was talking like how the bombs could have been like magnetically propelled. Like we could have seen like this little
I think they should have, those Last Jedi resistance bombers, they should have at least had shields. Like at least give them shields, because one shot can destroy the entire ship.
It's just like some good armor. That would work.
Yeah, instead of being made of goddamn paper mache, they'll easily be taken down by one TIE fighter. Like,
Yeah.
They
kidding
also
me?
should have had the people inside of the bombers be made of sterner stuff, because whoever is control of that bomb button fucking dies for nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
And also,
you see all those
Paige
bombers,
Tico,
and only a minute later, after all of them are dead.
not to mention that.
and then then Rose Tico's hot sister, she somehow doesn't get sucked into oblivion when she opens the bomb bay
And
door.
not even to mention the fact that she is a character that I'm supposed to care about that I do not give a single fucking shit.
You should hear Thunder Blip talking about Last Jedi.
Yeah, so, I mean, Thunder loves
thinks
Last Jedi. He thinks
the opening scene is like the best thing ever. He's like, oh my god. He says like the opening scene is really good and portrays war better than Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
No.
Imagine saying it portrays
no.
war better than the fucking.
No, I can do it. There's an entire channel that completely debunks that. An entire channel that completely destroys and debunks that.
I mean, I don't think that the Clone Wars
We have stuff like the Umbara arc. I don't know. Please tell me how the Last Jedi's opening does better than the Umbara arc in portraying war.
Oh yeah,
Please
the
tell me how.
arc. You have like when the soldiers get dragged out of the out of the battlefield and like into cover, they like scream in pain just like from like just moving, because they're that badly beaten up.
No, like, I mean, they can't even rest the amount of times the Umbara resistance tries to kill them.
And like
that's a good portraying of war. There's also the Geonosis arc. There's also that arc too. Yeah, Ryloth. What else?
Yeah, there's
There's
a lot
so
of
many arcs I can
great
point
arcs,
to.
just like the brutality and just like how chaotic war is. And then Last Jedi just like
Even Clone Wars 03, even Clone Wars 03 does it great. Like,
I wouldn't
don't
call
know
O3
what
a
you
war. Like I wouldn't really call O3 a war micro series. Like a lot of
Yes.
I mean, a lot
I'm
of it's
still thinking.
very fantastical fights.
It still portrays
But
the
I'm saying
chaotic
its
nature of war
portrayal
better
of
than
war
Last
is
Jedi,
good.
though.
Of course it
I
is.
don't know. It's all right, I guess.
I
There's
mean,
not
it
a
does
lot of
better
there's
than
not a
Last
lot of
Jedi,
war in Clone Wars though. There's a lot of like micro battles. You know what I'm saying?
Airborne, for God's sake, stop. 2003 Clone Wars is a war. Like, come on.
I get that, but it's mostly I mean, what it gives us in terms of its combat is really good. I just wouldn't call it a war series.
But it is just like massive armies fighting each other, like more than once.
Well, yeah, but we're not really like. But like instead of focusing on that, we're like focusing on the arc troopers, which is like obviously
the battle of
like the cooler part of
there's the
O3
battle
is
of
like the
Hypori,
little
of
side mission
Munoz.
with the arc troopers taking down the
Stop
cannon.
talking
Like,
through each other.
well, I'm being interrupted. It's all
That's called the battle of Hypori.
But essentially, it's like I mean, wait, we don't even get to see the Battle of Hypori. You get what I'm saying?
Whatever. It just
because like okay. So what I'm saying is like okay. Well, actually, there is one like really big battle. That's the Mace Windu part, but the Mace Windu part's bad.
Well,
I will slap your shit. I will grab you and throw you out of the window. That fucking shit is awesome.
No,
you can't deny that.
It's garbage. It's trash.
Okay, look.
All right.
No,
Well,
okay,
just know that you're. Yeah,
it's sandwiched in between some of the. It's sandwiched in between like amazing action. That's why it stands out as so bad.
What are you talking about? He's like fighting droids, beating the shit out of them, then he jumps on the giant robot ship.
I know you love
blows it up.
I didn't say it was bad. I know you was bad. Mace Windu punching droids. Not only is the action bad, but it makes no sense.
You're insane. You're fucking insane.
No.
I'm sorry.
I said
That
it doesn't
entire
make sense
legion of
with the action.
super battle droids is stupid, incompetent, malfunctory.
Punching droids bad,
No,
but I do
no. The action isn't bad. I say it makes no sense, but the action is not bad.
No,
the action is not bad.
No.
You can argue it doesn't make sense. You can argue it doesn't belong in Star Wars, but the action's not bad.
No, the action in 03 is usually great. That is why it stands out as so bad in that scene.
There's nothing wrong with that scene.
The droid
Mace punching George is dumb, hilarious, and so cool.
Yeah, because they got the leader of the Jedi Order unarmed. What do you think they want to do?
What do you mean? What do you think they want to do?
Just take him prisoner. So
but they still fire at him, just like
yeah, when he's more of a threat.
Yeah, true.
What?
I mean,
do you expect him to start beating the shit out of you when he's in that situation?
Well, the droids don't really expect anything.
He's doing
they have
a
very binary sense of programming in Clone Wars 03. Shoot at
doing
things.
that lightning fast. Like it's fucking fast, dude.
No.
Yes.
No.
Give up.
No.
Yes.
The editing, like one shot, he's surrounded by millions of droids. He does one force push. They're all gone.
Yeah, well, he's the master of the order.
It still doesn't make sense anyway.
He's the Jedi master of the order.
I literally do not care. That's not a good enough explanation.
He's the leader of the Jedi.
I do not care if Mace Windu can do that on a daily basis. It ends the entire Clone Wars.
No, because there's tanks and shit and other stuff and planes.
Yeah, he can deal with those pretty well too.
I never saw him deal with the tank there.
He takes down that giant ship that makes sinkholes in the ground single-handedly.
He jumps onto it and begins cutting stuff until it explodes.
Okay, yeah. Why can't you do that with tanks?
I think it's a matter of. I think it's a matter of editing. Like how long it took them to do it. I think it should have taken a bit longer.
Like one of them is within spitting distance of Mace Windu, and just tries to like grab him.
Yeah, because they want to capture him.
No, because they're also firing at him at the same time. Just that one droid.
Yeah, well, you know, that's how that shit works, dude.
No.
All fucking POWs have been shot at least. Well, maybe not.
Okay, but they're like rapid firing at him. If they hit him,
yeah. Once he starts to beat the shit out of them and is a real threat.
Okay, so but those things are happening simultaneously. Some of them are firing, and some of them are acting stupid.
What do you expect?
What do you mean?
If there's 20 of you, and you got a super ninja master unarmed,
but there's not 20. There were hundreds.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because
there
if
were
they all shoot at him,
thousands of battle droids.
If all of them shoot at once, then they'll shoot each other. And
okay, but
don't you
droids have
understand
never cared about friendly fire. Like in episode 2, one of them literally murdered a battle droid for getting in his way.
Airborne, you don't understand. If you are in the middle of an army of like hundreds, only a certain amount of them can attack you because they're all so jumbled up.
But they weren't that jumbled up. He did that giant force push, and they all got spread out.
Yeah,
there's even this wide shot of him jumping over the droid army, and there's like hundreds spread out over a wide area.
Yes, but the thing is that once he's in between those guys, no more than like 20 can attack him at once. Because otherwise,
that's complete conjecture.
They'll shoot each other.
Shut up. We need to continue this video.
Yeah, holy fuck. How long is this? Like,
all right, for now, we'll just agree to disagree, but I've had enough of you trashing 2003 Clone Wars.
I love 03 Clone Wars. I just acknowledge that it has flaws, and that's one of them.
Yeah, but the flaws are like not being long and like.
That seems bad.
That seems not bad. You're bad.
Not only is the power crawl insane and contradictory, but the action's bad.
Airborne, you're just upset because you were one of the clones who got hit by the giant thing.
Fine.
All right.
Why'd you have to bring that up? Okay.
No.
Come on.
Everyone was in Revenge
told you had to tell him about that.
No, everyone was in.
Okay.
Now you can't criticize everyone since he was in Revenge of the Sith. He was in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, that's right, Replica. I was in Revenge of the Sith. What you gonna do about it?
Well,
Okay,
you were
let's
also
just-
one of the clones in that battle, and I saw you in the sand looking at Mace Windu being awesome.
Yeah, you know what I said? You know what I said?
the
He's going right by me. I was like, hey, that guy's really stupid. Oh, wait, no, you're dead. Sorry.
Right.
Okay, continue the video.
Okay,
And
let's
Revenge of the
just
Sith is the
continue,
best Star Wars movie, so that makes him the hierarchy.
Used to ask the
Shut
hardest
the
possible
fuck up and
questions of
continue the
every
video.
individual character. What would those questions be? Well, think about it. For Kylo Ren, his greatest fear would likely have been being cast aside by the very master he sacrificed his own father to serve, just as Leia's.
What? But he murders the guy. He's not afraid of him. He hates him. He's like, you stupid Snoke. I hate you.
What a depressing way for Han Solo to die, by the way.
Yeah, like that's very fucked up.
Just watch him fall off into the abyss.
I still find it crazy how with the sequel trilogy.
What does the R say? He gets shanked by his emo faggot of his son.
It's
Yeah,
crazy
but I
how
mean,
with
if you were to believe it's real, think about it. As he
It's crazy
falls
how
down,
with
he
each
thinks about how he
sequel
failed to
trilogy
save
movie,
his son.
they literally assassinated each character. They assassinated Holmes' character in TFA, then
Wait,
killed
oh my
him.
God.
They assassinated Luke's character in The Last
wait.
Jedi, then killed him. And then The Rise of Skywalker, they assassinated Leia's character again, then kills her. Crazy.
Wait, what's going on here? The infamous is being smart. He says the
What?
entire failure part of this film was because Holden made the stupidest freaking decision imaginable.
That is
What?
true.
Wait,
Ugh,
dude, oh my God. Adam's being smart.
like,
Oh my God.
Adam was going
Dude.
through the Anakin redemption arc from Return of the Jedi.
Woo!
like that's
We did it, boys. We redeemed the Adam.
for like a second.
Oh. Airborne
It's like-
child
too
idiot.
soon.
It's like one of those times where it's like, huh, maybe I can change.
I thought we were gonna.
Nah,
I thought
fuck
he was
you.
going through Anakin's redemption from Return of
Just
the Jedi.
because he is bad guy does not mean he is bad guy.
You'll
My,
know
my
what I'm
first
saying.
comment to him on that is, "What are you?" Just
Is would be giving up all hope for her son. For Rey, it would be fresh abandonment just as she seeks answers about her place in
Oh my God, when he said hope for his son, it just made me think of like his son.
oh God.
the galaxy, while Poe's greatest challenge would be getting out of the cockpit to act and think like a leader.
What? What?
Is this even Adam? This might be an off.
Poe doesn't act like a leader in The Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Isn't he the one that like organizes the attack run on Star Killer base? Or was that just not him? Was he just like
Terrible.
attacked on?
In the
No,
battle,
that was his
Star Killer
brother,
Base is a
Flo.
terrible battle from a tactics perspective. It's a terrible battle from a tactics perspective. Like it makes no sense how it makes no sense how on that battle, the first order, they're on an entire Death Star planet. It's a planet that's a Death Star, and then they could set up an entire fleet to destroy these X-wings, but they don't. They just send out a few TIE fighters. That's just how incompetent they are.
Yep.
Derp.
Ridiculous.
Continue, main.
What?
The easy
We
thing for
continue,
both
right?
Rey and the audience to
Okay.
hear would be that she is
Oh, cool shot. Everybody clap.
What? Hold on.
Everybody
I'm not
clap.
fit.
Cool shot.
I'm loading a new level. Hold up. Let me see what it is.
Oh shoot, my bad.
It's that shot. Okay, that's homosexual. I get it.
No. The shot with her like training on the island.
Oh, let's take a
The
look.
Last Jedi subverts
Oh yeah,
expectations.
that is a brilliant
Just
shot right there.
Cool shot. Everybody
Great
clap.
shot, yeah.
Brilliant. Masterful.
Bad, such a
You know
good
what
job
Luke
for
should
wasting
just
on
do?
such a
Luke
bad
should-
movie.
Luke should have just force pushed her on those rocks and watch her fall down.
Oh, that would have been funny. But unfortunately, we live in Last Jedi land.
Fuck. Alright, anyway.
No. If he did that, she would have just got out of the water and say, You really thought you could kill me, and then just pull whatever happened in the Rise of Skywalker.
She would just
Are you
fucking
going to
like
kill me?
levitate as
I
Luke
genuinely
force
think
her.
that he would have. I genuinely think she would have just got back up and say, "You thought you'd kill me that easily?" Because
I just
nothing
want to
can
see.
kill
I
Rey.
want to see
She
like
could
an
literally
edit
get.
of like. I want to see an edit of like Luke pushes Ray off the Luke pushes Ray off the thing, and then Luke says, "Are you going to kill me?" And then Ray's like, "I would certainly like to."
Direct relative of the Skywalker, Kenobi, or
Like,
a Palpatine.
Rey could literally be on Mustafar and get crushed by that thing that Anakin was swinging on, and she would still survive because the plot wants her to.
Yeah.
The plot just loves Ray so much. Wants to
I figured it out, guys.
The plot
We
is
have to get
simply
some
Rey.
guy to murder the plot, and then we can have the movie work.
Oh my
I-
god!
Oh
We just need to have a movie without any
do that.
plot.
I mean, well, when you think about it, the sequel trilogy has no plot. Like, what's the plot of the Force Awakens? Even if it's a like Rip Off of A New Hope,
First
what is the
Order is
plot?
back. Resistance has to stop them. There's some scavenger girl who goes on some sort of adventure.
What about
the plot of Last
what about
Jedi.
the Last Jedi?
First Order
Space
is
Chase.
now in control of the entire galaxy, which makes absolutely no sense because they're an insurgent.
How? They literally lost their Starkiller base. This is what I mean when I say the sequel trilogy needs politics. We there's no
No,
context.
I don't really say politics. I just say world building.
So what's going on? Yes,
They do need
those-
politics
And then
because
Rise of
in the,
Skywalker plot. No, that one doesn't actually have plot. You got me there.
they do need politics, Airborne, because otherwise, like, we would know nothing about what happens after the prequels and the OT.
To some
we
degree,
don't know.
yes,
We don't. I'm not gonna read. I'm not gonna read a novel for something that should be answered in the movie.
I wasn't even
No.
reading novels, even if they're
And
movies.
It's required. It was required to
No.
have politics because we needed to go
the
back
prequel
to
novels-
we needed to go back
the
to
novels
I don't
Coruscant.
think that like just having like a political like backdrop was fine. I don't think we needed like an extensive dive into
Well,
it.
obviously not. But what I mean that would like the thing that we
the ones we see
needed,
in the prequels.
the thing that we absolutely needed was to go back to Coruscant and see what it's like now and see Luke on the throne of the Jedi King Temple. You get what I mean?
You know, we
Fucking
could have
hell.
used that planet that blew up in the Force Awakens that looks like Coruscant, but nah, that would actually require JJ to put effort into his script.
I do have to say it's kind of unforgivable that we never saw Coruscant sequel trilogy. We never saw that place.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Hang on.
That would be wish fulfillment in the extreme, and instantly hand Rey her place in the story on the silver platter. The hardest thing for Rey to hear is that she's not going to get that easy answer. In revealing her parents to be
I know.
Wait, remember when Ray kissed on the forehead at the end of The Force Awakens, and then Ryan Johnson was like, "Nah, that chick gay."
Literally, the amount of times they imply that he's gay in The Last Jedi is insane.
Actually, I don't think they do it at all. That's why Cosmo hates it so much. God, what did he say? There's like a real no
The
homo
Last
attitude in
Jedi
The
made
Last
the best
Jedi.
possible choice for Rey's potential as a character, capable of surprising the audience, as they would know straight away that someone with the surname Skywalker is destined for greatness. But what if
But Anakin, Anakin just like went through the worst life imaginable. Destined for greatness. Every Skywalker. I have the best Skywalkers. Okay.
The thing is, Rey's in a Skywalker because she doesn't even have the signature Skywalker hand. She doesn't have that signature robot hand that we see Luke and Anakin have. She doesn't have that.
It would have been
So,
cool
so she's not a Skywalker.
if like Luke was actually on Crate and he actually did cut off like Kylo's hand.
Yeah, something like that.
Like not like.
But I'm saying if they wanted to make Red Skywalker, where's her robot hand?
Cut off her hand. Cut it off.
Like Luke has it, Anakin has it. And why doesn't Rey? And she's supposed to be a Skywalker. She has both her hands.
But what if you're just
So,
Rey from Jakku?
no, she's not a
or Rose
Skywalker.
Tico for that matter. What does that mean for the galaxy far, far away? And most importantly, what does that mean for character development? That's exciting.
So tired of seeing that clip. I'm so tired of seeing that clip.
God, this video is like worthless. I don't know. It's just like really, like he's not saying anything
Fan
at all.
theories from Reddit.
Yeah, I was so bored
If
with
every
it.
protagonist got their power from their ancestry, then they'd only ever amount to half characters.
Okay.
Okay, well, one that's
I'm just saying.
good, but two,
It's important
It
weren't
would be
Ryan
more
Johnson
entertaining
or
for an
anyone at
Ewok to eat a
Lucasfilm.
porg
It wasn't
than a
even
sequel
J.J.
trilogy.
Abrams for that matter.
yeah, I hope he realizes at some point that getting your powers through dumb luck at birth is just as bad as getting them.
Now is he trying to pull that card that the fans ruined Star Wars or something? And is that Kathleen Kennedy? Is that Kathleen Kennedy besides JJ?
I don't think he's doing that yet, but he's probably
It was
going
the
to.
fans. It never mattered. It was clouded by expectations based on old assumptions about what Star Wars is. And on that,
No, it wasn't. I literally watched Star Wars theories on what The Last Jedi would be. It's nothing like that. Nothing. I think the ideas for what people wanted the sequel trilogy are actually better than something made by a store group made by the biggest company in America. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I know that. I know that Snoke theory sucks. Things supposed to be like a jab at fans, but that's basically saying the fans cared more about the story than you ever did, Ryan.
Which is
Your
hilarious.
Snoke theory. What? Your Snoke theory, like if you still support Disney after that, your Snoke theory suck. Get out. Just get out. Get out.
Get out.
This reminds me of the movie Get Out, which is traumatizing.
Trash.
The movie is horrific. I'm out.
It's so
Trash
bad.
as a black man as it.
Crap
Jordan
dealer,
Peele
crap
is-
dealer. Do you think Airborne wants to steal your brains?
Say it again, say it again. I can't
Are
hear you.
assuming that I want to steal his brains because I'm white? That's so offensive.
Yeah,
entire-
you want his body.
I'm actually Asian. Okay.
You want his body because black people are in and they're cool, strong, and that movie has the worst plot.
Oh my god!
It's really just a diversity movie. Oh, well, black bad, white good, basically.
God, Jordan, that movie reeks of an amateur script. It's insane.
Insane script.
The cinema and the cinematography is probably the worst cinematography I've seen in any modern movie. The only thing I can give it is the acting. The acting is good.
Yeah, the
That's
acting
all.
actually is good. I mean, the cinematography is fine. It's all right. I don't know. It's like eh.
and on that note, your Snoke
the-
theory
but-
really did suck.
Just like this movie, the themes make no sense at all. The themes of that movie make no sense.
At least we had a theory, Roundhead. At least we had something. At least we actually had an idea for where we were going to take Snoke and his
Sorry, I'm back.
and his backstory. At least we were enthusiastic about where we were going to go with the story. You just killed it, man. It's just gone.
Yeah.
Killed everything.
None of it mattered
In the past.
and it never should have. But more on Snoke a little.
But
Hey, replica. Quick question. Do you like the Force Unleashed? Have you played and do you like Force Unleashed?
I like the Force Unleashed too. I never watched. Well, I never played Force Unleashed.
Oh my god, Force Unleashed too.
Oh, shut the fuck
Trash
up.
one is good. I want
The last fucking Jedi.
I think me and Stein, we were going to do a video on Thunder Red's video on the Force Unleashed because it's just full of lies and bull crap.
Awakens had to
Absolute
rekindle the
bullcrap.
saga's flame. The Last Jedi had to keep it burning. To achieve that, Rian Johnson had to avoid stagnation at all costs. He had to bring about a
Star Wars
revolution.
stagnated under his retarded fucking movie.
How many times have you said The Last Jedi does or is or has or The Last Jedi?
The Last Jedi
How many times have you
revitalized
mentioned it?
the franchise, it injected new life into it. I'm sorry, like
Is this
every
what,
single George
is this
Lucas
what
Star
happens
Wars
when
film is wholly original and unique.
and
Force Awakens
people
broke
say
that
how
trend, and it was really sad.
I really just hate
Now,
when
The
people
Last
say
Jedi
that,
just
oh, The
doubled
Last
down on
Jedi did something new. Every single George Lucas Star Wars movie is incredibly new, incredibly original. Each Star Wars movie has its great amount of world building, characters, and introducing some new things to the franchise. Something that the sequel trilogy and Disney failed
These
to do.
and unique qualities of each George Lucas Star Wars film
Yeah.
are immeasurable.
Each
The Last
OG6
Jedi,
film is
The Last Jedi is just a Hollywood. It's a movie filled with Hollywood generic, boring, snobby cliches.
like each OG6 movie is somebody's favorite Star Wars movie or somebody's favorite movie. Because they all have this type of
Well,
unique,
to be fair, a
unique
lot of people think
attribute.
The Last Jedi is people's favorite Star Wars movie, so we can't really use that argument.
I feel like that's kind of a lie.
No, there are people who like, oh yeah, Last Jedi is the first ever real Star Wars film, first ever real film.
Patrick
I don't
Williams'
know about that.
opinion doesn't matter.
That's kind of pretentious as hell when someone actually says something like that. It's like,
Oh, I
it's
agree.
ever
But there's
real
the
Star
fact that
Wars
people actually say
opinion.
it.
But I'm saying
I mean-
every OG6 film is one of the OG6 is somebody's favorite Star Wars movie. Like The Phantom Menace, The Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith, and No Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. They're all somebody's favorite Star Wars movie.
Yeah, I mean, episode
I mean,
one
that's
is
true,
mine.
but I bet you could find people who think The Force Awakens is the best one. I think Adam's favorite Star Wars movie is The Force Awakens.
Yeah, it would have to be The Force Awakens.
Confirm or deny, Adam?
I'm pretty sure it's all but confirmed at this point.
Well, you got
Lena Darrett is Lena Darrett. Hello, how do you like the new trilogy of Star Wars? That's a very good question. What do we think of the new Star Wars trilogy, guys?
Is there a woman in the
Best
chat?
thing that ever happened to Star Wars.
What do I wait? Hold on. There's a new trilogy of Star Wars movies. I've
7,
never
8,
heard
and
of that
9.
ever.
No,
No,
new
I've
Star
not-
Wars
I've
movie
never
is
heard
the
of it.
best thing that happened to Star Wars. It's a masterpiece of filmmaking. It's the best thing that ever happened to Star Wars in the universe. It's perfect, and if you don't agree with me, then
What?
you're just a
Like,
nerd. It's perfect.
Lore
What the
movies
fuck
for
is-
nerds.
What the hell is 7, 8, and 9? I don't understand.
I don't even know what
Am
numbers
I-
those are.
Yeah, like am
But
I missing
but what is the
Are
sequel
those
trilogy?
numbers or are they not? I'm pretty sure the Arabic numerical system that we have adopted is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I mean,
There are 6 seasons of Star Wars: The Clone Wars, 6 movies of Star Wars, 6 good episodes of Star
7
Wars
seasons. Are you
Rebels.
dumb?
No,
Yeah.
6.
it's
Season 7 can season 7 it can go suck at that one. Sorry.
Yeah,
you don't like
Mandalore-
season 7
season
anymore.
Mandalore was good, but Trace Arc ruined everything for me, and Bad Batch is just meh.
Wait, who
Yeah,
asked
that is
this
Bad Batch is
question?
okay.
Who asked this question of what we think of the Star Wars the sequels?
His or her name
Lena
is Lena.
Garrett.
yeah.
Where? I can't find her in the chat.
Yeah, me
She's-
neither, actually.
She shows up for me.
Hold up, let me just refresh the page.
Yeah, we might need to refresh that.
Oh, there it is.
The Last Jedi is a perfect masterpiece of filmmaking, and it teaches you how to let it go and all this stuff. They're just
Yeah,
What
think,
do you
just use your
think? What do you
imagination.
think
and these
episode 10, 11, and 12 will be?
Oh no.
Oh,
God,
God.
no! Please, no more,
I
no
hope Ray
more.
dies in them. I'll just tell you that much.
Please do
Oh my
not give
God.
Ryan Johnson a trilogy. If Ryan Johnson actually gets a trilogy, then Star Wars is going to be completely dead.
Please, no more, no
Yeah,
more
well,
Star
Like, if
Wars.
he
Lena, to give you an
legitimately gets a
actual
trilogy,
answer, to give you an actual answer, Lena, we think they are very poorly made films that spit on the legacy of the originals and the prequels, and generally just think they
and the EU and
generally think
TCW,
they're very misguided in what they were setting out to achieve in general.
they
Like,
didn't plan on anything, which is why
Honestly,
it
I
sucks so bad.
I wouldn't mind if the newer trilogy erased the accomplishments, if you can call them accomplishments, of the sequel trilogy. I actually wouldn't mind that.
yes.
But it's just like what Disney's trying to do with their own expanded universe. They're trying to cover up bad writing with more bad writing.
Yes, they do.
Like I'm not gonna say that the Grand Inquisitor's death is bad writing, but in their new comic, they're retconning him back to be some type of ghost rider that fights Luke.
It's funny how you say that. They retcon bad writing with more bad writing.
It's kind of funny, actually.
I was thinking.
It's
One that
it's like
challenges
making a bridge out of like hastily tied together logs, and the solution
you know,
is
just
more more logs.
more logs, more logs now.
Ebb and flow of good and
I am all the logs.
And I am
I
all
really
the
hope the
beavers.
version is so great.
And I am all the beavers.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine watching. I can't imagine watching Revenge of the Sith on Disney Plus.
Oh,
Sad
God.
life.
Sad life.
God, man, that's just
Well,
the
just
poorest
get my
quality.
Get the original copy.
It's a travesty of epic
Yeah,
proportions.
I'll give you my version, crab dealer. Don't worry.
Oh
I
yeah.
already have.
Yeah.
I already have them. I just want Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi.
I hope
I'll get into it.
find
Don't
like
worry. I was
I still find it kind of sad that episodes 2 and 3 can never be true 4K.
2 and
Unfortunately.
3.
Yeah, they were filmed on 2K footage. They can never be transformed into 4K. They can only be upscaled.
Upscale, baby.
But like they can't actually be converted to 4K. Only upscaling.
Why was episode 1 4K?
What?
Why was episode 1 4K then?
Because it was shot on actual film.
Well, it doesn't matter. The movies look fucking fantastic and better than 99% of all
They
movies
do.
ever.
No, I know. The thing is, the Disney Plus versions completely make Revenge of the Sith look bad. It adds this terrible film grain that makes scenes like the scene where they're walking down the hallway look bad. The CGI outdated. It makes that scene where Anakin is looking into the camera on Mustafar look like it's a video game cutscene. It just makes the movie less visually impressive than it actually is when you saw it in theaters.
Like they're purposefully making the prequels look like very,
Yes.
very, very.
I don't
shitty.
think it's purposeful. But it's like it's really just it's just kind of a thing where it's like I don't know what would I say. Like I just find it kind of sad that like the Revenge of the Sith and Attack of the Clones will always be the most visually handicapped
We can
because
just upscale it. So
I would
it's
say
fine.
Attack of the Clones is like my third favorite looking Star Wars film and Revenge of the Sith is my first.
We can upscale it, so it's fine.
Yeah, but it's not really the same as conversion.
Yes, but technology will get better.
Conversion is better because it does the entire thing, while upscale does parts.
And that will improve the look of all the Star Wars films. But at Revenge of the Sith and Attack of the Clones will always be like the most primitive.
Yes, but
they'll
Favorite
always
shot
look
in Attack of the
amazing.
Clones. Like Attack of the Clones is the weakest. I'd say it's weakest. I'm not saying it's not enjoyable, but it is the weakest. But it's still incredibly and visually impressive. No, Return of the Jedi
think
is
it's the
not
third
weak.
best. I think it's the third. I think it's the third best looking Star Wars film. I think it's really good.
I'm talking about in terms of like,
cinematography.
I'm talking about in terms of story. It is the weakest.
Oh, Oh, in terms of story?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I can agree with that.
yeah,
I'm not saying it's not enjoyable, but it is the weakest.
Yeah,
I
especially
kind of go
like
back and forth on whether I prefer the Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones are like crazy because with the prequels and originals, each movie got better and better until it was dang near perfect. But with the sequel trilogy, we got the worst than the
Yeah,
worst.
it just degraded over time.
And evil,
Skywalker happened.
rebellions and empires, and resistances and first orders. This is why those complaining that Luke wouldn't act a certain way, speak a specific sentence, or make a certain decision 3 decades on from his last appearance have completely missed the point. The hero's journey of
I don't like what the
Did we
point
miss the
of the last
Yes,
Jedi
and it was a perfect ending. Yeah, I said it. It's a perfect ending. That same particular in the ending, it's perfect. It was a
Yeah,
perfect
but-
ending. In the sequel
but
trilogy, it was like, nope.
Jedi wraps up its story is really well done.
it was the best way to end that trilogy by far.
Because in a way, Return of the Jedi seemed like it was going to be a disaster, but they still were able to cap it off amazing. Like, you know, I also like the special editions version better.
From what I've seen, Outworld's End is probably the worst part of the Caribbean movie. I know Replica's gonna give me shit for this, but Matrix 3 is the worst Matrix movie.
No, I actually understand that one.
You're not
Wow.
wrong, honestly.
The special edition version of Return of the Jedi is that adds a scene on Coruscant of them destroying the Emperor's statue.
Is not very good, probably the worst one, but Jurassic Park 2 isn't really much better. Rise of Skywalker, worst of the sequels, like objectively, in terms of its plot.
Nah, I find it the most entertaining because of how much of a mess it is. Because I can
agree with that. But it is
much
still the
of a
worst.
mess. Yeah,
And
it
then,
is objective worst.
I would still say that Return of the Jedi is objectively the worst Star Wars OT film, but not by a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not gonna say
And I would still
that is
consider it
bad.
to be my
It's just
favorite. It's got like I would say it's like kind of like the highest highs and the lowest lows of the Star Wars saga.
yeah. I think Crimson Scorpio said it the best. Return of the Jedi has some of the worst and best scenes in Star Wars.
Yeah, that's how I would describe it. I cannot believe that Anomaly gave it a 5 out of 10 on AI Core.
5 out of 10.
I mean, AI Core.
Yeah,
I mean,
he says that the
Anomaly
film is objectively passable.
Wow, Anomaly needs a fucking smack in the head. I'm gonna join. I'm not. I'm not gonna fucking.
They agreed that at first and second.
I'm gonna go have dinner. I'll be back in just a second.
I'm not gonna sacrifice shit to protect him from Angel. I'm gonna help it.
I mean, Kenobi and Anomaly share the same hate against Return of the Jedi.
Fucking retarded, man. 5 out of 10. Jesus fucking Christ.
Return of the Jedi is a 9.5 for me. I'd say it is objectively, I'd say a 7, but for me, it's a 9.5 because that third act is amazing. Where you have Luke who thinks he has a plan. He thinks he has a plan. He knows how this is gonna go, and quote unquote, the Emperor subverts his expectations and shows that he knows what he's doing. Then we have this great lightsaber battle. That's the best lightsaber battle in Star Wars. The redemption arc. The music is good. The space battle is also the best space battle in Star Wars. That explosion is amazing. And the special edition adds a clip on Coruscant. It adds a clip on Coruscant of the Emperor's statue getting torn down.
It's a really good movie, and if you don't think so, you're retarded. I've got nothing more to say to you.
Anomalies in Doom, though.
Like an Anomaly, for fuck's sake, man! What the hell?
I'm gonna say Vader's redemption or Anakin's redemption is the best scene in Star Wars, hands down.
Saying only rivaled by his fall.
Oh yeah.
Like
I mean, the immolation scene is also good.
Yeah, but that's part of his fall. So that's why I say it. But I mean, it's just such a fucking insane thing to say. Like it just. It's.
I remember talking
I saw
about this in our group chat. Like Revenge of the Sith is like the total opposite of Return of the Jedi, which is another reason why it's so good. Like shows the total opposite parallels that the Return of the Jedi has. Anakin is fully on the dark side. The Jedi Order is getting destroyed. It's basically a tragedy. This is also in the era before the Galactic Civil War.
It reminds me of this prequel rewrite that I saw.
I hate prequel rewrites. I hate all prequel rewrites. All prequel rewrites on the internet are trash. There's some exclusions, but mostly trash. And they fail to make the rewrites consistent with the original trilogy. But what were you going to say?
But yeah, I was reading Lena's third comment, but I saw this prequel rewrite, and what the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck off with that name, dear
What?
God.
Wait. Hold on. Let me, because I think my name may have been changed. Oh no. Okay, it's been changed.
So I saw a prequel rewrite.
Oh god.
And
Okay, let me change it.
Yeah, that's way better. But I saw a prequel rewrite, and I remember that guy.
Rey is like Jesus Christ on the Rise of Skywalker. She's so overpowered, it makes no sense. She's like Iron Man, but incredibly overpowered. I don't think that you should ever see Force lightning being injected on a vehicle, because that's not how Force lightning is supposed to be used. You don't use Force lightning on anything, because that's not how it works. It's supposed to inflict pain on a specific living thing. You don't put it on a vehicle, on a non-sentient thing, because that makes no sense.
Anyways, so I saw this prequel rewrite, and it basically was like the guy who made it. You know, he was like, "I've seen the prequels with an open mind, and I'm going to try and be as respectful as possible. Those of you who like it, try and look at this more as like a way to like take the elements from it that are good, you know, and like make it better." And then I'm like, okay, all right, let's go. And then he's like, but I still think the prequels aren't that good. I think the first two are like a 2 out of 10, and the third one is like a 4, and or a 3.
One thing I hate is when people say that I like the prequels, but they're objectively bad. I'm not saying you can't like bad movies, but the prequels are not bad movies. It's just genuinely annoying when people say that.
It's
like I remember when I went
to liking something ironically. That's basically the equivalent to it.
Like after I saw that, I was just done with the video. I didn't even continue watching it because I was like, "There's no way in hell that you can possibly do a good rewrite if you're gonna go with such a hubris position." It's fucking hell. It just there's like this arrogance that people have towards these films that they think they can actually do better than George. It's so sickening.
All right.
It makes me just it makes me physically hurt because it's so annoying. So annoying.
And they still say it, like the prequels are not bad. Like I go as far to say that they are better than the originals, but I say that because I saw the prequels first before the originals. The originals are definitively better than the prequels, but I just prefer them over the originals.
No. I would make the case the prequels are far superior to the originals.
I don't know about that. I would
say the originals are overrated, not bad, just overrated. The originals are at 8.5, but the prequels are underrated.
Yeah. Well, the way I see it is that there are things the prequels do the OT doesn't even.
Yeah,
that's
what I was going to say.
Like in some ways, the prequels are better than the originals. In other ways, the originals are better than the prequels. Like for example, lightsaber battles. Even though I give the original trilogy a pass since it was during a time when we didn't have that many choreographers, however you say it, but the prequels do have better lightsaber battles. Like Darth Maul would own Luke Skywalker.
Much better lightsaber fights.
Well,
That's all
it's
I'm
not
gonna
just
say.
the lightsaber fights; it's a world building and stuff like that. Like
True.
it's not a contest. Like one is far
I
superior
say
to the
the
other.
original trilogy had. I think they're equal in world building because the original trilogy from the first Star Wars movie sets up how the universe works in a small amount of time. Shows what type of characters they have, how the universe works, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. It sets up all that in a matter of minutes. But the prequels also do that at the same time, but they expand upon it. They expand upon it and add a lot more new things. Like we have Coruscant, Felucia, Kashyyyk, Megiddo, Naboo.
It's just annoying because like I put a comment down on that video. I said ultimate title, wasting everybody's time by messing with perfection. And obviously the prequels aren't perfect movie, but it's just like fucking hell. If just have some humility. Like I remember this other guy being like, I in no way claim to know better than George Lucas. Now let me change everything that George Lucas did. Like, no, you don't get a pass on that. No, you don't just walk away with that fucking bullshit. You say the exact same thing for fucking J.J. Abrams, a man who was a far more retarded person than George Lucas, and who's like George Lucas is like a million times better than he ever will be. And you're gonna say the exact same thing? That's an insult. That is not. Oh, I don't pretend to know, but no. That's just an attempt to cover your motherfucking ass. I hate that.
Like, I think the definitive best Star Wars movie is either A New Hope or Revenge of the Sith. But Return of the Jedi is also my personal favorite. But the definitive one will have to be. Revenge of the Sith.
I get what you mean. Like Revenge of the Sith is a fantastic movie.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
It's
Airborne.
not only like when I had Fun Anomalies channel and I had said, no, I don't have to hold this bias against the prequels anymore. I actually love the Revenge of the Sith a lot more. Like if I watched it with an open mind, it's actually really good.
It's fantastic.
Anomaly's opinion of Revenge of the Sith is downright retarded. Like, I'm sorry, it's not a 5 out of 10. Like, fuck off. Come on.
I said Return of the Jedi, not Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, but no, we were talking about that earlier, Airborne.
Wait, Anomaly also thinks that Revenge of the Sith is a 5 out of 10?
No, he thinks the episode 6 is a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, you said you said Revenge of the Sith.
No, I remember Anomaly said that Revenge of the Sith is his favorite Star Wars movie, but his favorite prequel is The Phantom Menace. I mean, I wish I saw Revenge of the Sith in theater because I heard.
I mean, even Kenobi of Rivia, who I really think his take on Return of the Jedi is kind of dumb, but he even says that the movie is objectively pretty good. Like
Well,
even Kenobi of Rivia, who's very hard to reason with on that subject, admits that the film is pretty good overall.
Yeah, Kenobi, like when he's wrong, he's aggressively wrong, and that's something that sucks.
Kenobi, no offense if you're watching this stream, we all love you.
As long as you're not an asshole.
He's not really. He's a great guy.
That conversation about Ghostbusters was not fun.
Wait, what?
I was basically like, well, no, I'm not gonna go into it. It was just about the whole like, oh well, I can like gender bend the characters and make it work good, but why would you ever want to? Is like my side, and that just went on for like 50 minutes, so it just it's annoying. All right, let's continue the video.
Okay, we're continuing. Okay.
Luke Skywalker ended with Return of the Jedi. In the sequel trilogy, Luke's story has to play in tandem with Rey's if he's to remain relevant.
What?
That isn't to say that.
I really
Luke's
want to stop watching this. It's just
Luke's
Yeah,
story
my
has
head.
to remain has to be in tandem with Rey's if it wants to remain relevant. Sir, where are you getting that
But
from?
it's not
You
though.
literally just said that Luke's story has to be in tandem with Ray's to be relevant. That makes no sense at all.
What is that based off of?
I swear, is this guy a poster for Chris Terrio? He's sounding a lot like Chris Terrio.
Who is Chris Terrio?
Shit. Oh man.
He. All right, so I'm just gonna give you some insight. He's the guy who was a screenwriter for Batman versus Superman, and he was the screenwriter
Well,
for
you
The Rise of
mean that
Skywalker.
retarded person that Robot Head has in his video, who constantly goes on about
Yes.
how people need great courage and shit.
Wait, constantly goes on about a dyad.
The mythical dyad.
The mythical dyad.
Never heard of that shit.
Like, that's the thing with the sequel trilogies behind the scenes. They're so manipulative to make you think, oh, since they put all this effort into it, it's not bad. They can spend all the money they want in that movie. But if that movie and the writing and directing is bad, then it's bad.
J.J. Abrams wasting so much money on CGIing in a fucking desert field is fucking insane.
They put green screen in a desert.
No, I mean, somebody in the anomaly, not the anomaly, Helger just said like they wanted authentic desert lighting
in the desert.
No, it's the thing that they put. Putting green screen in the desert is a groundbreaking thing that.
Hello, everybody.
It was a big deal.
Hello,
He can green
everybody.
screen in the desert.
This is me. This is me in the jungle. We're gonna use some CGI to make the lighting better, to make it more like the jungle. I'm in the jungle, by the way.
Like, not even the actors know what they're talking about, but I feel like the actors just pressed it to say that so they can get that paycheck. They most likely really didn't know what they're talking about.
To make
like
room for Ray.
Mythical Dyad.
Oh god.
Of course I hate it. Like that's obvious.
Moment
Like
of the
Oscar Isaac.
I just want to say, I played Jedi Academy a lot. Kylo's stances for when he takes his saber out are completely wrong. Like, not even Rey does her stance right, and even if she does a stance, it does not fit the form she's about to do.
He takes a wide stance, which is pretty accurate.
No,
but then he has it angled down to the side.
Have any of you guys here played Jedi Academy?
No.
No.
Well, you would know that a heart attack he's not doing what a strong heart attack does. That's not what he's doing. He's not doing a medium, fast, or hard.
He's not doing any kind of advanced or skillful choreography. He's just like he's literally just like doing what the stuntman told him to do, which is okay. I mean, all Star Wars movies do that, but there's no thoughtfulness to the choreography. It's just do this series of events. Like, dodge this when this guy does that.
Vader versus Ben is better choreographed than all the sequel trilogy battles. How sad is that?
That is so fucking true. Oh my god.
It has more like legitimately accurate strikes than this. That's sad.
And
1977.
Legitimately accurate strikes as well. That's the thing. They were basing it off of.
The thing I like about original trilogy saber fights is how they'll lock and then move the saber down right or down left. You don't see that much in the Secret Trilogy at all. It's just touch, 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 no lock.
True. I mean, I was about to say that they rarely
went out with a pacifistic sacrifice in The Last Jedi, rather than an all lightsabers blazing super duel. Then you're missing his most integral lesson to Rey, that the Force isn't just about lifting rocks or swinging laser swords, but introspection.
What?
That's what we were trying to tell you, Disney.
Yeah, that's basically what we were trying to tell you.
Disney has tried to make the Force a superpower. It's not a superpower.
It's a superpower with training and dedication and care, attention and thought. Otherwise,
that's why It's better than a superpower, essentially.
And
Yeah.
apparently anybody can achieve that, I guess.
It's
Regardless if you're
like
a-
any other human power, except like greatly super exaggerated, basically.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't know if telekinesis exists in real life, but it's basically
No, it
just
doesn't.
too bad. I would have loved to throw people around like that.
I'd love to throw Ryan Johnson around like that. Fucking
Yeah,
go-
just fucking smash him into the ground repeatedly.
Just come up with stupid reasons to bash his head into the concrete as well.
Honestly, I'm
Did
just
the lack
saying,
of lightsaber
even if the
battles
plot
ruin
wanted
Rogue
to,
One, or the Christmas special,
even if the
for that
plot
matter?
wanted to, Anakin would beat Rey 100%. I guarantee he could decapitate Rey just like how Mace Windu decapitated Django.
No, because
Yes.
what would happen is that Ray would be like Ray would use the Force to remove Anakin's lightsaber skills.
Oh, that's right.
No,
Just like she
would
used
just
the
make it
Force to remove
disappear.
Jack.
That's
She would make Anakin's weapon
Disappearing
disappear.
lightsaber.
It's like she made the
Disappearing
guard
lightsaber.
knife disappear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's so annoying watching that scene, watching her look at the guard, and watching him look at nothing. It's like, did you not know that she was going to do something? Why did you do nothing?
the guards are bad at fighting. They're bad. Fit
Yeah, the
arm
elite
fist.
super
He
soldier
literally
guards are
waits
bad
there.
at fighting.
Literally waits there to attack. You could have helped them, but instead you just waited there. The choreography is it's terrible. Like The Last Jedi, that throne room scene battle is so bad. Like, can't it even be classified as eye candy?
Sorry
Infatigably
guys,
bad.
I have to go now.
Coward, weakling, traitor.
Sorry.
You're truly an air boy. All you
I'm
do is run away in the air.
I'm going on a road trip to a movie theater,
Uh,
a
it-
drive-in theater.
What are you gonna watch? Empire Strikes Back?
No, Tenet.
Empire Strikes
I'm-
Back is actually back in cinemas right now.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm planning on watching it sometime.
I want to
At some
watch.
point.
Why not Revenge of the Sith? Just release Revenge of the Sith in theaters.
Oh yeah, I'd love to
I'll
see
you
that.
guys around.
Yeah, me
Have
too.
a good
I'd
one.
love to
Cover
see that
this
in
boring
theaters.
video.
Wait, everyone. Damn it. Fuck. All right, well, let's continue.
Yeah.
Matter.
So it's stir, whip, stir, whip, 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 stir. Stir, whip, stir, whip, 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 stir. Come on, faster all together now. Cooking
Is this the holiday special?
Yeah, it's the holiday special.
Now I can see why people say it's so bad. I've never seen it. Still better than the sequel trilogy though, because it's laughably bad.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's objectively better than the sequels.
Speaking
The
of
sequel
Rogue
tried to have Marvel dialogue, more like Marvel humor, which doesn't work because Marvel humor is its own type of thing, and that's how it works. Sequel trilogy humor doesn't. Like They Fly Now, so funny.
They fly now. So funny, guys. It's so funny.
But the funny thing about that is that it would like Dave Fly Now, as you just said, it would literally be better. Like if it would cringe like that, then that would actually be better.
The way
Like,
that
it's got to be in the most
Benjamin
cartoon
Franklin's last
fucking
words
way
only to
imaginable.
subvert the nature of self-sacrifice.
Hold on, pause. I would have loved for them
to make The Last Jedi look good.
I would have liked if Finn said they fly now. Poe would just look at him and he would just say, "Of course they fly, you fucking idiot! You were with the First Order. How do you not know this?" Like,
Yeah, that's a plot. That's another plot hole. You can literally make a joke, and that's a plot hole.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
like,
that's
but
that's a real strong condemnation of the sequels.
But like, I would have at least preferred that as a response because that would have genuinely made me laugh my ass off if he said that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the response would highlight the retarded writing.
Yeah, but at least it's better than, treating the audience like they're fucking stupid and pretending that your writing is the best ever.
Oh, that's just the nature of JJ and the other idiot.
Yeah. Well. Okay. All right. All right. Let's just continue.
Click continue.
It's a stroke of deliberate genius. Unlike Obi-Wan, Luke didn't need to be struck down by his enemy to ascend into being one with the Force. He stood by his lesson to Rey and used the Force in an entirely new way
died
to save the
anyway.
Resistance, and in doing so, he became the most powerful Force user ever seen in the new canon. Who else could project themselves across a galaxy to save their friends? Who else has done that?
To do nothing and then die. And not save them anyway, because they might probably die anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's literally all that happened.
It's so funny how these people keep talking about a movie that doesn't exist. It must be such a convenient fucking way to argue. Like, he died anyway. Why are you saying he wasn't content with being struck down like Obi-Wan? He was even worse than Obi-Wan because he didn't even die. I mean, he didn't even fight. He just died.
He struck himself down by draining all of his energy, projecting himself like from the other side of the galaxy.
That twin sunset death, man. That's such. Fuck Ryan Johnson, piece of shit human being.
Fucking God.
What the fuck is that?
What is what?
Sorry, some retarded alarm.
Oh.
Continue the video.
Okay, got it.
In The Force Awakens, Luke was a myth. Until the final scenes of The Last Jedi, he was, in his own words, a legend. But in pulling off a feat of the Force...
Oh my God, I like how those just clips were slowed the fuck down. It really shows how just stupid Luke just looks as he's yelling at Rey. Jesus Christ.
Force that has never been seen before in front of thousands of First Order and Resistance fighters, Luke chose to be human. He chose how he will be remembered as the most powerful Force user ever, and
he would have already been remembered that way.
Rey is way better than him, and he died doing nothing, killing nothing, affecting nothing, but besides making the First Order waste a little bit of ammo.
Yeah, I mean, if that.
We recognize him. 30 years before, Luke defeated the Emperor by throwing his lightsaber away, not by hacking the Royal Guards to death and force-pushing Palpatine down the set.
That's not an equivalent.
Luke didn't even save the Resistance. That would have been better. They had enough time to just go ahead and escape anyway. So it really didn't save anything. Plus, why didn't Kylo send troopers to go while he was trying to fight Luke? Wouldn't that be a smart idea? But hey, they were actually required Ryan to actually put effort into his script. And we know he doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, of course he doesn't.
The second Death Star's reactor shaft. Luke saving the Resistance without firing a shot or igniting his lightsaber is, if anything, in keeping with his character from the original trilogy.
No, he would have done something.
Another money shot lightsaber battle would have
this is the thing. He's showing a scene that completely destroys his argument. Luke in Return of the Jedi is nothing like Luke in the Last Jedi. Luke, the guy who saw hope in Darth Vader, the most evil Sith Lord, the most evil being during that time, saw the hope in him, but can't see hope in somebody who had a bad dream. Anakin kills younglings. Kylo had a bad dream.
I mean, seriously, Darth Vader has basically caused multiple planets to blow up, which, in my opinion, would be more close to genocide.
Children.
Yeah, like he's killed all sorts of people. He's a mass murderer.
He's evil, cold-blooded evil.
And
but can't see hope in somebody who's had a bad dream. I think of course it would have been him talking to Ben about, his dream. But hey,
yeah,
good writing.
Sort of be like,
good writing doesn't exist in the sequel trilogy.
It would have been so much better if Luke were to to actually
Forget about good writing, just shoddy, like all right, decent, workable, tolerable writing.
But now we have to we have to focus on more pushing agendas. Push them more.
Literally
Yeah, I guess
lowest
so.
common denominator is this kind of writing.
Well, that just makes me all the more glad that Corona happened because
No. You know what can get said? How could you screw up the sequel to Star Wars this badly? Is what I would say about the sequel trilogy.
How could you possibly screw up the sequel to Star Wars?
The sequel trilogy is an example of the problem with sequels videos.
Yeah.
It's an example of what happens if you listen to retards and go on from there.
And it's the fact that Kathleen Kennedy is just now noticing they have expanded universe source material. Like,
right. Even though that you outright banned it or just decanonized it. I shouldn't say banned. You decanonized it. Like you're just now realizing that you have that material that you fucking decanonized.
Stuff like the Old Republic, the Bane trilogy, Darth Plagueis, the Old Republic books, Thrawn trilogy, the Thrawn trilogy, Dark Empire, which is it's still been better than the sequel trilogies. All of this that could have been better, but effort, where, nowhere.
Effort is for successful people.
Fan service in the extreme. It would have proved that nothing had changed in the galaxy since the prequels. Making Luke a super powerful lightsaber user who saves the day with violence and a trail of death would only confirm the notion that the Jedi religion is stuck in the past.
No, it does not. No, it does not. And Luke wasn't even that powerful in the Return of the Jedi. The most OP thing he does is Force choke. He's better skilled with a lightsaber in Return of the Jedi than he is with Force powers. He's not powerful until after Return of the Jedi. And again, that's expanded universe, which you can't use in your argument because that's not fair. So this is completely unjustified.
Yeah, that's just films entirely.
Instead, Luke proved that the Force isn't just about physical power, but about peace and purpose, to quote Rey herself.
Yeah, but he died
Luke
like a retard without any.
Unlike when he briefly sought to murder
he
Ben
accomplished
Solo,
nothing.
Luke now doesn't even strike back in their duel on Crait.
It's like Mahler said.
When he turned
just because you say he died with peace and purpose doesn't mean it happened.
He literally shows up, moves around, and then has a heart attack and dies. That's not heroic.
Yeah, that's not at all.
He has a fucking heart attack. It's not heroic.
No. It's a Force heart attack because he was using the Force.
Oh, fuck off. No, that's not an explanation.
Yeah, I know, I was being sarcastic, but it's a better explanation than no explanation.
The light, only to see darkness rise once more, Luke shows no intention of saving Kylo's soul. He's both the character we knew and a shining beacon of hope for a new generation.
What are you talking about? He literally doesn't save.
Character.
It doesn't do anything to save Kylo.
The Last Jedi that Star Wars
is that Luke? No, that's not
How
Luke.
can you be? That's Jake. Like, is it that hard to say Jake?
To abandon family.
The real Luke Skywalker. You know what? I'm just saying, expanded universe Luke Skywalker could take out a lightsaber and slaughter the rebellion, but source material doesn't exist. It definitely doesn't exist. Not like there's thousands of stories. Nah.
Star Wars is so much more than many of us even realize, and can continue to grow and innovate in spite of deeply held decades-old assumptions. By subverting our expectations, the last...
see, there we go. There we go.
Here we go. Another one of those idiots who thinks that
subverting your expectations equals not bad.
Yeah.
Another retard who drank the fucking Kool-Aid. I love it.
Yep. And we're about to be drinking it too. Let's go, boys. Can't wait to fucking shoot myself in the head.
The Last Jedi ensures that Star Wars avoids stagnation. There are so many examples. In the film, Kylo achieved what Vader could not, to kill his master for his own selfish reasons. It subverts our expectation that Kylo will always be in his grandfather's shadow. Now that he's out of it, the sky, or should I say...
He didn't kill his master for his own selfish reasons. He killed his master because he wanted to... No. What was his plan anyway when he did that? What was his plan?
Well, I mean, his plan is that, he just wanted the power, and he wanted the actual authority to go right after Luke Skywalker. That was basically his plan, from what I could tell. It was sort of greed, but also because he could have had some pent-up hatred for Snoke that we don't know of, because there's never any actual background information.
Dark Empire, the Throne Trilogy and Dark Empire would have been so much better than this.
Yeah, and Dark Empire is a story literally based on a retarded premise, and it's a million times better.
I think Dark Empire I'd say some of Dark. I think 1 is good, 2 and 3 are but good story. But the problem is it's set after Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second. You guys continue with that, mate.
All right, well, let's go.
Out of it, the sky, or should I say galaxy, is his limit. What does that mean for him? And what does that mean for Star Wars Episode 9? Rey and Kylo...
It means that we are going to get the Space Goonies. There. I just saved you, an entire 2.5 hours of your life. It's the Space Goonies.
Honestly, I want to finish this. We'll do 2 more minutes, because this is honestly getting boring and annoying and retarded. I hate it.
Yeah, let's just go.
A representing team protagonist also subverts our expectation that light and dark are so easily defined. And the biggest expectation of all, that Rey's parents must be a Skywalker, a Kenobi, or just plain someone, was almost...
Oh, that's not the reason why people hate The Last Jedi. People hate The Last Jedi because it assassinated Luke's character. Terrible tactics. A lot of plot holes, inconsistencies. What else? Everything that happened in TFA was useless. We're not mad because she wasn't attached to a huge character. We're mad because it literally made everything that we saw from the previous film completely useless.
Yeah, I mean, there was say what you will about The Force Awakens, but there was actually some potential for a good start. For that trilogy.
That's why I was willing to give The Force Awakens a pass, even though now I hate it. But I was going to give it a pass. But
I think The Last Jedi's biggest crime, apart from Luke's character assassination, is the fact that it makes The Force Awakens
built off of nothing that The Force Awakens built up.
It makes The Force Awakens age so poorly. It's basically just soured milk in the middle of the sun with the cap off, surrounded by just rabid dogs in a fucking junkyard. That's how poorly that aged.
Or just plain someone was almost inevitably going to be challenged in hindsight. So much needless vitriol surrounds Rian Johnson's usage of Snoke, especially in refusing to demystify his origins in contrast with the Emperor.
Again, this is the problem. We were built up in TFA. We were introduced to Snoke, somebody who we didn't know much of. We probably could have known more, but no. But Ryan wanted to subvert our expectations.
His potential was basically wasted.
Yes, it was.
In that, if he was just going to be killed off and there was nothing that could have been done for his character after that, apart from making him a clone, then why would you even introduce him at all?
I remember when I went to my doctor and I had asked them what they think about the sequel trilogy. They had said when they had saw Luke Skywalker throw a lightsaber, they had left the theater. I mean, it wasn't even funny.
At least they had enough sense to do that. But you know, I was
The
being
sequel trilogy was a
masochistic.
waste of money. After I saw Rise of Skywalker, I wanted a refund.
Yeah, I
Us
was
with
I
the
was being
Emperor.
masochistic by the time I was watching the
No,
Last
like I
Jedi.
literally went in theater to see it, and it was so bad. I was waiting for it to be over, and there was some guy going crazy, like literally crying when Palpatine shot lightning in the air.
Ugh, God,
Consume.
Jesus fucking Christ! All right, let's
But
just continue.
Palpatine had 3 prequel films depicting his rise to power. In the original trilogy, he's exactly what he needed to be, which is just an emperor. He's the scary thing.
No,
Well, I mean,
no.
he's
He's saying
not.
that he's saying it's basically bad in the prequels that he did this, but in the original trilogy, he's where he needs to be. Basically, what he's saying.
It's not like.
And with their sequel trilogy, we
Wait.
know nothing about Snoke, and we have to read these trash, wannabe expanded universe stories
God.
to know about him. No, tell me about him for the movies. This is
In
what the
the
movie
yeah.
is for. They could at
See-
least use a show like what TCW is. But,
See, like the sequel trilogy suffers from what I like to call Halo 5 syndrome. The writers and creators of the actual product depend on you, the viewer or the player, reading other extensive material in order to understand what the fuck is going on. And if you don't, then you're not a true Star Wars fan because you didn't do your homework.
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not that you're not a true Star Wars fan. It's just that you can't fix stuff with other extensive material. That's what the movies are for, to fix those. You could use a show to fix that, but you could use a
I'm
show
talking
to
about the
fix that.
mentality. I'm talking about the mentality that they have about it because I mean, like it should be at least explained thoroughly enough for the casual fan to understand.
Yeah, like somebody.
Yeah,
Knew.
but unfortunately, it never is. So, all right, so let's continue.
The scary thing controlling the big bad guy. The Last Jedi had no reason to be interested in explaining where Snoke came from, or telling his story.
I'm sorry. What was
He
that?
just showed. He just showed he's a consumer. He literally just showed he's a consumer.
Let's rewind that because I blacked out. Sorry. Let's rewind that a little bit.
In contrast with the Emperor. But Palpatine had 3 prequel films depicting his rise to power. In the original trilogy, he's exactly what he needed to be, which is just an emperor. He's the scary thing controlling the big bad guy. The Last Jedi had no reason to be interested in explaining where Snoke came from.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah. So
The Last Jedi had no reason to show us where he came from.
Yeah, even though that you literally just introduced him in the last movie, which was how you were supposed to introduce him, by the way, and then leave the background info to the
We depended on the Last Jedi. I'm
later
not just
part of
saying this because of my expectations. We were thought because it was set up in TFA that we were going to find out who Snoke was, and we don't. He just gets killed halfway through the movie without any development. We don't know who he is, where he came from, what his motivations are.
All right, and note that we are not counting the Rise of Skywalker in this because it actually does sort of give
The Rise of Skywalker
a
more
little
like
bit
the
of
Rise
background.
of retcons.
Yeah, it shows that that Snoke was actually he was possibly a clone from a fucking vat under a poorly constructed
From a pickle jar.
that was supposed to
A
be
clone from a pickle jar.
from a goddamn
Like not
pickle
even
jar.
the design is good.
Pickled Snokes, having that for lunch. Anyway.
Or telling his
That
story.
scene is so bad. It's just
story.
It's
leaving Snoke's demise until episode 9.
Honestly, you can't even say that people you're mad that your expectations didn't get to see who Snoke was. It was set up in TFA that we were gonna find out who Snoke was because we have that scene of him saying we're gonna meet up wherever he said they were gonna meet up. So that is basically in a way a setup for who we're gonna find out who Snoke is. But Nope.
But we never did.
No, he just gets killed. And we have
Like,
to
I
read
would have
the
at least
extensive
expected some sort of,
stories
like,
that I'm not going to read because this is something that should be picked up on the movie.
see, I would have at least been fine with, some like expository.
And this angers me when they talk trash about the old expanded universe because they talk about how the prequels needed an expanded universe. The expanded universe for almost everything except for after Return of the Jedi was meant to, expand on stories that we never heard of, expand on eras we never heard of, expand on all this type of stuff that we didn't find out. Like even people who don't like the expanded universe in AI core know this. So it's dumb. And then Disney EU is focused on just trying to fix stuff that should be fixed in the movies. Like they could use a show to fix this, but they don't.
Would only have drawn criticism that he was another Palpatine and Kylo another Vader. Rian Johnson's decision to
He didn't need to be that way, though. That's kind of the problem. We didn't need another Palpatine or another.
See, unlike the prequels, it could have actually been something new, which is something a lot of people forget.
The Last Jedi. What? Tell me something. I remember Robot Head's video where he said, "Show me something the Last Jedi did new," and it just he just shows rehash after rehash after rehash.
I mean, again, the only thing that they did new were like the bombers.
The only thing they did new is make the worst Star Wars movie ever made. That's the only thing they did new.
Guys, hold up. I have to majorly fix what I just said because I said unlike the prequels, you can actually do something new. No. The prequels do new stuff.
Ooh.
You can. What I meant was parallels, like the prequels are connected to the.
The thing is, with Disney Star Wars, they try so hard to bang off nostalgia with the original trilogy. They can't even parallel right. They don't even know how to do that right. They basically need Dave Filoni for anything good.
Yeah, and even then, sometimes he's a little hit and miss.
I mean, the problem with Rebels is that it was one under Disney, and two, a lot of the scrapped ideas were actually good ideas.
True.
Now that's what you get if you can't take risks if you're a giant corporation.
Rebels could be better than the Clone Wars if it was made under George, and those scrapped ideas were used.
I mean,
I told you, risks. You can't take risks.
At least George Lucas took risks. I mean, despite what
The thing that a lot of people like about TCW, me including, is that it took risk. Of course, the originals and prequels took risk, but in its atmosphere, it took risk. Like risks that will be hit or miss. And what were they? Hit.
As die in a manner which has a deep fundamental effect on the characters of Rey and Kylo makes absolute sense. And in a way, everyone should have seen the Supreme Leader's death coming from a mile off. And
no.
From a mile off.
No.
I would have expected it coming at the last the last movie in the trilogy, but
yes,
not
and that's a subversion, but that doesn't make the subversion good. Is what people think. Because it does that, it's good. Nope. Keep dreaming. What I say to a consumer in a Jedi Academy, sir, I'm in. Keep dreaming.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like a sequel trilogy fans basically just dream all this stuff that doesn't actually happen.
Well, it's like it's like when you were a child. When people criticize the prequels, you were just like, well, I guess there's there's solution for that. Now, obviously, they were there, which is why we still love them, no matter what.
It angers me when people like Cosmonaut trash on Return of the Jedi for rehashing the Death Star, but say TFA is the third best Star Wars movie. When TFA not only rehashes the Death Star, rehashes A New Hope, all of it.
Yeah,
Return
of the Jedi gets flack for that, for rehashing the Death
Star. All of A New Hope.
All right,
All of it.
let's continue because I need to go somewhere at 7 o'clock. All right, so let's.
Oh,
Alright.
shit.
And Luke
Just
for
me
that
and,
matter.
and Crap
Luke
Dealer.
and Snoke inevitably had to have the same resolution. Both characters.
I know fighting expert says he's gonna join in a few minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you'll
About how
you'll
the
get a
Force
worthy
naturally
replacement.
balances itself. Snoke knew someone would rise to balance Kylo, and much the same, his death was always going to have an
If he actually shows proof, watch him tell you, this is a different or story that's not the movie to understand this. No.
Well, let's try and continue this with the least amount of interruptions as possible.
equal and opposite reaction in the Force. Snoke's early demise has incensed fans who spent 2 years speculating over his identity, but The Last Jedi isn't obligated to care about explaining every step of his rise to.
I'm not gonna say what I said again, but that's not the reason why people are mad. I mean, I'm not gonna say there weren't people mad because that wasn't their theories, but that's not the reason. There are multiple reasons why, and the main reason is because it was set up in TFA and it didn't meet that.
Oh, I'm just inviting some more people to potentially join.
Sorry, I meant to press pause and accidentally went to the beginning.
Oh, you were still here.
Nuanced
Well, yeah,
writing.
of course I'm still here.
It was
Christ.
great to see a grandiose events of The Last Jedi. Just as reason to be interested in explaining where Snoke came from, Rian Johnson's decision to have Snoke die in a manner which has a deep fundamental effect on the characters of Rey and Kylo makes absolute sense. And in a way, everyone should have seen the Supreme Leader's death coming from a mile off, and Luke's for that matter. Luke and Snoke inevitably had to have the same resolution. Both
Yeah, but that would be like a
characters
third
talked-
movie kind of thing.
I just want to point out how much of a mess this lightsaber battle is. It's such a mess.
Oh
Like,
my god.
Tell me, what is going on in this battle? What is going on?
A bunch of stuff that is poorly
They have to
choreographed.
kill her, except they're not allowed to kill her, so they pretend to kill her.
yeah, they're pretending to try to kill her. If you want a full breakdown of that battle, I recommend watching Shadowversity's video on that. By the way,
Alternatively, if you do not have time for that, watch Robot Head's video.
yes, because that's going to be
Fucking
shorter.
I hate it. It is so bad, so terribly choreographed.
This like the actors have to keep up with the fucking stunt men. That's how bad that is. Stupid.
Yeah, so I have been thinking for a while to make a video where I voice all the guards and make them, say stuff like, "Oh, hit him over there. Oh shit, he kicked you too. Oh, he hit me too, man. The AOE effect of this bitch is crazy." And do you think that might be a funny idea?
Well, I mean, like if you put certain lines, just like, I need to hit you, but I can't hit you. I'm just gonna go over here and like miss you entirely. Just certain.
Like I had this one thing planned where the guy who gets thrown into the electrical thing, like, because we see such little like confetti spray up, like I wanted to make a joke that it was his clothes that got destroyed, and I want to have a line where he where you hear him smack into the ground and he goes like, "Where the fuck are my clothes?"
Okay, anyway, yeah.
Characters talked about how the Force naturally balances itself. Snoke knew someone would rise to balance Kylo, and much the same, his death was always going to have an equal and opposite reaction in the Force. Snoke's early demise.
I'm sorry, this is not physics. Sorry, not sorry.
Demise has incensed fans who spent 2 years speculating over his identity. But The Last Jedi isn't obligated to care about explaining every step of his rise to power. Snoke's backstory is unimportant, suck it up. He mattered once, but not during the events of The Last Jedi. Just as Luke mattered to everyone,
Suck
but
it
his
up.
time is over.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Suck it up that you will not be able to get any background information at all.
So what he said, fighting expert, what he's basically been doing is he's been saying, everything in The Last Jedi was inevitable and it was going to happen anyway. So yeah,
I mean, this is a good depiction of how delusional the Last Jedi fans are. I've said this multiple times now, but it's true. Like how they
Do you
say
know
it's the
what,
best thing ever.
Honestly, can I just like end the stream now and just say that, well, this entire video basically just says suck it up, consume, and just enjoy the movie. Stop criticizing every part of it because
Exactly.
that's not what movies are made for.
we can do that, but since we won't have another week of podcasts, we might as well just
Yeah, that
finish
is true.
this
We should
fucking
probably
thing.
continue. Yeah, let's go.
Hello,
You know
we
what
gotta.
isn't inevitable?
It
Hey.
is inevitable.
It's inevitable.
Hello,
Do
we
you know
have
what
another.
isn't inevitable?
We have a new guest on the podcast. Voice of Reason 467.
It's Voice of Reason 467, or Voy if you want to be more specific, or Voice even if you want to be more amicable. How you doing?
Okay, Voy.
You are here as a replacement for you, who's about to leave. Right?
Yeah, I'm about to leave in like a half hour.
You want to buy some death sticks?
Since we got 2 more
Hey, you
people,
want to buy some death sticks?
You're about to leave in half an hour. I thought it was going to be like right now.
I didn't say now. I said I'd leave in a half hour. I said I'd leave at 7 o'clock.
Well,
while fan speculation,
The more the merrier.
The more the merrier.
Voice of Reason, are you in the watch together?
More the merrier. Yeah.
Hold up. Let me just invite him so that he doesn't. All right, here.
So
Take
he doesn't
a.
feel left out. Just
Yes.
give him a participation award for being here.
All right, let's do this, bitch.
Oh my god.
Okay, so long story short, Voice of Reason. This guy's like, Last Jedi's like everything was inevitable. Consume what Johnson did was perfect. Blah blah blah.
Stop criticizing it. It's a space movie for nerds, and it didn't do it did something new, even though it really didn't.
Oh, that nonsense. Yeah, it's the type of shit that I normally respond towards with regards to things like, hey, you are aware that KOTOR 2 did this thing called Subversion a lot
In
better,
a way,
right?
KOTOR 2 does what the Last Jedi tried to do, but better, like marginally better,
And
like,
is
I'd say
more
it-
accurate.
And not,
yes,
only,
yes, yes.
not only that, it contextualizes the Force as an oppressive thing, as an oppressive
We get
entity and whatnot,
characters
in
like
which we don't have any freedom.
characters like Darth Treya and Kreia in KOTOR 2. What do we get in the Last Jedi?
Ryan
Bad
Johnson
fighting.
bullshit, I guess.
And the bombers. The bombers and Luke being an asshole. Those are the two new
There's a
things.
entire character dedicated to trying to destroy the Force, like Kreia. So
Oh
yeah.
shit.
theories can be fun.
Okay, stop spoiling
As shown
shit
by
'cause I
some
don't
of the
know
most
anything.
intense reactions to The Last Jedi, they can lead to huge problems too. There's also been a raft of criticism over Finn, Rose, and even Poe's subplots in The Last Jedi, with
they finna defend this part of the movie.
Oh man, I can't wait.
Oh no. You have made a grave mistake.
Jedi,
Oh
with
my
claims that they achieved precisely nothing by the time of the Supremacy's destruction. But the criticism comes from a complete misunderstanding of Rian Johnson's nuanced writing. It was great.
Yes.
It was great.
Rich white people bad. That is the
Yeah, when
entire
I-
point of Canto
It's a
Bite.
thing that it's coming from a richest company in America, and they are the bad people. So what are they trying to tell when they are the bad?
Well, it's not
there's-
just that. There's also a lot of other problems going on with this. I mean, the fact that he calls basically what is in essence nuance, when we have like one character telling another character that like war is bad and that child slavery is bad, when like one of the characters that they're talking to and saying this to is a literal child slave of the First Order. Like, what the fuck?
Plus he's a literal.
That's
he's a
not
literal stormtrooper.
nuance.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, you're
like-
right.
like-
She has no fucking right to tell him.
And you know
that.
what? You know what I
Like-
call nuance? I call
You're
the
telling-
story of OG Battlefront 2 2005 nuance. That's what you call nuance right there.
Like what? All right, so Rose Tico telling Finn this has absolutely no purpose because Finn already knows that, like, what the First Order is doing is
War
wrong.
is bad, and plus,
Yeah, he
aren't
might
they the
have
rich
some-
people?
Yeah, and he
I mean,
probably
the
has
First
some
Order is
inkling
in a way rich. So why? Well, shouldn't he at least be a bit mad about this?
Well, I mean, he was
Well, not-
kind of mad in TFA, but also happy while he kills stormtroopers. Like, it's a little weird, but
Well, not just that, he probably has some understanding of their funding to some degree since he was within the organization. He knows about it. He's lived within there all of his life, and he was taking
he's
some
a janitor.
Yeah. So,
He's a
well,
janitor. What the fuck would
regardless
they
if
know
he's
about it?
regardless if he's a janitor, he lives within the organization, so he probably has some access to some information. So chances are he's
Yeah,
probably
maybe.
curious about the funding, you know. But
Yeah,
again, that's
maybe.
just doing Ryan's work for him and whatnot. Which I
I
know
was
he'll
about
do.
to say, like, I was.
It's giving him too much credit again.
Well, I do
No,
have.
he never
I
explained that.
sadly have to give credit to the writers of The Force Awakens because they did get one thing right, and that is in an army, no matter what position you are in, from janitor to
And Anomaly
whatever,
just released a new Revenge
you're
of the
trained
Breed.
in combat.
Oh, I get that.
Yeah, that's true.
Like in army bases, you have MPs and military police, basically, and stuff like that. I totally get that. Like, even in like high schools and stuff, like janitors still have a form of authority over. So like obviously, you're
Yeah,
not
but
no
even
one in if you're a janitor, but it's still like you're not a commander, you're not a you're not a lieutenant, you don't have knowledge of all the hidden things. You just watch shit, guy, which is actually retarded because you got robots who can do that. So, fuck these movies.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just continue.
It would have been so much more logical if he was a goddamn mechanic.
True.
Like if he was a mechanic who fixes the robots that clean up shit, that would have
Yeah.
still been like degrading and also, like more practical. Ugh.
And since we're on the topic of Finn and his occupation, I would have, since Kylo, actually straight up calls Finn a traitor, I would have preferred Finn to actually be in Captain Phasma's position as an actual captain who takes orders from Kylo. I think that would have put the relationship in a bit more of a personal note.
Yeah, and it would have definitely slipped over this sort of plot hole where in which it's like Finn's first mission is to get the most important thing to find Luke Skywalker for. Why wouldn't you have like a bunch of your dedicated, most seasoned soldiers doing this particular fight instead of like a bunch of people who may have like just be fighting for the first time?
Would have like the Republic Commandos of Delta Squad.
Why don't you use
like
those
they
red
need-
guys from the throne room to do that?
Yeah, well, I mean, because they suck at fighting.
They could have used Delta Squad from Republic Commando, like a reference to or a trooper similar to that. Because this is a job for them.
Yeah, they could have just used Delta Squad. Fuck it.
Yeah, but you
Delta
got to
Squad is
remember,
meant for-
prequel's bad.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, I would say using the red guards in the throne room to like do this is more like the equivalent of taking a bazooka to a fly. It's like you have more precise tools for that. So
True.
Well, red troopers and red guards literally do nothing.
The
Like, they're-
guys, though.
other than get
they
killed
were
in the
marketed
Last Jedi,
so
they do nothing.
crazily, yet they don't. They barely show up in the movie, but they were marketed insane. Like the marketing they did for it, the amount of times they told you to buy this because it's going to show up in the movie is insane.
Same with the Knights of Ren.
Yeah,
And they were just a bunch of retards who died in the
Yeah,
Just
everyone
stand
was
around
like,
doing
the Knights
nothing.
of Ren. Oh, these are like former students of Luke's or whatever. That was the first notion and whatnot. That was former students of Luke's that had turned over with Kylo Ren. Then it was like, oh no, actually the Knights of Ren are that way because Kylo Ren, when he joined,
Honestly,
he dominated.
that would have been a cool idea.
And as a result, that's where they get their name from. And then all of a sudden, it's like they're retards. Oh, okay, so you guys can't even make up your mind.
Just
Yeah,
stand
and-
around and look cool and then die.
I was so disappointed that the Knights of Ren were wasted because just reading about
That's
just
literally because
them-
they show up in the Rise of Skywalker, but they do nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They just stand there.
it's like it's one of those things that just makes me.
And by our heroes completely and
Like,
utterly fail for once.
Some people ask me why I don't like movies like John Wick.
No matter.
It's because it's that whole just kill everybody in like 5 seconds bullshit.
Well, I mean,
I don't know about you guys, but I
probably stuff like Donald. I like Donald Wick, but I will admit the stuff it does is kind of like a cliche, kind of like a cliche. As you
It's
see
a
it so
cliche,
much.
but is actually accurate.
Like I don't know about you guys, but I don't know about you guys, but don't you miss the time when like bad guys in movies lasted longer than like 5 seconds when in combat? Like a guy like
Back when villains were actually competent.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
in
I
a
could do that.
Taken or Man on Fire, The Equalizer.
I mean, you could even apply this to Die Hard, actually, because there were some
yes.
competent bad guys in that movie. Like actually competent bad guys.
Well, those guys are well in Die Hard. They're competent when they want to be. Like they will.
Well, yeah, but I mean, still,
The movie writers will gladly have them die like retards in numerous moments. That well, not numerous because there's only 13 of them, but well, the point is when they're doing it right in Die Hard, they are really competent. But I'm just more talking about just the whole the general thing where it's just because like I don't know the Knights of Ren. I can only assume that realistically they would be like the most elite warriors next to Kylo. Like,
but they aren't. Like they're far from it.
I remember this this show called Neon Kid or something that I used to love back in the day, and like there were like these 4 elite super soldier guys that he had to like fight before he got to the main bad guy, and it was like. And there was like a whole episode dedicated to that in of itself, and it was just this super cool extravaganza of fighting where all of the 4 like elite guard guys with their special abilities all gradually got defeated and outsmarted by him, and at the end they all fell down and died and stuff, and he was like, "Huh, not so great after all." I know that's cheesy, but I really like it's. Like, this is not really necessarily something that's exclusively bad about these movies, but I really do miss that, like, fighting aspect. Because now it just feels more like just the hero is going to win, and he's going to win automatically, but it's just going to be a matter of when, like, just, it's not, you're not on the edge of your seat or anything, like, when during the like speeder chase, like when Finn throws a hook and stuff, I know that a lot of people criticize that, but that's the kind of stuff that I want more of. Where there's like
people actually using their brain.
Yeah, like there's
like the
problems.
Thing is, if the First
and you
Order
gotta
was
solve
using
them.
their brain, like if the First Order was actually using their brain, they wouldn't even have those kinds of treadmills in the first place. But at least that's a semi-smart move by Finn for doing that. For taking advantage of, the fact that they have very inferior speeders for no reason, and he fucks them up because of that.
Yeah.
But it's just, like I watch movies like Hard Boiled, and some of the greatest action movies ever. And one of the reasons why they're so great is because the bad guys always create like a situation, like they basically create like a gun shootout puzzle for the good guy to like figure out and get past. Like in movies today, it's always the same shit. Like bad guys are there, they're like, we're gonna stop you. Hero goes over to them, slaughters them all in a matter of like within like 1 minute or something like that, and then moves on like nothing happened without a scar or anything. Like, I hate that.
It's good for having those moments like every once in a while, but like the problem is that sometimes there are shows or movies where the majority of the fights are exactly like that.
Yeah,
Well,
some
it's
of that
like-
also has to do, for the record, with like some of the old 80s and 90s action movies with certain martial artists like Jet Li and all that, who would mostly mow throughout most of the of his of the people that are in his way, of the bad guys that are in there, and he'll come up with maybe across someone who might give him a bit of a fight. He'll like exchange blows. He might get beaten up here and there, but at the end of it, he fucks up the person far more than he got messed up, and it looks like, oh, he got out of that with barely anything to do so. I mean, I think the Red Dragon with Jet Li is like one of the more prominent ones of that, as an example of that. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to bank on that kind of thing without realizing that, hey, you kind of have to establish, one, your character is a badass in that regard. Two, you have to establish you have to get an actor that's known to play those kinds of roles, and three, you have to design the story in that fashion. But people just think people just think that they can only do 1 and 2 and not 3. So
yeah. I mean, you're right, but it's also just a matter of being afraid to like actually show it's the whole walk away from explosions, don't even flinch shit. Like, no, like it's not like they got it all wrong. It's not cool to shoot or kill people without making a single bit of without making any motion in your face. The opposite is way cooler, Things need to be
immerses you into the actual situation where it's like, oh wow, he's actually reacting to the stuff around him.
Like things need to feel like, in order to make an action, at least in my opinion, in order to make it like more intense and like interesting, you have to make it feel like they're having a challenge. When in the Matrix, when they have that gunfight in the lobby, besides it being awesome, it's also like a true test of their ability to like dodge and move around and not die, and it's great.
That was probably one of the best choreographed fights in all of the Matrix movies.
Now, what I will say is, I actually really like John Wick because he is a skilled assassin, so he knows how to kill, and when he has to kill, he's just like, okay, so it makes sense. I'm not really going to show emotion.
I get what you mean, fighting expert, but my main problem is that if he fucks up once, he's basically got no solution to that. And like if he does that jump over a guy and then roll into perfect place to shoot someone and messes that up once, then he's dead. Like I find it really unbelievable how that shit always seems to work out for him no matter what. And that makes me just fucking despise watching the action scenes in those movies.
You should definitely look up the various different training sessions that a lot of trained firefighters end up doing, because in a lot of ways that's kind of how they have to pop off their rounds in any way,
Yes,
they have to do that.
I understand that, but practice.
Hello
practice
again,
versus-
Replica.
Yes.
In returns.
What?
Yes. Hello again.
Oh, hello. Yeah. But practicality versus like application is two different things, and I everything about John Wick is like something that I should be liking, except it's just the way they've done it that I just don't like. I'll make a video about it one day.
Basically stretches incredulity and belief. I get that. That's like something that's like,
I will try to watch that video with an open mind because I love all 3 John Wick movies. So
well, it's mostly just it's like if John Wick was made like 20 years ago, it would have been more like older action movies, and I would have loved the shit out of it. But in the current style of today, it just like that does not work for me at all.
Have you ever really seen the movies that are based on action events that happened in the Middle East with U.S. Marine or Special Forces?
I usually steer clear of that because those movies tend to be over dramatic.
And they also tend to be propagandistic as well, but
Well, I have a brother who's in the army, so I sat down watching one of those movies with him, and he's like, "Yeah, that's."
Yes, I know it's. Look, I know it's like I know that he's using all the proper like techniques and shit, but that's not how it's.
He's saying that the execution isn't exactly what he expects it to be or what it should be.
I wouldn't expect to be so adept to ever be so adept in the art of marksmanship and positioning and shit to literally pull off just only once in a lifetime fucking attack moves and have them always work out perfectly. If you would want
I get
if you would want to do that in a movie and make it believable, just have them get shot like 10 times more, except they're afraid to do that because you're not allowed to get shot anymore in movies. Or, well, if you are, then for some reason it's like 10 times worse than in real life. And let's just continue this movie, video.
We've been pausing this for way too long.
Criticism comes from a complete misunderstanding of Rian Johnson's nuanced writing. It was great to see a grandiose plan by our heroes completely and utterly fail for once. Their missions serve as lessons that sometimes...
I love the fact that there are Chinese subtitles on this as well. China, China, I love China. Anyway.
No matter how hard you try, you will fail. That doesn't have to be a character trait restricted to the bad guys. It's a smart diversion of our expectations which totally complements other moments in the film, such as Yoda's words to Luke, that the greatest teacher failure is. Because
Okay, I gotta say something on this regard. I would have
Same.
loved that as a specific point of the movie if that had been what the second one was about in particular. And to some degree, there is that messaging. However, the execution of it is really bad. In fact, if you want to see where the execution of that goes really great, Empire Strikes Back. I mean, everyone simply fails in a lot of ways. You know, the Empire at the very beginning, the rebels are on the run. They need a new place to stay. Han can't exactly is like incapable of being able to outrun the Empire for the longest time and whatnot. He has to do all these weird sort of tactics that we haven't seen him do, and it's somewhat indicated or implied that he's kind of winging it in this moment. You know, that he's not quite sure if these tactics will actually work. Then as he escapes or whatever, he fails to escape cleanly, and of course he gets tracked by Boba Fett. And then, of course, there's Luke and his training and whatnot. And while he's like succeeding in some regard, there are certain areas where he continues to fail. And then it all leads up and culminates into them losing Han, Luke losing his hand, and everything else. Empire did it better. Last Jedi was shit in that regard because like they didn't keep up the themes. They went all over the fucking place in regards to that. They put the theme of failure in there, but then they put the theme of like rich ass corruption within there. And it's like you can't have these two like pulling each other apart and have them fucking work with each other.
Fighting expert turn.
And also, I think earlier he said that The Last Jedi shows perfectly what it's like to have the heroes fail. Revenge of the Sith.
Oh yeah, I mean,
probably the most perfect example of failing catastrophically.
Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is by and large the one thing I utilize as a means of saying, hey, if you want a tragic hero, if you want like an Arthurian type legendary sort of notion of like, oh, the hero that was destined to succeed is actually destined to fail and give rise to the hero that is destined to succeed. That is like Revenge of the Sith is a perfect notion in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
It is also
but yet again, this guy says that this movie is to say I'm sorry for the mistakes of the prequels, if I heard it correctly.
Yes, that's basically what it is, which is probably the most asinine apology anyone could ever give for anything, especially for something that was good.
Anyway, I still can't get over that moment when Confused Matthew goes like, oh, this is an interesting character arc. Somebody who was good coming evil. And then he shows a picture of episode 3 and he's like, yeah, but come on, that wasn't real.
I know,
But I will slaughter the fuck out of him one day. But first, Sam.
I look forward to it.
Hell yeah. Better than
All right,
Mauler,
well,
better than Anomaly. I swear to God, I'll give it my 150%.
Well,
but that's
I
for
have
another
3
time.
minutes before. Yeah, I
See
have
you
3
video.
minutes before I need to go. So let's continue.
If you fail, it doesn't mean you can't grow. Hell yeah, Poe and Finn risked the lives of everyone in the Resistance, but in doing so, Poe became a true leader, and Finn became a true rebel.
But he became a retard, and Finn became scum. He was already... I mean, he already had it in him to be... this fucking shit. I became resistance scum.
Yeah, and also I want to say that Finn became a rebel when he started shooting at, like, possibly his best friends to save Han and Chewie.
Yes.
Also, wouldn't Poe be a rebel as well for committing fucking mutiny?
Yeah, that kind of is the way that is. Not only that, you also have like the fact that, for the record, I want to issue a correction here. It's not the fact that he like started shooting at his best friends to save Han and Chewie. It's that he was shooting at his like best friends basically to save Poe Dameron. But I would say that with regards to like this whole thing of like Poe becoming a true leader, it's like he was a leader of a squadron at the beginning of the movie. He's like considered the best pilot in the Resistance. I'm pretty sure you don't get a reputation like that by not being a good fucking leading pilot of your squadron, which he was. Like he led the squadron that like destroyed the fucking Starkiller base. Are you goddamn kidding me here? Like he was a better leader than what's her face, General Holdo, you know? Yeah. Better than her, that's for sure.
I love when Leia says, "At what cost?" when referring to him saying that what they saved, and it's literally just at the cost of like saving all of our lives. Thank you very much.
Yeah, gee, I blew up an entire ship that's capable of destroying an entire fleet within a few shots here and there. Oh, what did it cost? Well, it like cost us a few lives, but saved our entire fleet. Gee, wow.
Yeah.
Never mind, it's so asinine. Like, what the fuck kind of small ass fucking resistance is this shit?
All right, well, guys,
I still think that Ryan straight up retconned their size.
Yeah. All right. Well,
look, I remember
guys,
when I was
thank you
watching
very
it
much
with
for
my
having me on the stream. I'm gonna be leaving, but thank you.
Thank you. It was great to have you on, man. But yeah, so like when I watched it with my uncle, I was just he was like, "What the fuck, 400? You were like thousands before." Like it was. Oh god, that happens so often. It's not even funny. Guys, continue the video. Yeet was the one who pressed the button all the time, didn't he? All right, well, I'm gonna do it.
Think of Raiders of the Lost Ark, a classic in which the epic fails of Indiana Jones drive the plot forward. It doesn't matter that he consistently messed everything up along the way to saving Marion and tracking down the Ark of the Covenant.
Okay, so first off, Indiana Jones didn't die. And he didn't mess up enough to fuck things up to a degree where he like loses. Like it's most people they don't it's not like you don't fail your way to victory, all right? You don't fail upwards. Like learning from look, here's let me tell you something really dark that your grandma will never tell you. If you fall too hard from your bike, you die, and you won't get back up. You don't win by falling over and over again. You win by knowing not to fall again and having that be something you consistently don't do. And, I mean, Jesus. Nobody fails upwards, for fuck's sake.
And also the fact that Indiana Jones did not fail. He was just outsmarted.
I know. I don't remember the films fully, which is why I'm going on a more general way. But yeah, if I remember it properly, he had shit stolen from him, or he was like,
He had the idol stolen from him.
yeah.
He had pretty much an entire faction of the Nazi. I'm saying that incorrectly because YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Of the Nazi army, an entire faction's worth going against him. He had to stay really secretive as well.
Yeah, I'm starting to remember the movie. Like, it's a little foggy, but most of these
and
things
then he
were not
drags
his
along
fault.
Marion, who is the one that messes up. And he has to save her butt all the time.
Yeah,
just for reference, real quick, if you want a good way to get around the YouTube censors in that regard, that's pretty deliberate. Just refer to Nazis as Krauts, because that's what they were referred to as by the U.S. Forces that went over there.
As what?
Good
Krauts, as in like Krauton tea, for example.
Good suggestion, but I will not use such derogatory language on the German people.
Well, you're not. You're using it on the Nazis. I mean, it's like that they call them Krauts too.
Yeah, I'm not American. Anyway, oh shit. But yeah, it's I mean, I barely remember the movie, but I don't recall him just fucking up over and over and over again, and having everything just work out somehow. Like, there was a lot of competence that Indiana Jones had to succeed in his endeavors.
Yeah, it was just bad timing for him.
Yeah, like, it's like with most good, like, the reason why so many of these characters get knocked out and captured and stuff is because, well, they're human and they can't account for everything. Like, in most movies, when, like, the dude gets, like, knocked out and captured and stuff, it's usually when some dude shows up that he just didn't notice, or was from behind, or opened the door and there's a guy who slams him with a bat or whatever.
Which is pretty much all of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, like, it's Indiana Jones is competent. Like, in fact, if he had a rise to power or hero's journey or whatever, he's already way past that. Like, he's in his 30s and stuff. Like, I mean, like, saying that he fails upwards is like saying that, I don't know, fucking Donald Trump failed upwards. Like, no, there's definitely some competence there that these idiots don't have.
Covenant. It mattered that he grew as a character as a result, and The Last Jedi should be held.
What? Oh my god, that editing! Fighting expertise.
Indiana Jones isn't really a character arc thing. The movie isn't really about him having a character arc. It's just him going on an adventure.
Like, he always has a mini arc, but he never has like a character changing arc. But wow, I love how he shows he says character progression, and it shows him murder like a man with a sword in cold blood. Like, I know
hilarious story about that.
Yeah, I know that was self-defense. I know that's self-defense. I'm just saying.
No, but there's a actual story behind that, which is really funny. Originally, it was supposed to be a fight scene where Harrison Ford, like, he spent weeks on sword training, knife training. Like, he was supposed to be doing a sword fight with the guy, but during that time, during that scene when they were filming it, he was also sick and had a horrible headache. So he's just like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to do this. So he just pulls out the gun and shoots, and then the guy just goes along with it.
Wait, so they were supposed to... Wow.
Yeah, and George Lucas, for the record, loved the scene so much, he kept it. He just said, no, you don't got to do that over anymore. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was the right decision because even though it kind of makes him look like a coward, it also is like a sort of thing where it's like, yeah, I don't have time for this. Fuck off. Like it's like
Yeah, it's just pretty much like, yeah, no thanks. Here's a bullet.
It also gives life to the meme. Don't bring a sword to a gunfight as well. There's that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll always stand by it that it does kind of make him look like a coward, like I just said. But it's like I can totally understand where he's coming from because I mean, the fucking amount of shit that he goes through in his movies, like especially in the Temple of Doom, when he tries to do it again, but now he has no gun, so he's just like, ah, shit. Yeah, I think Joe's movies are good. I only watched them once, but I enjoyed them a lot. Like all of them. Well, Temple Doom was kind of weird, but the Last Crusade is
The odd movies of Indiana Jones are always the best.
I would say Temple Doom is like it's sort of like the it's that movie that has the highest highs and lowest lows. It's that kind of stuff. Like it's definitely the weird one of the series. Like I actually think that Christian of the Criminal Skull is probably one of the better ones, but that's I don't know. It's hard to say. I should rewatch those films if I want to say something about them. Let's continue the video, shall we? Yes.
To the same standard, regardless of the consecration of Raiders as one of the best action flicks of all time. Remember, even our most beloved childhood heroes aren't sacred enough to remain unchallenged, just like the sacred Jedi texts.
Okay, so that scene right there was after he fought off a giant, super powerful, strong German man all by himself, while barely surviving with the plane they're trying to escape exploding. That was all him. Well, okay, there was also her trying, but that was all him. In the third movie, The Last Crusade, Indiana Jones is literally with 3 other men who are all 3 equally worthless, and he is carrying all of them, and it's hilarious.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell you're on about. Like I guess the worst he does is in Temple of Doom, where he gets like captured and the voodoo shit is drinks, and he goes insane. But I mean, even then, it's like it didn't exactly. He fought it to the last moment. Like I really like how they try and make him drink that, and he refuses to. So they like punch his gut or something to force it through. Like it just goes to show the fighting spirit of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, and you know for a fact that this person is deliberately being dishonest in this session because he had to have taken that film,
Hey,
put
I'll
it
be
in the
right
editor,
back.
find that specific clip, and then like take that clip and listen to it, and then decide, yeah, I'm going to use this one and whatnot, and then like put it into the editor and like render it and all that stuff. I mean, he probably wrote out a script for this whole thing and probably put up a bunch of sources and things that he wanted to use and had to go through that. I mean, this is like the most frustrating thing about dealing with critics or the people who analyze stuff on YouTube nowadays is because all of them seem to like follow this weird pattern of misrepresenting some kind of media, but presenting it, presenting it in a manner. It's basically presenting it in a manner that's you know them talking over it, but hoping that the audience won't catch them on their bullshit. Renegade Cut did this, for example, with Sonic the Hedgehog 2, for example. I mean, with the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, one which he literally said that the movie is like a very conservative film and whatnot. When it's like, okay, what conservatism? It like extols the virtues of the status quo. It's like no, it's Robotnik is a liberal sort of city elite intellectual, whatever. No, he's like an authoritarian technocrat wannabe. In fact, it's like what the fuck are you talking about? It describes nothing in the film that's actually being shown, while at the same time lying about what's.
Dude,
it's just a frustrating thing.
Dude, you're pretending like the person is like intentionally that retarded. Like it's not. He's trying to politicize everything, because that will get him clicks and views and shit. And
well, that's actually what that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
because he
he's being
pushes that
intentionally
agenda
dishonest
too.
for that. Yeah, he's intentionally being dishonest for that purpose to like push forth clicks and shit. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Certainly frustrating. Although I'd argue that it's more like just deceitful than really. I gotta say, I will be a happy man when that time is over. But not to be all depressed, guys, but I doubt it ever will. And like these things mostly seem to be just an ebb and flow through history. Well, best thing you can do is just be a moral, upstanding person yourself, and hope that rubs off on other people in a similar way. Continue video. I can't press the button right now. Can somebody else do that?
I'll do that.
Alright.
One thing The Last Jedi hasn't been praised enough for is redefining characters who hadn't yet found their place in the universe until now. Making General Hux a punching bag, which was an ill-defined facet of his character in The Force Awakens, gives him a reason to exist moving forward.
What?
Maz Kanata, who is
Hold on, wait. What the fuck? Like, no, like, Hux is a character whose like entire existence is meant to be like very much a capable person who's capable of like causing Kylo Ren to just simply back down in many ways through the simple use of his relationship with Snoke and his reference with his history and all that stuff. And Hux is one of the few people that Kylo Ren seems to have any amount of like respect, if not for the fact that he doesn't try to intimidate him outright. I mean, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Hux was never a punching bag ever in The Force Awakens. And in The Last Jedi, they turned him into a punching bag, which is like, wait, what happened to Hux here?
Johnson does must be defended, and that's the answer to 99% of these fucking explanations. There's no arguments being made here, let's be honest. Like, Hux was blatantly character assassinated, and he's just pretending it's not.
Yeah, Ryan Johnson in the fucking commentary there, from what I have heard, I've never actually watched The Last Jedi or its commentary, but I've heard things along these lines, and I've seen the clips, so I'm pretty sure it's true. It's the fact that the reason why he turned Hux into this bubbling punching bag is because he thought that Hux was funny. And he wanted to, that is a through line throughout his vision. It's like, okay, you can think Hux is funny, but you can't do that with your film, though, because that's not what the purpose of that is supposed to be. Even Abrams himself says as such, that Hux is meant to be this very young, charismatic person who's capable of rallying people to his forces and to his forces for the First Order. It's like you're directly contradicting Abrams, who like set this shit up. But then again, Ryan just doesn't give a shit about franchises. So
Ryan is such a fucking terrible filmmaker, man.
I wouldn't say terrible filmmaker. I'd say terrible at a pick at continuing any kind of fucking franchise. I mean, but yeah.
Do you think Looper or Knives Out or any of that trash was good?
I watched Looper. I thought Looper was pretty good for what it's worth. I have heard Knives Out, but I have heard like bad things about it and whatnot. I've heard Brick was pretty good. So I'll probably watch that. But beyond Looper, I haven't really seen any of the other films. And that includes, by the way, The Last Jedi.
No matter what you think of any of those movies, they will always have a what the fuck moment in it that is like insanely.
Also, isn't Knives Out a sequel of something?
No, all of his films are pretty much just standalone stories in and of themselves. But yeah, I get what you mean with what the fuck moment, because in Looper there was this what the fuck moment where they were describing the rules of time travel in the bar, and it's like,
oh yeah, and then he says, "I don't have all day."
Yeah, and it's like, wait a second, is this like the creator fourth walling us into the thing, telling the audience that the rules?
Well, it's Ryan Johnson. What do you expect?
So, but beyond that, it's like, yeah, whatever. There are fourth wall breaking moments like that in some other films are really good. It's not that big of a deal for me. But
cool story, but we still can't excuse retarded writing. So no.
yeah, it's retarded writing. But again, like I said, other films.
I understand,
them,
but
so.
like if you give an inch, they take a mile, basically. So fuck that shit. Like,
Yeah, but
like if you can tolerate it, like I mean, I can tolerate the bullshit in the Transformers movies because of the awesome action, but I know that like the Michael Bay is still awful with lines. Like you know, like you have to take the good from the bad. You know, it's like Ken Hovind said, eat the meat, spit out the bones. Like it's the like it. If we can't just take the horrific bones with the meat, if
Well,
you know what I mean.
here's a better analogy. Take the meat, spit out the bones, crunch up the bones, and suck out the marrow. That's the good stuff.
No.
Basically, what it means is that even behind the bullshit and the ridiculousness, there's still an element to good in it, which means you have to break all that stuff up, take what's good, and throw out the rest, and just use that and adapt it.
Yeah.
I understand. It's just not an expression I've heard all that much, but it's I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Also ill-defined in episode 7 is now useful as comic relief, something that wasn't always obvious previously. And the same goes for Poe, who's been strengthened enormously as a character. In The Last Jedi, he transitions from hothead flyboy to young revolutionary. Neither trait was particularly obvious at all in The Force Awakens, in which Poe was a vague Han Solo.
It's like, what the fuck is he talking about? It obviously wasn't there because JJ didn't write it into the scene. He didn't write it as a part of his character. Ryan did that. Like,
yeah. I swear, like some of these people have a very low IQ.
I don't think this is a low IQ thing. I think this is just have to defend Ryan, have to defend writing because the political stance from the writing I agree with, which I guess is also a low IQ thing because who the fuck has politics like this?
You're assuming it's anything deeper other than maybe Disney loyalty, because you got to remember that some of these people who write these sort of essays and whatnot and do these sorts of things and all that, it seems to be more or less like, at least from what this person's coming from, it's more like, oh, Disney, good. Star Wars, good. Disney, Star Wars do good, no matter what. It's probably that more so than anything else, because he doesn't seem to like, at least. I mean, I've come into this video like fairly late, so I'm not exactly familiar with it. But I assume he hasn't really given off any sort of SJW or political vibes. He's just like dishonestly recounting some of the things in the story there.
Oh, I understand. I'm assuming it's politics simply because he just goes along with his message as though it's something that's like, he basically takes this as gospel, as though everything just follows. And, you know, I can't expect anyone who, you know, who doesn't, you know, also lean left to like think that, but maybe that's just my side of the spectrum.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably a bias on your part, because I would like to point out that there are people who are probably left who probably just don't see any of that and just don't see any problem with it because
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's just finding a needle in a haystack at that point.
Well, think of it this way.
People who are left wing who aren't insane, then yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that particular branch, like that goes along with that capitalism bad idea, like it's like it's the most normalest thing in the world, and never stop to consider that Disney is also a company that gets rich from capitalism. So it's just
I'm pretty sure people on the left know that. Like, I'm pretty sure that probably occurs to them. It's just that the movie that they're watching is so entertaining, they just turn their brain off of it for the moment and don't realize what fucking bullshit it is.
I would love to believe that they also that occurs to them, but I wouldn't count on it. But I appreciate your optimism. That's for sure. Like, because Yeah. Let's continue the freaking thing. I want to be done with this at this point because it's like 1 a.m.
With little sign of any temperamental problems to make him stand out. The Last Jedi's clean slate redefines Poe with a distinct personality and purpose, and in doing so keeps him fresh as a character, just as it keeps the Star Wars saga fresh as a whole. If you're
God.
What fresh? What? Like okay, so he takes a character whose dialogue and lines somewhat seem more in line with that of a Marvel movie than anything else, which is more or less JJ's problem. And then Brian takes it, dumps that aspect, and completely rewrites his character as needing some kind of arc that he's probably already gone through. Okay, I just chalk that up to as like someone not giving a fuck and someone just doing their own thing. Sounds like bad writing to me, but tomato, I suppose.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, normally I would just want to like shut this video off and be done with it. But we're just filling time because it's we can't do another podcast of these in like a week, so might as well just keep going until it's over. But not that I'm not happy to have you on here, voice man thing.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just play it through then, and I'll comment because
The Last Jedi was so jarring the first time you went and saw it. That's precisely because The Force Awakens was so reassuring and so comforting in its recognizability. That makes it all the more difficult to digest that some of the people who criticized Episode 7 for being too much like A New Hope seem to be the same people attacking Episode 8 for changing too much at once.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah, that's totally why the strawmans of these levels should be illegal.
like, does he not realize that like the majority of people who are Star Wars fans actually accepted The Force Awakens for like very remedial reasons, that being that it felt more like the original trilogy. It didn't make some of the mistakes that people perceive the prequels to have made. I'm not saying that they really made any mistakes.
I know. You said perceive.
Yeah. So, and then 3, it had to like reinvigorate interest in the Star Wars franchise, which like it did all 3 of those to like a lot of people, and like a lot of people accepted it in that fashion. It wasn't until various other things started happening throughout the Star Wars universe. And of course, there was also the resentment from the EU being decanonized previously leading up to The Force Awakens and all that stuff, that helped to increase that resentment. And eventually, once it coalesced into things like The Last Jedi, alongside things like Kathleen Kennedy, the Force is female, completely removing any kind of like semblance of like oppression that the Force used to have in regards to like KOTOR 2 and everything else. And their disregard for like canonicity and their creation of things like Rogue One, which got rid of another piece of canon. It's like they just keep pissing people off. But it's like okay, so the people who didn't like Episode 7 are the same people who didn't like Episode 8, but for contradictory reasons. No, that's not what was going on. You clearly weren't paying attention to the fucking environment of Star Wars at the time, you simpleton.
Nobody is. I mean, there's no reason why. Honestly, listening to these people talk, it's like I'm listening to like people talk in both a different language with different. They're just not communicating like normal people about it. It's just all this magical land where fucking all Ryan's choices. I think it makes sense, because like we were talking about it earlier. Like,
well, the best way
Ryan Johnson as if he's the next Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so the best way to describe it's like listening to those televised pastors, a part of mega churches that haven't opened the Bible at all.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah, those fucking people. Yeah, that's actually way more accurate than you probably think yourself. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's exactly it. Like this, it's just a total lack of communication and understanding each other, and I hate it. Like it just sort of reminds me about what Mahler said. Like, why can't we talk about this? Why can't we have a conversation about this? Like, it's like, well, because if we did, then that would show that some people's views of the world would be quite flawed.
Yeah, what is wrong with a structured understanding of what's going on within the film in terms of its plot, its character development, and everything else? What's wrong with that? Why can't we have a structuralist understanding of the films?
Because you have to consume.
Yeah, why don't
Consume.
Yeah, I think Ryan. I think in a really fucked up way, Ryan's heart was in the right place. It's just that everything about him and what he thinks about the world, and it's just wrong. So that,
being too much like A New Hope seem to be the same.
Ryan's
people
more of an asshole than JJ. That's one thing.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I prefer JJ over Ryan, even though JJ kind of messed up. At least he apologized.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that. I mean, Ryan literally says he likes seeing fan bases torn up.
I mean, I don't want to defend him, but I mean, he did say he found it funny if people violently hated it or loved it to death. So,
yeah, and that's like, he didn't say he found it funny. He said that's the kind of film he likes to make, which it's like, oh, okay, so you prefer that kind of stuff. All right, that's your thing there. Then don't be involved in the franchise then. That's just all you have to do.
But the bright side is that he got his Twitter account removed.
Yeah, what the fuck was the news with that? Why did that happen exactly?
So what rumors and what people are speculating due to insiders leaking? Apparently, the executives at Disney told him to shut up and delete his Twitter account.
I found an entire website dedicated to exposing Disney on their bullshit. I'll post it in announcements later.
I mean, I can believe it. Like it seems just right for.
I mean, every time he posted about Star Wars, he would just piss people off. So I guess that makes sense.
When it calls people asshole and Ryan Johnson is such a
He's special.
Special child. That's what his dad always told him. That's why he'll never learn.
Well, yeah, because his dad would throw him up and make him hit the ceiling with his head until he was round.
I always assumed he simply used some kind of weird dark side power to force manipulate his head the way in which it was.
Oh God. Like I was more going with the angle that his dad always said that he did everything well, and that that he is like, that he's one of those people who won by participating. But I like that idea of yours too, fighting expert. That also works.
Or maybe instead of like when he was a child, like drinking a bottle full of milk, maybe his dad gave him a bottle full of helium.
Yeah, I mean, if his dad was Plinkett, then that makes sense.
It would also make sense considering his high-pitched voice. I mean, it sounds like he's trying to suppress a helium-type voice. Really, a really high-pitched voice that makes you sound really fucking stupid, and he just has to like really lower it deliberately.
Let's finish this bitch because I'm getting tired of this.
For changing too much at once. More than anything, The Last Jedi is bold. It doesn't care about your personal relationship with Star Wars because it isn't as important as keeping the saga fresh.
Someone make a meme about a guy shaving his hair and say the hair was the Star Wars franchise and the shaver was Ryan Johnson. And say it's stunning and bold.
It doesn't concern itself with what you think Luke Skywalker is or was. It cares about freeing Star Wars from the noose of predictability. After The Last Jedi, it feels as if Episode 9 could go anywhere in any direction under J.J. Abrams. And I think that's exactly what Ryan Johnson set out to achieve, to provide as blank as possible a canvas upon which fresh stories can grow. Star Wars will become irrelevant if it doesn't move forward, grow and evolve, moving into its future as a cinematic universe under Disney.
Let me fucking guess. This guy hates The Rise of Skywalker because it undid everything from The Last Jedi. Yeah, probably he did.
The Broom Boy showed at the end of the film is a metaphor for a new generation of Star Wars fans looking towards the future.
except he would hate Rostico and the Resistance because they let him suffer when they were in power. So you know, honestly, at this point, these things he says, they could be true, but
you know what? I'm just going to write a fan fiction of Broom Boy turning into a Sith and conquering the planet.
Ugh. Fucking Broom Boy. That just shows the quality of The Last Jedi. Once again, we don't even have a name for him. If they would show him at the end, then he would probably have to mean something at least. Fuck Christ.
Well, there was rumors that Ryan Johnson's trilogy was supposed to be about the Broom Boy.
Boy, am I happy nothing ever came of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly, like, these fucking movies are so annoying. It's such a fucking. I was going to say something, but then I just once again.
Well, you know what? Next time I play KOTOR, I'm going to create an account named Broom Boy and then just take the Sith path.
Go ahead and share your screenshots for your campaign and your decisions you make.
Yeah, but that's going to be like probably within a year because I just don't have time to play KOTOR.
Was it like a super investing game? I thought it was just an RPG, like Jade Empire.
No, it's not just a RPG. It's I would almost go as far as to say it's a masterpiece. It's really good. The world building is great. The characters are great. The plot, the story is great, and it also delves into the I'd say it delves into the Force, not unlike other pieces of EU media.
Okay, Crab Dealer, I didn't deny any of that. I just said I think it's probably just an RPG.
Also, like, every path you take in KOTOR, like, even with all the various paths between the light side and even the dark side, because those branch off, you get new information, new lore revealed. So it's a game where you just definitely have to sit down and play it.
Yeah, it's one of those games which the more you play it, and each time you go through it on each and every playthrough, you get sort of new and different perspectives in terms of like.
I don't think anyone has actually completed the entire game, like everything in it. It's impossible to complete.
I have.
Really?
Yeah. I went through every single pathway. I think I played the game like 5 different times, and like each time I did a different alignment. First I went light side, then I went dark side, then I went light side again, did some different choices, then I went dark side again, did some different choices. Then I went light side again, and I found out that there wasn't that many different choices after light, and I did.
Did you also do the lover's path?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I joined the blue side. All right.
And that future has no reason not to be as bright as possible.
And now the franchise is like dead and gone forever, basically. Wow, what an amazing video
I
celebrating.
wouldn't say the franchise is dead. I would say that no new films are going to be coming out for like a long while.
It's not dead. It's lost the cultural 1 billion everybody, the entire world love hype that it used to have under Lucas. But it's not dead.
Dead in my heart for sure. That's for sure. So yeah, the fantastic video celebrating mediocrity. At this point, just let it play, and then we comment on the last things he said at the end, because I want this fucking video to be over.
In this day and age, we should be celebrating the fact that a huge blockbuster like The Last Jedi has us feeling this surprised.
Fuck you. Fuck you, go fuck yourself, Dynafire. That's all I have to say. Call this surprise. Jesus Christ. You haven't seen surprise. You know what's surprising? Fucking Terminator 2. Get down when Arnold turns out to be the good guy. That's surprising. You know what's surprising? Transformers 1 at the end. Whole movie pushed the spark in me, Sam. And then he puts it in Megatron instead. Kills Megatron. That's surprising. What you know what's surprising? Fucking Sam being like the real hero on Lord of the Rings. I don't fucking know. Just fuck. You stupid shit. Ryan Johnson thinks he's so goddamn good. Oh yeah, what's surprising? It's fucking I Am Your Father. That's surprising. What's surprising? Oh, Anakin is Darth Vader. That's surprising. This fucking shit. You don't know what surprising is. Ryan Johnson. He pathetically clawed up the fucking wall trying to be as cool as these badass filmmakers. And yes, I would describe Michael Bay as a badass filmmaker compared to this fuckstain. And
So what do you say a filmmaker George Lucas is?
God tier, I guess.
Yeah, God tier.
Yeah. Honestly, what I have to say is comparing Ryan Johnson and George Lucas, Ryan Johnson is an insult to the handicapped.
George, like Ryan Johnson compared to George Lucas, Ryan is below the worst. Like he's below the worst. Like it's as far as you can go.
Well,
the only time I would hire Ryan Johnson is with cinematography. That's it.
You guys remember that red-haired feminist lady?
Fat one, the fat one that was famous like 2 years ago.
Yeah, like I think she would probably be worse than Ryan Johnson.
Yeah.
Like
Some are outright trashing the twists and turns of The Last Jedi just because they don't fit with their own pet predictions, and that's just not healthy, nor is it right.
Our fan
Just
theory
continue.
ruined the fucking movie. God.
I'm so grateful to Ryan Johnson because, for better or for worse, he's got people talking about Star Wars on a deeper, more philosophical level than ever before. His film...
No, people, there was plenty to talk about in the prequels and the OT, except the fans were all these 45-year-old faggots who don't know anything about anything. And to them, it was all just pretty
Don't know
lazy.
anything about movies or entertainment.
Yes, to them it was all just pretty lasers, and even though
The thing is, I'm happy. Just like Anali said, I'm happy I didn't watch the original trilogy constantly as a kid and actually watch the prequel trilogy and had all the prequel EU stories. Because if this is what watching Empire Strikes Back and New Hope and Return of the Jedi constantly as a child turns you into, thank God we had the prequels.
yes, absolutely. And
yeah, because here's the thing. I can definitely agree with that. My older siblings, because I'm the youngest of 7, and I'm 22 years old, so you can do the math there. So my older siblings, they are not a fan of the prequel trilogy. They're spouting all the red letter media bullshit, and I'm like, no, guys, you're actually wrong about this. And they're like, oh, no, you have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm like, dude, I've done research. I've actually sat down and researched. What have you done? Nothing.
It's just awful. Like again, it's just
The best thing about the
Not
prequels is
really.
that even though I'm not saying the original trilogy wasn't planned and that George didn't have a lot involvement, but he was able to plan a lot more and he was able to involve himself a lot more with the prequels than he did with the original trilogy.
I just remember this interview.
Also,
This interview with George Lucas where he just goes like, when Star Wars came out, everybody admired it for the pretty explosions and lasers and stuff. And I always tried to tell them that it was more than that. It was way more complex. It was way more beyond the surface. And they said they wouldn't listen. They just liked the pretty explosions and
It's the thing is that sequel trilogy fans try to take that he didn't know Star Wars is gonna be he didn't know, because if you didn't know, there's some type of bullshit rumor going around saying that George didn't plan the original, so stop complaining about the sequels not being planned. But anyway, what was I gonna say?
When
it takes that line the way he said that he didn't know that Star Wars was gonna be famous as he didn't plan the original trilogy.
yeah.
Yeah,
He just made Star Wars an experimental film. That's it. I mean, it just blew up, and he's like, well, I got the rest of the story here. Let's make it.
Oh yeah, and you also have the fact that this individual, who is this guy exactly that's like doing this video? What's his
Behind
name?
Star Wars, one of those bullshit behind the scenes Star Wars channels.
Okay. So basically, Beyond Star Wars made an insulting notion saying that Ryan Johnson has said that that Ryan Johnson created a movie that gets people more interested into like the philosophical dispositions of Star Wars. And it's like he's only right in the sense that he caused so much of a kerfluffle that people were having to go back and explain some of the philosophical things that made Star Wars. But there were plenty of philosophical things going on, even within the confines of
People didn't give the prequels a chance because, like, I think like a comment said on Cinema Wins video where the people didn't start despising and hating the prequels like they did that made Georgia left until the internet told them to.
Yep. Yeah.
And
like,
also the
there
fact
weren't
that
negative reviews because there definitely were, but they weren't as prominent as they were until the internet told them to.
I don't know if any of that is true, honestly, but I will say this: like trying to watch Red Letter Media reviews, and I've never actually watched them per se, but my first time watching them, I couldn't get past the first 3 fucking minutes of it. It's just a cavalcade of nonsense. So.
And also, I forget which interview it was. I think it might be on the Blu-ray disc, but like you see George at Skywalker Ranch, and he's just going through the whole collection. He's like, yeah, when I first sat down to write Star Wars, my first script ever was a fight between 2 heroes on a lava planet.
Yeah. The original Star Wars script seemed like a mix between what mix between Watchmen and Star Trek is what I'll say. It's really nothing like the Star Wars we have today. It's like incredibly overpowered. There's some type of Star Trek mix. It's just weirder than what we originally got.
Also, the fact that like when George started writing Star Wars, he was more starting from the prequel trilogy.
Yes.
Yeah, he had an entire outline of what the
and that's the problem with most of with the EU during the original
technology. So
that's the problem with the EU during when he didn't make when the prequels weren't made, since he had told them not to mess with the prequel era in the EU, which causes many inconsistencies in the Thrawn trilogy, specifically Higher to the Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Did they resolve a lot of those issues for Heir to the Empire?
Well, I think one of them was them talking about Vader, some clone trying a clone army going against Palpatine, and the only defense I can make is that he was most likely lying. That's the only defense I can think. So I don't think it was ever resolved. I mean, the prequels did retcon some things in the EU. I'm not gonna say George didn't care about the EU because he obviously did. But
Yeah.
there's one retcon that's the like Boba Fett, he was originally Jaster Morril. Attack of the Clones retconned it to where Boba is actually Jango Fett's son, and Jaster Morril was a whole different Mandalorian character.
Well, if you bake a cake, you have to break a few eggs.
Well, there's that, but then there's also the positive fan explanation, which is that Jackster Real was just simply a pseudonym that Jango Fett used during his time as a bounty hunter. So, or I think
it's also true.
That, or whatever.
Also, I think in the unfinished season 7 arc that was released, so before Disney, but like they had an unfinished episodes of season 7 for the Clone Wars. I think Boba also took on that name in one of the episodes because there was a duel between him and Cad Bane.
Yeah. Yeah, well, all right. Well, anyway, it's a thing. Only like a few seconds left, so let's finish this bullshit.
It isn't perfect by any means, and I have a number of gripes with it, but they're for another video.
I'm sure the gripes are that Canto Bight wasn't long enough and stuff like that.
I deeply believe history will judge
feel like
TLJ
Canto Bight gets classified as NSFW because of how fucking disgusting it is. The designs are like walking boobs, like no walking tits. That's what they are, walking tits. Like who will take a child to go see The Last Jedi, and who will let their child see this scene?
Mm-hmm.
They're for another video.
It's disgusting, and people actually defend that scene.
Kylo looks so cringy here. Why is he not wearing his fucking mask?
Yeah, and for the record, the defenses of the scene is like Luke was a farmer. It's like, of course he would drink directly from the tit. It's like, dude, he was a moisture farmer. He gathered moisture from the fucking ground.
That scene is literally Ryan Johnson saying "fuck you" to the fan base.
Yeah,
all farmers are the same.
Yeah, it's like trying to say a potato farmer is the same as an apricot farmer.
If you look at the behind the scenes clip for how he was directing that scene specifically, you can just see how annoyed Mark Hamill was for having to do this scene over and over.
Mark Hamill basically hates Ryan Johnson. Like, if you see that his face when with that interview with Ryan in there, he's completely shocked. And people try to defend that by showing a clip, an ET clip, of him saying, if Ryan does it, then I'll like it, and the people will like it. And I just love how people love to ignore how forced he feels, saying that like it doesn't seem genuine. It does not seem genuine. It seems like he was just to say that, like they told him to keep his mouth shut because of a contract or something.
It's very clear that he wanted. It's very clear that Ryan wanted to antagonize Mark Hamill and to some degree, make him feel very uncomfortable with what he was doing with regards to the character that he was portraying. So it's like that was that's something that
somebody's going to try to defend it.
Yeah, but real quick, you can actually see that when in the scenes or whatever in which he's looking annoyed, and Mark Hamill is Ryan Johnson is literally responding to Mark Hamill's annoyance with laughter and saying that you got to do it again, but with more gusto.
Yeah. And also the fact that Ryan Johnson had the galls to direct a action scene.
Yep.
I genuinely hate the sequel trilogy behind the scenes because it's so goddamn manipulative. Like they're really manipulative. And specifically the one for the Rise of Skywalker, it's trying to tell you that if you don't agree with this, then you're dumb because they put all this effort into it. There's Chris Terrio replica. You know who I'm talking about, right? Mythical Dyad.
That retard, yeah.
Yeah, they'll say these big words these big words, so it makes them sound like they know what they're talking about, but they really don't. So it'll make you think, oh, because they say all these big words that I don't know the meaning to, they must be smart and right. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy is. It's fascinating how
It's funny because making him the screenplay shows that they didn't check who were the people who made the movies, because the guy who made it, the guy who Chris Terrio, the screenwriter for The Rise of Skywalker, made Batman versus Superman.
Or that trash of a film.
That see, it explains why The Rise of Skywalker was so bad. Well, it adds to the reason why it was so bad.
Yeah, because like I first I watched Batman versus Superman. During the whole scene, I'm just like, what? Then I fell asleep halfway through. Then I woke
Batman
up
versus
10 minutes
Superman is basically
later.
pointless eye candy action.
Yeah,
It's
like
point-
nothing made
it's
sense in that
unnecessary.
movie.
Yeah,
Well,
and
that's because, like Mahler said, the whole conflict is by design.
Oh
they
yeah,
wa-
and if we're talking, by the way, about stupid shit that with regards to what Ryan's doing, here's another one: the Porgs and how they were created and all that stuff. It's like it's well, the Porgs on the island in Last Jedi, the way in which they were created and the reason why there is like, oh, okay, I can see that as a reason for why it was created. I would probably do the same thing, but then he just doesn't stop and instead picks a Porg on fucking in the cockpit with Chewie and Rey and shit like that. It's like, wait a second, why is a Porg here? Wait a second, why is
I literally think that an Ewok eating a porg would be more entertaining than the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Yes. At least the Ewoks actually did something.
Yeah, I know.
And when you think about it, the Ewoks are actually terrifying.
Oh yeah, they are.
Especially in the expanded universe, they're cruel, just like how cruel Jawas are.
Yeah, there was actually an Ewok that was force sensitive and was like a borderline Sith.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
that thing
remember
was
in
scary.
Turf Nation server, there was some guy who had this meme trooper guy who had said that I'm pretty sure that the sequels introduce more planets than the prequels. It's the thing is the sequels introduce planets, but they matter nothing to the story. They don't change. They don't add any world building that helps the universe at all compared to what the prequels do. They introduce these planets.
The prequels have a fuck ton of planets.
There's Mustafar.
At
with
least
Geonosis is Mustafar, Coruscant.
There's also Trandosha, which is basically with Trandoshans.
Yeah,
like they're like mutant.
Camino,
They're mutant lizards that are slavers. Kashyyyk, which is home to the Wookiees. Megiddo.
What's the one healing planet that Ayla Secura got executed on?
Oh, that
Felucia.
nice mountain.
Felucia. That's a planet with full of diseases. It's dangerous to go there. If you wear the current clothes that we wear in modern day, if you went there, you wouldn't survive because of the flesh-eating diseases, the bugs, the creatures, all that. That was why it was best to wear the clone armor that the clones had wore.
Yeah.
Why does she not wear that then?
She's a
Jedi. She most likely used the Force because remember, Jedi able to remove diseases out their body with the Force. As seen out there in the game.
They're also able to connect with various different beasts and whatnot to like control them in some sense. So there's that too.
But the clones aren't Force sensitive. They have to wear armor. They have to have medics. All those type of troopers, specialists.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so I think
Almost done.
Almost done with this fucking garbage.
She will judge TLJ as a Star Wars classic in spite of the current backlash from some, just as The Empire Strikes Back has in.
He had to write that and say that unironically all the while editing his video and realizing what he was saying is probably full of shit. I mean, The Last Jedi is literally.
I didn't see it.
No,
Rewind,
I gotta
I
say
didn't
this.
see it.
I gotta say this real quick. Last Jedi is like on a class of filmmaking on how to not make bad films, on how to not do filmmaking.
It's on how not to do a sequel.
Yeah,
How to
it's
not
like
do a sequel.
Like I remember when Weasel Batches made a top 10 worst sequel videos. The Last Jedi was in the thumbnail.
Yeah, and was it also like
37 years.
number one?
Yoda's return.
It was number 6.
The some
Hold
are
up,
outright
just
trashing
rewind.
the
I
twists and
didn't see
turns
it.
of The Last Jedi just because they don't fit with their own pet predictions, and that's just not healthy, nor is it right.
It's not right.
I'm so grateful to Rian Johnson because, for better or for worse, he's got people talking about Star Wars on a deeper, more philosophical level than
Fuck
ever
you
before.
so much.
His film isn't perfect by any means, and I have a
He's
number
not
of gripes with
perfect.
Yeah, a number of gripes. For it. You sure didn't mention any of them. He acts like it's perfect. And Rian Johnson thinking about Star Wars on a more philosophical level. Fuck out of here with that shit. George thought about Star Wars so
it's
much
not
more on a philosophical
Yeah,
I mean, he
perspective.
created a
Yeah, it's
freaking
not like- It's not like
religion.
there was a huge fucking debate in the EU as to whether or not the Emperor is actually evil or not because of something called the Yuzhan Vong that invades the galaxy, and it was revealed that the Emperor was trying to like build up the forces of the galaxy and get the galaxy to embrace the dark side so they could survive the invasion of the Yuzhan Vong, which was coming. Which kind of
Thank
puts
you,
into
voice.
perspective-
I was actually talking about the Yuzhan Vong earlier.
Yeah, it's incredible how much philosophical discussion that there is in the Star
No,
Wars
but
fandom. As to, like which
and there's also like the philosophy of people like Kreia. So Kreia, the amount of how Kreia was able to see through the future without knowing it, the events that would play out.
Huh.
Also, the freaking Abeloth.
Yeah, and then there was like her reaction and disgust of realizing
Basically the mother, but she had tried to seek immortality. She's basically the definition of the Sith. But most people think of the Sith.
Yeah, she's basically sort of Lovecraftian Sith creature, if you want to give more specific. But also not to mention like
It
when
literally
George saw-
caused Luke to use all the power of the light side to the point where he was the light side to defeat her.
Interesting. I didn't know about that. But
Yeah, the only reason why Luke could defeat her
even
was
there, he didn't
because
kill
of
her,
his
'cause she's
second wife,
unkillable.
Mara Jade.
Yep. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting really tired. Like it's like
There for another video.
almost 2 a.m. So
Regardless,
I'm just
deep-
sitting there listening.
You can just go ahead and leave. But we're about done anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I could totally do that. I'm not forced to be there. Why do these things never occur to me? Oh, you guys are fun with that shit. I'm gonna go.
Here's the thing: who's
I
running the
deeply
live
history
stream?
will judge
Oh, that's
TLJ
Lupus.
as a Star Wars classic in spite of the current
Just
backlash
let
from
him.
some.
Just let him know
just
when
as
you're
the
done.
Empire-
Whoa, yeah. Did not go yet.
Let
The
Lupus
Empire
know when
Strikes
you're
Back
done.
has in the last 37 years. Yoda's return, the throne room battle, and
Just
Luke's
finish
showdown
this.
with his nephew are all scenes which will go down as some of the very best moments in the saga. Mark my words. I really encourage anyone who had mixed feelings about The Last Jedi upon their first viewing to see it again and again. Everyone I've spoken to experienced the movie through.
Yeah, we know. Any last thoughts?
I saw it again and again, and each time I saw it, it got worse and worse.
I don't even have to have seen it. I just have to hear people describing the scenes to me enthusiastically about how great it is, and I just think to myself, "Wow, these people are really impressed by shit writing."
And here's the thing: I was a person defending The Last Jedi when it came out, but yet seeing it multiple times, I'm just like, "Oh, wow, this is actually a really bad movie." What happened?
Ow, my ear. What the fuck? I have no idea what just happened. I think the thing just sort of ended.